In the boundless expanse of the universe, a small spacecraft was streaking forward at extreme speed. Looks like I actually survived in Frieza's hands. My luck isn't bad after all. Having already regained consciousness, Cassius let out a breath of relief as he became aware of his surroundings. His feelings were a tangle. He had never imagined that casually climbing over a wall would actually result in him crossing into another world. This was far too absurd. At the very least, he thought there should have been some kind of transfer station for transmigrators, or perhaps a so-called system bestowed upon him. Instead, he had simply been thrown over just like that. While Cassius was still complaining, the previously sleeping Sun Wukong suddenly woke up beside him. Fully displaying the Saiyan fondness for mischief, the soft little hand moved like a ghost and suddenly grabbed hold of Cassius' tail. What the a? What is going on? Cassius felt his entire body go limp in an instant. He had just managed to stand up when his body suddenly collapsed in a heap. Hearing Sun Wukong's wailing cries and sensing the strange condition of his body, he immediately understood. This was the common weakness of all Saiyans, the tail. Cassius turned his head and glared fiercely at the culprit Sun Wukong, grinding his teeth as he snarled, "Let go of me, you idiot." Awa awa. Sun Wukong had no intention of listening. Clutching Cassius' tail with his small hand, he gave it a fierce yank, flinging Cassius through the air and smashing him hard against the inner wall of the spacecraft. "You little bastard, are you trying to kill someone? That hurt like hell." Clutching his head with both hands, Cassius glared at Sun Wukong, his face filled with fury. From this, it was clear that Sun Wukong had indeed used a bit too much strength. Yet Cassius had to admit that the Saiyan physique was truly formidable. Even as an infant, Sun Wukong already possessed such astonishing power. If he himself were not also a Saiyan, that one move from this little monster would probably have knocked him completely unconscious. As for their culprit, young Kakarot, he showed not the slightest hint of remorse. He simply patted his tender little hand, sat back down as if nothing had happened, and stared at Cassius with wide dark eyes full of innocent curiosity. "Are you kidding me?" Cassius thought. "Does he have to be this cute? This little brat is Sun Wukong. That has to be fake. How could Sun Wukong possibly act cute, be this adorable? Oh my god, I must be seeing things. I must be. Absolutely must be," he told himself over and over. Utterly disdainful of Sun Wukong's shameless behavior, Cassius decided to act with the magnanimity of an adult toward a child. He withdrew the tiny fist that had been about to land squarely on Sun Wukong's face. He backed away several steps with a thoroughly displeased expression, but the spacecraft was only so large, and no matter how far he retreated, there was simply nowhere else for him to go. "Oh ho ho." Seeing Cassius withdraw his little fist, Sun Wukong cheered inwardly, then suddenly launched himself straight at Cassius. Cassius clearly had not anticipated this move. Caught off guard, he was knocked flat and pinned beneath Sun Wukong. "Get off me, you little brat." Cassius was seething. He had just graciously decided to spare him, and this kid not only failed to be grateful, he actually pushed his luck even further. This was simply beyond what anyone could endure. "Just watch," he thought. "I'll beat you until you're in so much pain you can't bear to live, until you can't even take care of yourself." Clenching his tender little fist, Cassius drove a punch into Sun Wukong, then grabbed him tightly with both hands and shoved with all his might, sending that damned little monkey crashing onto the floor. Then Cassius hurled himself straight at Sun Wukong. After this bout of roughhousing, the spacecraft bearing Sun Wukong and Cassius finally reached its destination and descended successfully onto Earth. With a thunderous boom, the spherical spacecraft slammed into the ground, gouging a massive crater into the Earth. As the hatch creaked open, a small figure sprang out at once. "This feels amazing. The air is so fresh, the environment so unbelievably pristine. In my original world, this place would definitely be a nationally protected treasure." Completely naked, Cassius sprang up to the treetop and gazed out over the vast forest before him. With a Saiyan body, such a feat was utterly trivial. Sweeping his gaze across the landscape, he finally spotted a mountain shaped like a steamed bun and felt entirely at ease. It seems this really is the place. That bun-shaped mountain should be where Sun Wukong will live in the future. If I'm not mistaken, the monkey's grandfather, Son Gohan, should be appearing soon. As he spoke, Cassius continued to study the surroundings, eagerly awaiting Son Gohan's arrival. "Wow, little brother, little brother." Hearing the voice from inside the ship, Cassius' expression darkened as he glared at Sun Wukong, who had just crawled out of the spacecraft. He cursed silently in his heart, "This little bastard." As displeased as he was, Cassius could do nothing about it. According to the data transmitted by the onboard computer, Kakarot, who would one day become Sun Wukong, was indeed Cassius' elder brother, born more than 10 seconds earlier. What was even more infuriating was that not long ago, when he had fought Kakarot aboard the ship, he had not only failed to teach him a lesson, but had instead been thoroughly beaten by that brat. Just thinking about it made Cassius feel stifled. To think that a dignified young man of the 21st century had been soundly thrashed by a little kid. It was truly fate's cruel joke. Little brother Wa. Little Sun Wukong gave a light leap and hurled himself straight toward Cassius. Just then a figure suddenly darted out from the grass to the side, catching little Sun Wukong in his arms. Peering carefully, Cassius saw that the one holding Goku was a short old man with a large bamboo basket strapped to his back, and at once he understood. This old man was Son Gohan. Wawath. Little Goku refused to behave, flailing his hands and feet at Son Gohan. Yet such moves were utterly laughable to someone who had practiced martial arts for many years. Perhaps realizing he could not win against the little old man before him, Goku turned his gaze to the tree and started yelling up at Cassius. Wow, little brother. Wowie, little brother. Oh, so there's another child up in the tree. Hearing this, Son Gohan looked up, and sure enough, he spotted an infant standing atop the tree, watching him curiously. My, how did this little one climb so high? What if he falls? Come now, let Grandpa bring you down. Placing little Goku into the basket on his back, Son Gohan climbed up the tree and carried Cassius down. Naturally, Cassius did not resist along the way. You too, how did you end up in this great forest? What if you ran into a fierce beast? Come, let Grandpa take you home. From now on, Grandpa will look after you. After placing Cassius into the basket behind him, as well, Son Gohan set off on the path home. On the way, however, little Goku was exceedingly restless and tried to leap out of the basket several times. Cassius had no choice but to hold on to him, keeping him from thrashing about and falling out. Even so, Cassius clearly underestimated him. As Son Gohan was passing along a cliffside, little Goku suddenly broke free from Cassius, sprang out of the basket, and leapt away. What he had not realized was that Son Gohan was standing on the very edge of a precipice. With that one leap, he went straight over the cliff and plunged into the abyss below. Faced with little Sun Wukong's sudden action, Son Gohan was clearly caught off guard. By the time he came back to his senses, the child had already plunged off the cliff and vanished from sight. Oh dear, it's all my fault, all my fault. Anxious beyond measure, Son Gohan hurriedly rushed down the cliffside, searching desperately for little Sun Wukong. Nestled inside the bamboo basket, Cassius glanced at the unfathomably deep cliff below and secretly swallowed hard. Heavens, it's so deep. If I didn't already know the plot, I'd really think this little brat Sun Wukong had just lost his life here. He sighed inwardly. He's only been born a few months, yet the body of a Saiyan really is terrifyingly resilient. Impressive, truly impressive. Sun Wukong's fearless leap into the abyss had profoundly shaken Cassius, making him unable to resist giving the boy silent praise in his heart. After searching for an entire day, Son Gohan finally found the badly injured little Sun Wukong at the bottom of the cliff. Although his injuries were extremely severe, little Sun Wukong still stubbornly clung to life, forcing Cassius once more to marvel at the monstrous constitution of the Saiyan race. By an uncanny coincidence, Sun Wukong's injuries were exactly the same as in the original story. His little head was struck squarely, split open, and bleeding profusely. From the looks of it, there was no way Sun Wukong would escape losing his memory. On Baozi Mountain, inside a house resembling a small temple, Son Gohan stood by the bedside, his face full of anxiety as he gazed at the unconscious child and ceaselessly blamed himself for failing to take proper care of him. At this moment, little Sun Wukong lay on the bed, his tiny body wrapped in white bandages, especially his small head, which was swathed layer upon layer. Yet he slept extremely peacefully, his plump little face flushed with a healthy rosy hue, making him look adorably cute. As for our protagonist, what was Cassius doing at this time? Cassius at this moment was not worried about Sun Wukong's injuries in the slightest. Without a care in the world, he was happily drinking the beast's milk that Son Gohan had obtained from a ferocious creature in the forest. Worried? Don't be ridiculous. He's blessed with the halo of a main character. How could he possibly die so easily? Cassius thought as he drank, casting a glance at Sun Wukong lying on the bed. Even though he thought this way, Cassius still felt uncertain. After all, only a few months had passed since he and Sun Wukong were born into this world. Moreover, in the original plot, when Sun Wukong lost his memory, he was still a baby, but at least Son Gohan had been raising him for about a year by then. Now, however, Sun Wukong had barely just been found by Son Gohan and was already flirting with death. Instead of staying quietly in place, he wriggled about recklessly and ended up covered in injuries. This child really. How can he be so mischievous? That was a sheer cliff after all. It's my fault, all my fault. Son Gohan glanced again at the boy lying on the bed, unable to stop blaming himself. Fortunately, the child's vitality is astonishing. The fact that he survived is truly a blessing amidst misfortune. As this thought struck him, Son Gohan suddenly looked toward Cassius as though pondering something and stood there in silence for quite a while. This sudden change in Son Gohan's behavior frightened Cassius badly. Hastily putting down the beast milk, he scrambled onto the bed on all fours, pretending to be heartbroken as he looked at Sun Wukong. Could it be that I overdid it? And Son Gohan noticed something. Cassius thought. Indeed, with his big brother injured, not only had he shown no concern, he had been calmly drinking beast milk. Anyone would find that abnormal. No, he had to act more like a real child. He had to master the arts of acting cute and throwing tantrums. After thinking it over, Cassius quickly came up with a plan to make full use of a child's greatest weapon, crying. Wah-wah. He bawled his heart out without the slightest restraint, even shaking the still sleeping Sun Wukong as he cried. Hearing Cassius's cries, Son Gohan finally snapped out of his daze. He hurried over to the bedside, picked Cassius up, and began the grand task of soothing a crying child. There, don't cry, don't cry. Your brother is fine, he'll wake up in a little while, don't cry. As he spoke, Son Gohan started making all sorts of strange faces trying to amuse Cassius. Watching this performance, even someone as thick-skinned as Cassius could no longer keep up the act. He casually wiped away his tears, tugged at Son Gohan's hair, then pointed at Sun Wukong, and finally at the beast milk behind him, wordlessly indicating that Son Gohan should feed some to Sun Wukong. Seeing Cassius's actions, Son Gohan immediately understood. He quickly fetched the beast milk, and while feeding it to Sun Wukong, said, "Look at me, how could I forget this? He's been unconscious for so long, the child must be starving. Still, it's not right to keep calling you both just children all the time. How about this? I'll give you two proper names, all right." After feeding Sun Wukong a bowl of beast milk, Son Gohan stroked Cassius's head with a kindly expression. "So let me think." Cassius looked at him and nodded, indicating his agreement. "My surname is Sun, and you are my grandson, so you could take my surname as well. Let me see. Your elder brother will be called Sun Wukong, and the younger one will be called Sun Wutian. How about it, does that work?" The moment Cassius heard this, his eyes rolled dramatically. "Seriously, Sun Wutian? That's the name of Wukong's youngest son. As his uncle, how could I possibly steal my future nephew's name? No way, absolutely not." Cassius squeezed his little hand into Son Gohan's hair, tugging hard as he pouted in clear dissatisfaction. Stung by the pain, Son Gohan hurried to placate him, but when he saw Cassius's unhappy expression, he could only give an awkward laugh. Cassius. Cassius pointed at himself, then at little Sun Wukong, and stammered, "Ca. Cassius. Sun Wukong. So you're saying you're called Cassius, and your brother is called Sun Wukong?" Son Gohan asked, not minding the child's unclear pronunciation. "Your brother is called Sun Wukong." Son Gohan pointed at little Wukong, then looked back at Cassius, still somewhat unsure. Cassius quickly nodded, then taking advantage of a baby's natural muddled speech, babbled a long string of sounds. All right, you'll be Cassius, and your brother will be Sun Wukong. You are both good grandsons of me, Son Gohan. From now on, Grandpa will take good care of you two little rascals." Son Gohan did not pursue the oddity of the name Cassius any further. With a smile, he finalized the names for the two children. After all, this was not the world Cassius had originally come from. There were no strict rules here about names needing to share the family surname. In the early morning, as the first rays of dawn fell upon the earth, the elderly Sun Wukong returned home with fresh beast milk. For Sun Wukong, who had to gather beast milk every morning despite the hardship, seeing the joyful smiles of his two grandsons filled his heart with immense satisfaction. Sun Wukong looked down at the small wooden bucket filled with beast milk in his arms, feeling a sense of helplessness. His grandsons' appetites were indeed growing larger, but fortunately there were plenty of wild beasts and milk in Bao Bao Mountain. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know what to do. Would he really have to run to the market to buy some? It is worth noting that the market was not just a couple of kilometers away, but rather hundreds of kilometers away, and a trip would take quite a bit of time. If it were really like that, his two grandsons would have starved at home long ago. Especially his eldest grandson, Sun Wukong, who could eat an extraordinary amount, without a second thought, gulping down several bowls of beast milk, without even pausing for breath. Comparatively, Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. My heavens, this is not something a normal baby could do, is it? My grandsons are truly extraordinary. In fact, Cassius and little Wukong could already do without beast milk. Although they were still young, their Saiyan physiology allowed them to eat like normal people long ago. Otherwise, why would Saiyans send their infant warriors to lower-level planets on missions without preparing milk or similar food? Surely they wouldn't be afraid of the Saiyan infants starving to death. That would be completely impossible. Thus, it can be initially concluded that Saiyans can eat like normal people from the moment they are born. Because of this, Cassius and Sun Wukong were always willing to eat whatever Sun Wukong cooked, such as crocodile meat or wild boar meat. However, Sun Wukong might be worried about his two precious grandsons having trouble digesting, so he only allowed them to eat a little bit of this wild meat. Therefore, their staple food remained beast milk. Despite the tiring daily hustle in the forest, Sun Wukong bore no complaints. After all, they are his grandsons. If he doesn't take care of them, who will? Would leaving them in the forest allow them to fend for themselves? What a joke, that is completely impossible. Shaking his head, Sun Wukong began to quicken his pace. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Why does it feel like I suddenly became so heavy? Could it be that I ate too much? Why does it feel like water is flowing over me? What is happening? Suddenly, the previously sleeping Cassius opened his eyes, and his face was instantly covered with sweat. Little Wukong was lying across Cassius's body, his large fluffy head resting on Cassius' thigh as he slept, mumbling in his dreams and drooling. Huh. Cassius' forehead began to twitch. You little brat, don't drool on my thigh. You. What are you doing? Don't lick my leg. Why are you grabbing my thigh? Let go. Chicken. Chicken leg. So delicious. And then, under the nearly desperate gaze of someone, Sun Wukong opened his mouth, which sparkled with silver teeth, and took a bite. Oh, no. In an instant, a chilling scream echoed through the forest. You little rascal. Do you understand what you did wrong? On the bed, Cassius rubbed his thigh with a dark expression. Then he glared at little Wukong, whose eyes were filled with tears as he covered his head. Staring at the dented, whitered bite mark on his thigh, Cassius' heart was nearly bleeding. That rascal Sun Wukong. It's one thing to use my thigh as a pillow. I'm a big person. I won't hold it against you. But at least you should have some limits. Oh, why did you bite it like it was a chicken leg? Moreover, you bit down so hard. Do you want me to be disabled? Enough is enough. In the end, little Wukong was successfully counterattacked by his brother and got a good beating. In fact, this was the result after little Wukong got injured. Not only did he stop making noise, but he also became obedient. His thoughts were incredibly pure. Does it hurt, brother? Little Wukong covered his head, his big eyes still holding back some tears. After blinking his innocent eyes, he looked at Cassius with a pure and innocent expression. My heavens, are you trying to act cute because you can't win in a fight? I mean, as a future cosmic overlord, can't you have a little dignity? Acting cute. That's the most shameful behavior, okay? Seeing this, Cassius felt utterly defeated. Ignoring little Wukong's cuteness, Cassius began to survey the house. Not finding Sun Wukong, Cassius knew that he must have gone to find beast milk for himself and little Wukong again. Cassius was deeply moved by Sun Wukong's actions of getting up before dawn every day to find beast milk for him and little Wukong. Thus, he became even more determined not to let Sun Wukong be taken down by the giant ape transformation of little Wukong in the future. The Dragon Ball plot does not specify exactly how old little Wukong was when he accidentally killed Sun Wukong, but from Cassius' perspective, it was probably when little Wukong was around 7 or 8 years old. After all, it wouldn't be possible to be that early. If it were too early, little Wukong might not have such a deep impression of his grandfather. Otherwise, how could he react so strongly in the plot when Bulma slightly picked up the relic left by Sun Wukong? The 4-star Dragon Ball not only yelling at Bulma, but also attacking her backside. Well, although little Wukong did it unintentionally, this would definitely be difficult for someone as pure-hearted as little Wukong to achieve. After getting out of bed, Cassius walked towards the altar in the middle of the house. Having lived in this house for a few months, Cassius had not forgotten about Sun Wukong's golden staff. No, wait, it's the Rui Jingu Bang. As a young man who had been influenced by the Monkey King's stick-wielding antics and journey to the west for so long, not playing with the golden staff would be a disservice to the fanbase. Jumping onto the altar, Cassius discovered the golden staff propped up beside him. With a gentle pull of his small hands, he took out the red golden staff. Jumping down to the ground after playing with the golden staff, Cassius remembered that this thing also had the ability to extend. Thus, holding the golden staff, he shouted outside the house, grow. Change length. A light breeze blew by. What the heck? Looking at the golden staff that showed no change whatsoever, Cassius felt embarrassed. In his heart, he was screaming, how does this work? Why did nothing happen? Is it fake? Cassius felt that this golden staff must be fake, definitely a counterfeit product from some company, absolutely, without a doubt. In anger, he threw the golden staff to the ground, climbed onto a nearby rock, and wore a frustrated expression. Just as Cassius was complaining, a small figure slowly crawled out from inside the house, hands and feet flat on the ground, with warm-colored pure eyes, shining, crawling towards the golden staff that Cassius had thrown on the ground. Wow, grow. At that moment, a shiny red suddenly appeared in Cassius' vision, and then he was sent flying. After rolling for several meters, Cassius stood up in a disheveled manner, completely stunned. That red golden staff actually lengthened in little Wukong's hands. My heavens, Cassius never expected that what he had just criticized as a counterfeit would grow longer in little Wukong's hands. Isn't this a bit unfair? Cassius questioned in his heart. As night fell, the bright moonlight cascaded upon the earth, making the dense forest appear extraordinarily beautiful under the silver glow. Sitting cross-legged on a large rock, Cassius suddenly felt a tightening in his heart, an instinct from his Saiyan heritage warning him. Danger was imminent. What was this unsettling feeling? Could it be that enemies had arrived? It was impossible. According to the story, there had never been any formidable foes in Baozi Mountain. What on earth is happening? Cassius seemed perplexed by his own feelings. After all, since he had learned to harness chi, he had never felt a hint of danger in this forest. However, the sudden sensation tonight left him utterly bewildered. Though he wanted to disregard it, his Saiyan battle instinct told him that danger truly existed. Could it be that my arrival has altered the plot, causing the enemies to arrive early and in Bowsy Mountain no less? The butterfly effect of plot changes was considerable and should not be underestimated. Roar. At that moment, a loud, ear-splitting roar suddenly jolted him awake. What is this? A giant ape? A gorilla? The full moon? Cassius looked at the enormous gorilla that suddenly emerged from the forest, feeling utterly astonished. He instinctively looked up at the sky, seemingly to confirm something. Not good. It's over. How could I have forgotten this? I am also a pure-blooded Saiyan. Upon seeing the moon in the sky, Cassius realized that something was amiss. He intended to turn his head away from the moon, but found himself unable to move. The moon in the night sky seemed to possess a magical power, drawing him and causing him to uncontrollably widen his eyes and stare fixedly at the bright moon above. Goku, what happened to you? Wake up, stop this. I am your grandpa, stop it now, Goku. Goku. Sun Wukong was holding some roasted meat, intending to give a late-night snack to his two beloved grandsons. However, as soon as he stepped out of the house, he saw his eldest grandson Sun Wukong transforming and growing hair. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a massive gorilla over 10 meters tall with a fierce appearance. But that was not the worst part. What pained Sun Wukong the most was that his eldest grandson had lost his sanity and was rampaging through everything around him. Hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Cassius seemed to recall something and shouted with all his might, "Grandpa, run. Run. Don't worry about us, just run. Run. As far away as possible. The farther the better. Hurry up and run." Cassius roared directly, his eyes reddening as a certain agitation began to arise within him, seemingly resonating with the moonlight. "Cassius, child, what is wrong? What happened? Cassius." Upon hearing Cassius' voice, Sun Wukong did not flee immediately, but chose to come to Cassius' side. "Grandpa, don't worry about so much, just run quickly, faster, run." Seeing that Sun Wukong ignored his warnings and instead came over to show concern, Cassius felt a deep sense of happiness. Yet thinking of the plot in which his grandpa died, Cassius felt an overwhelming urgency. He could sense that his body was beginning to change. It was likely that he would soon transform into a mindless beast like little Wukong, a ruthless gorilla that only knew destruction. Thus, before that happened, Cassius had to ensure Sun Wukong's safety and prevent him from dying like in the story. "Cassius, what is happening? Tell Grandpa, I can definitely help you." Sun Wukong looked at his beloved grandson, whose eyes were now blood-red, tail standing erect and hair beginning to sprout, feeling increasingly anxious. However, at that moment, Cassius seemed to recall something and hurriedly said, "Grandpa, quick, my tail. My tail. Give it. I'll roar." Before Cassius could finish speaking, his body began to undergo the transformation into a giant ape, accompanied by a tremendous beastly roar. His form grew at a visibly rapid pace, his fur sprouting wildly. In an instant, a colossal gorilla identical to Sun Wukong appeared, roaring and smashing. "Cassius. My Cassius has turned into a gorilla." Sun Wukong stared in disbelief at the massive gorilla before him. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Cassius, Sun Wukong realized that his body was trembling, quaking. "Roar. Roar." As Cassius howled to the sky, the already transformed giant ape Sun Wukong halted his rampage, staring with blood-red eyes at the gorilla that was just like him. At that moment, Cassius suddenly hugged his gorilla head, speaking in agony. "Grandpa, run away. If you don't, I'm afraid I'll completely lose my sanity and destroy everything in front of me. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. Hide, Grandpa. I'm begging you." Roar. Hearing the roars of his grandson, Sun Wukong struggled to conquer the fear within him, regaining control of his body, sweat pouring down his forehead. He dared not linger any longer. He heeded Cassius' advice, leaping forward and quickly dashing away. However, perhaps due to the long duration, Sun Wukong was soon noticed by the giant ape version of Sun Wukong, who locked onto him with fierce eyes. Suddenly, the giant gorilla that was Sun Wukong opened its massive mouth, bright red light flickering within, and then a red energy blast pierced the air, aimed at Sun Wukong. Running, Sun Wukong was a martial arts master. His years of combat experience instinctively allowed him to evade this energy blast from Sun Wukong. However, due to the terrifying power of the energy blast, Sun Wukong was still inevitably caught in the aftermath, being blown away by the powerful destructive winds it created. After all, Sun Wukong was aging and his strength was no longer what it used to be. When he crash-landed heavily on the ground, his frail body was overwhelmed, making it difficult for him to even stand. Let alone escape. Even ordinary walking was extremely arduous for Sun Wukong. How could he possibly escape from the giant ape version of Sun Wukong? It was nearly impossible. Seeing that Sun Wukong was still alive, the gorilla version of Sun Wukong instinctively felt his authority was being challenged. He stomped heavily on the ground, his massive body soaring into the air, landing beside Sun Wukong. Raising its giant palm, Sun Wukong struck down fiercely at Sun Wukong. Feeling the massive hand bringing with it a whistling wind, the elderly and frail Sun Wukong froze, gazing at Sun Wukong and Cassius, bitterly smiling and resigning himself. Goku dying at your hands, Grandpa does not hate you. I just hope that when you realize it later you won't be saddened or blame yourself. Grandpa does not blame you. I love you. And Cassius. Roar. Just as Sun Wukong's massive hand was about to crush Sun Wukong into a pulp, Cassius transformed into a giant gorilla, charged at Sun Wukong, violently knocking him away. Cassius. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, having narrowly escaped disaster. Roar. After knocking Sun Wukong away, Cassius completely lost his sanity. The primal instincts of the Saiyan wholly overwhelmed his rationality, turning him into a beast that only knew slaughter. Cassius, what is wrong with you? Roar. Sun Wukong looked at Cassius, whose eyes were entirely blood red, growing increasingly worried. He could disregard his own life, but he could not ignore the safety of his grandson. Because he was not merely an old man, he was also the grandfather who had watched them grow up. Boom. At that moment, a massive red energy blast suddenly shot from the distance, mercilessly engulfing Sun Wukong. From the source of this energy blast, the giant ape version of Sun Wukong was roaring to the sky, continuously pounding its chest. It seemed to be showcasing its achievements. At the same time, the rampaging Cassius had tears slowly streaming down his blood-red eyes. As dawn broke, Cassius looked around in bewilderment. The once lush and verdant forest was now utterly devastated. Among the destruction, there were several massive ravines. Cassius knew that these were caused by the energy blasts emitted during his transformation with little Wukong into a giant ape. However, the house where he and Sun Wukong lived remained completely unscathed. This undoubtedly surprised Cassius. How could his irrational self not have destroyed this small house? Could it possess some strange power? Grandpa. Right, where is Grandpa? Cassius suddenly remembered Son Gohan. He distinctly recalled urging Son Gohan to flee far away from him and Wukong before losing his sanity. However, as Cassius began to sense the surrounding chi, his expression turned quite grim. He did not detect Son Gohan's chi. Although his current strength was not very formidable, Saiyans are exceptionally sensitive to chi. Otherwise, in the story, when Wukong drank the super divine water, he could sense King Piccolo's location from a considerable distance, even though he was far away from King Piccolo at that time. At this moment, Cassius could not sense Son Gohan's chi, which left only two possibilities. One was that Son Gohan had already left this place for somewhere far away, making him impossible to locate. The other was that just as in the story Son Gohan had already been killed, it was simply uncertain whether it was by himself or little Wukong. In Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong once said, Grandpa said that during a full moon, one should not look at the moon in the sky. Thus, Son Gohan could survive Wukong's first transformation into a giant ape, but now due to his arrival, it led to Son Gohan facing it for the first time. Brother, what happened? Why is it like this here? Where's Grandpa? Little Wukong woke up not far from Cassius, rubbing his sleepy eyes and looking around the environment. Upon noticing Cassius, he asked in confusion, you idiot. This is your destruction. Cassius roared. Oh, I did this. No way. But I have no memory of it. Are you mistaken? I don't have such destructive power. Sun Wukong looked innocent, glancing around before staring at Cassius with wide eyes. Ignoring little Wukong, Cassius began to recall the events of last night. He believed that as long as he concentrated despite losing his sanity as a giant ape, he would still retain some memories. Though it was quite difficult. Seeing that his brother was ignoring him, little Wukong began to tidy up the surrounding wreckage. It is worth mentioning that at this moment both Cassius and little Wukong were completely naked. As Cassius reminisced, the fragmented events of last night began to reassemble. After he had knocked little Wukong aside during the giant ape transformation, he thought Son Gohan would be safe, but who would have known that Son Gohan was blasted away by an energy beam from little Wukong not far away. Thinking about this made Cassius' expression quite complex. It seemed the story remained unchanged. In the end, Son Gohan was still killed by little Wukong. Although the story depicted him being crushed to death, it was essentially the same. He was still dead. Looking at little Wukong, who was busy dealing with the destruction nearby, Cassius felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Should he tell little Wukong about this? Forget it, it's better not to tell Son Gohan how he died, lest he become overly saddened and feel guilty, leading to foolish actions. Brother. Upon hearing Cassius' voice, Son Wukong put down the giant tree he was holding and ran towards Cassius. Cassius, what do you want? It's quite chaotic here. It seems we will take a long time to clean up and return to normal. Brother, I have something to tell you, but don't be too sad. Cassius pondered slightly, his expression serious as he gazed at Son Wukong and slowly spoke. Grandpa has died. The scene suddenly fell into a terrifying silence where even the chirping of birds could be heard clearly. After a few minutes, Sun Wukong's cries rang out, followed by loud sobs, tears streaming down like a spring. His tear-streaked face looked utterly pitiful. How could this happen? How could Grandpa suddenly die? Where is Grandpa's body? He choked, crying as he asked. At this moment, Cassius' expression was terrifyingly dark, but he remained silent, quietly watching Sun Wukong. Grandpa was killed by bad people, and his body was blown to bits by them. He finally spoke, hoping that at least it would provide some solace to Sun Wukong at least. There was a direction for revenge. So, Wukong, we need to become stronger, much stronger, so we can avenge Grandpa. Cassius looked at Sun Wukong with a serious expression, taking a deep breath, and slowly began to speak. He felt sad about Son Gohan's death too, but what could be done? The events had already occurred. Little Wukong, being innocent, did not doubt the truth of the matter. He believed that Grandpa had been killed by enemies and felt that he needed to become stronger to avenge him in the future. Then Cassius was suddenly startled by Little Wukong's naive tone. Then Cassius, brother, can we clean up this destruction now? Cassius. To be honest, Cassius was already in the late stages of laziness beyond help. Normally, aside from training, he would still train. Not to mention doing housework. Even for food, it was Little Wukong who fetched it. He was simply too lazy. Well, that's not worth elaborating. However, because of this, Cassius' combat power was slightly stronger than Little Wukong. Moreover, due to the influence of Cassius' rigorous training from a young age, Little Wukong not only surpassed his original strength, but had also begun to grasp the use of the Kamehameha. But regarding Ki, since Cassius had never explained it to him in detail, he did not fully understand this concept. One could say he had a vague understanding. However, if Cassius' combat power was 100, then Little Wukong's combat power was at least 80, if not 90. By this measure, he could be considered a master in the current world. Hey Wukong. Cassius gathered his breath and spoke to Little Wukong with a serious expression. What is it? Little Wukong blinked his big eyes, looking at Cassius with some confusion. I want to go out for a walk. All right, remember to bring back some food in the evening. Facing Little Wukong's innocent answer, Cassius felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could just rush over and give that clueless boy a good beating. No, I mean I want to leave here. I want to go outside and take a look, not just walk around in the forest. Cassius sat on a rock, gazing at the slowly rising sun in the sky. You want to leave here? Leave the forest? Sun Wukong looked surprised and puzzled, his tuft of hair bobbing annoyingly. Yes, Wukong, the world is so vast. I think it's time for me to go out and see it. Okay, I will wait here for you to return. Little Wukong looked at Cassius, speaking earnestly. Wukong, if you meet a girl in the future, just leave with her. This way I can find you later. But remember, you cannot tell her that I told you to go with her, okay? Hearing that Little Wukong would wait here for him, Cassius was quite scared. Okay. If I meet the girl Grandpa mentioned, I will go with her. All right. Then I'm leaving. Watching Cassius gradually walk away, Little Wukong seemed to remember something and shouted, Brother, shouldn't you put on some clothes before leaving? In the distance, Cassius, who was jumping around on the trees, suddenly froze, and then with a thud, he fell directly to the ground. Cassius, I want to ask author, do you have a knife? On a wild and overgrown wasteland there lay an endless road. Although it was a road in perfect condition, not a single vehicle passed along it. Cassius, lying beside the road, felt a deep sense of regret. As someone who loved to eat and had an intense desire for speed, not being able to borrow a car was undoubtedly a great suffering. Is this really a remote area? How is it that there hasn't been a single car in hours? Can't I even borrow one? I just want to hitch a ride. Is that too much to ask? If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have flown straight to the city and taken one. No, how could I say I would take one? That would clearly make me a villain. It should be said that I would borrow it instead. It's been a month since Cassius left Bowsy Mountain, and during this time our protagonist Cassius successfully borrowed a piece of clothing from a small village. He also managed to have a meal, and as a return favor, Cassius took care of the nearby bandits. After that, as a well-behaved youth who had crossed over from the 21st century, Cassius felt that not racing in Dragon Ball was truly wrong. Then, unable to find a sports car in the small village, Cassius, guided by the locals, gave up on the idea of flying directly to the city and set off on this endless road, hoping to borrow a sports car from passing vehicles to speed into the city. However, fate was not on Cassius' side. He had walked along this road for so long without a single vehicle passing by. This outcome was undoubtedly the greatest irony for Cassius, who intended to borrow a car. Damn, what kind of dreadful place is this? Not a single car. After complaining for a while, Cassius forcefully pushed off the ground and flew into the sky, speeding toward the end of the road. I want to see what lies at the end of this road. After waiting so long, I can't believe not a single car has passed. It's infuriating. After flying for nearly a few hours, Cassius finally spotted a small city. However, this city was far from the bustling ones in Dragon Ball, though instead it appeared quite desolate. Finding an inconspicuous place, Cassius quickly landed. There were so few people who could fly, and he didn't want to be treated like some rare creature on display. Gurgle. After walking through the streets for a while, Cassius' stomach began to rumble, followed by an overwhelming sense of hunger. Cassius, who had intended to find a place to eat, felt incredibly stifled upon seeing the desolate state of the city. Despite walking for so long, Cassius had yet to find a single shop or restaurant open, and there were hardly any people around. At most, there were only scraps of paper and torn garbage bags blowing along the streets. Cassius was deeply puzzled by this situation. In his memory of the Dragon Ball world, cities were always lively. Never had he witnessed such a scene. The only time he could recall a city being empty was when Cell appeared and absorbed all its inhabitants, leaving it desolate. However, now was far from that plotline with Cell, and Cassius felt a slight unease. Could his arrival have caused a significant butterfly effect? That shouldn't be the case. He had just left Bowsy Mountain. How could he stir up trouble? Was it because he dealt with that group of bandits? Sitting on a bench in the street, Cassius fell into deep thought. As time ticked by, he was quite literally starving, feeling as if he might faint. At that moment, Cassius sensed a hint of killing intent. He knew he was likely being targeted. Following the principle of not acting unless acted upon, Cassius refrained from making the first move and instead punched the iron gate of a bakery, sending it flying. He then rushed inside like a starving wolf, disregarding the panicked shopkeeper who was hastily descending from the upper floor, grabbing bread and stuffing it into his mouth. Cassius was truly famished. Since leaving the small village, he had spent nearly 2 days trying to flag down a car on the road. Moreover, surrounded by wilderness, there were no small animals like rabbits in sight, and even the grass was sparse, clearly a sign of malnutrition. One could only blame his terrifying desire for speed. He had squatted on the road for 2 days without eating anything. This experience was unparalleled, fitting only to label a certain black-haired individual as a fool. Little brother. The shopkeeper, looking at the ravenous Cassius, was filled with terror. Don't worry, I will pay for it. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Cassius furrowed his brow, patted his pocket, and found the money he had borrowed was still there. He confidently said to the shopkeeper, No, I'm not worried about you being unable to pay. The shopkeeper realized Cassius misunderstood him, hastily began to clarify. Then what does that mean? Am I not allowed to eat a few of your breads? It's not like I can't pay, or is it really that stingy? Cassius looked at the shopkeeper with dissatisfaction after swallowing the last bite of bread. Little brother, you misunderstood my meaning. Oh, what do you mean? Cassius felt a hint of doubt upon hearing this. I meant to say take the bread and quickly leave this city. Oh, it is not safe for you here. As he spoke, the shopkeeper surprisingly pulled out a burlap sack from behind and started filling it with bread and cakes. Shopkeeper, what are you doing? Cassius expressed his growing curiosity about what was happening here. Little brother, take this to eat on the road. Don't ask too much. Just quickly leave the city. This is not a place for outsiders like you. Hurry and leave and don't come back. After filling the bag halfway, the shopkeeper handed it to Cassius, refusing to take any money, and pushed him out with a very unpleasant expression. Wait, shopkeeper, please hold on. Despite not knowing what was happening, Cassius adhered to his principles as a good citizen, quickly pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket and offering it to the owner. The expression on the shopkeeper's face made him feel as though he was being extorted, like those thugs with guns forcing a bank teller to stuff money into a sack. Even though I don't know what's happening here, I know it is wrong to take things from others without paying, so please accept this money. All right, I accept it. Now hurry and go straight ahead from here. You can leave this city in about 10 minutes. Remember, don't come back. The shopkeeper took the cash from Cassius and then pointed in a direction, urging him to leave the city quickly. Watching the shopkeeper's demeanor, Cassius felt somewhat baffled, but he followed the shopkeeper's advice, shouldering the small sack and quickly leaving the city. Looking at the city from a distance, Cassius felt increasingly uneasy. The owner of this bakery is truly strange. Not only did he not blame me for breaking his door, but he even handed me a sack to carry food. It's really suspicious, very suspicious. I must go back and take a look. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. The bakery owner probably didn't realize that his actions not only failed to drive Cassius away, but instead piqued the curiosity of the black-haired boy. In truth, Cassius did not want to leave while listening to the bakery owner's words. He had a vague feeling that the murderous intent he sensed in the city was not diminishing, but rather growing stronger. It felt as if the source of this murderous intent was hiding nearby, waiting to launch a lethal attack at any moment. Thus, Cassius was increasingly eager to uncover who harbored such intense hostility towards him. Even after leaving the city, he was still relentlessly pursued. At that moment, a glint flashed in Cassius' eyes. He waved his small hand in a certain direction, and a white energy cannon surged forth. Boom! The energy cannon slammed into a large rock not far away, causing fragments from the explosion to scatter everywhere and stirring up a cloud of dust. Not bad, little one. I didn't expect you to sense my presence. A figure wielding a knife emerged slowly from the dust. Cassius was somewhat surprised upon seeing the newcomer. He didn't expect to encounter a demon here. Yes, without a doubt, it was indeed a demon. This demon was entirely crimson, wearing jeans and bare-chested. Most importantly, it had 2 wings on its back, wielded a large cleaver, and sported a 3rd eye on its forehead. Little one, I see you possess considerable strength, especially that shockwave just now. It really was powerful. How about it? Would you like to join our demon army? Don't worry, once you join us, your Uncle Pika will report to Lord Demon King and secure you a position with plenty of rewards and little work. You should really think this over. Joining our ranks means eternal life. Many people can't even dream of that. Cassius raised an eyebrow, looking at Pika with disdain. Are you kidding me? Do I really need to join your demon army to gain rewards? Am I short on money? Do you believe I could rob you blind in a minute? Eternal life. Do you think I couldn't obliterate you with a single energy cannon? Besides, if I want eternal life, I can just gather the Dragon Balls and wish upon the dragon. I don't want to become like you. That's just too ugly. I still plan to marry one day. If I become this ugly, who would want to marry me? Are you going to compensate me with a wife? The demon army. Rewards. Eternal life. Brother Pika, to be honest, I am quite interested in this eternal life. After all, who isn't afraid of death? Shh. You agree, right, Brother Pika? Despite wanting to take this guy down, Cassius was still curious about what had happened in that city. Seeing that Cassius seemed somewhat tempted, Pika quickly spoke up. Yes, you're right, little brother, who isn't afraid of death. However, once you join our ranks, Lord Demon King will naturally grant you eternal life. Before that, my brother will take you to meet our Lord Demon King. It's in the city you visited before. In the mayor's basement, there's a door leading to the demon realm. Our demon army emerged from there, so you could say that city is now our territory. And our great Demon King resides in the mayor's house. The people there are all our slaves, so you can do whatever you want. As Pika said this, he shot a sly grin at Cassius. So why are you holding that big cleaver while following me? Cassius looked at the demon, the corners of his mouth lifting shamelessly, calling him brother. Well, haha, little brother, don't mind me. Pika scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Actually, ever since we took over this city, some slaves have been disobedient and attempted to escape. Therefore, Lord Demon King has sent us to monitor them, and any slave who tries to escape will be killed. Cassius felt a sense of sorrow for the citizens of the city as he listened to Pika's unconcerned tone. Perhaps I can do something for them. Cassius silently thought to himself. As for why I'm following you, it's because Lord Demon King believes our strength is still not strong enough, and we can't expose ourselves too much. So he ordered that anyone entering this city will be killed. So little brother, the moment you entered the city, we had our eyes on you. But don't worry, since you've decided to join us, we are now family and won't do anything to you. Looking at how Pika was thinking of him as one of their own, Cassius couldn't help but find it amusing. When did he ever agree to join them? Moreover, wouldn't that make him a traitor? No, this is even worse than being a traitor. A traitor only betrays their nation, but this is betrayal against all humanity. In nature, this act is far more heinous. It's a matter of cosmic proportions. This is an utterly disgraceful act against all of humanity. Well, I truly thank you, Brother Pika. You're welcome. Let's go. He'll take you to meet our Lord Demon King and introduce you. Pika felt incredibly pleased, believing he had found such a powerful subordinate for Lord Demon King. In truth, Pika acknowledged that after witnessing Cassius' terrifying energy wave, he was merely trying to persuade Cassius to join their ranks to save his own life. Pika had no doubt about Cassius' attitude. He was confident that no one could resist the temptation of eternal life. After all, wasn't he also subdued by Lord Demon King's similar promise? Moreover, if anything unexpected happened with Lord Demon King's formidable power, dealing with this little brat would be a piece of cake. With that thought, Pika brimmed with confidence, striding forward with an air of pride. In order not to appear too exceptional in front of Pikachu, Cassius did not directly fly into the city, but instead followed Pikachu step by step. Pikachu, in order to take care of this newcomer, also refrained from spreading his wings to fly in the sky. Once they entered the city, perhaps due to Pikachu's presence, the few citizens walking on the street all knelt down before him. This not only surprised Cassius, but looking at this scene, he suddenly thought of an anime he had watched before crossing over. It was called One Piece or something like that. Cassius couldn't quite remember. He recalled that in that anime, when the world nobles, the celestial dragons, went out, a sea of commoners would kneel on the ground. Don't be surprised, little brother. How could these lowly humans compare to our great demons? Not killing them and just letting them kneel is already generous enough. Seeing Cassius gazing oddly at the kneeling citizens, Pikachu explained to him. Upon hearing this, Cassius felt a surge of anger. I am also the lowly human you mentioned. If it weren't for your usefulness, do you believe I wouldn't take you out in a minute? Damn self-righteous scum. Oh, I see. Thank you, Brother Pikachu, for enlightening me. Cassius feigned a look of sudden realization, which made Pikachu beside him even more pleased. At this moment, Cassius suddenly spotted the baker who had given him a sack of food earlier, only now the baker's face was bruised and swollen, clearly having been beaten. Cassius knew the baker must have been beaten for giving him food. Thinking of this made his small face a bit angry, but he quickly calmed himself down. Once we meet your demon king and understand his strength, you will pay the price for this. Yo, Captain Pikachu, why did you bring a human kid back with you? A demon with purple skin and no wings on his back emerged from the street wielding a spiked club. Haha, Lei Ruo, don't underestimate this little brother. He is quite strong. Even I might not be able to defeat this little brother. Pikachu patted Lei Ruo on the shoulder, pointing at the Cassius behind him. Upon hearing this, Lei Ruo was greatly surprised. He knew Pikachu's strength, not to mention himself. Even 10 of him would not be able to withstand a single blow from Pikachu. Otherwise, the Demon King wouldn't have appointed Pikachu as the captain of the patrol team. However, to hear Pikachu say he might not even defeat this little kid was shocking. Demon Lord, if he is so strong, why did you bring him here? Is there something we should know? Lei Ruo quietly pulled Pikachu aside and whispered, "Should we?" he said, making a gesture of cutting ahead. Watching Lei Ruo's actions, Pikachu felt both amused and helpless. Don't worry, Lei Ruo, this little brother is one of us, and there's no problem. I still need to take him to meet our Demon Lord. As he said this, Pikachu suddenly whispered a few words in Lei Ruo's ear, causing Lei Ruo, who was originally wary of Cassius, to instantly drop his guard and look at Pikachu with admiration. However, their conversation was clearly heard by Cassius. Having lived in the forest for a long time, Cassius' hearing far exceeded that of normal people. Therefore, everything Pikachu and Lei Ruo said was heard word for word by Cassius. In fact, Pikachu didn't say much. He merely recounted how he had defeated Cassius and then seeing his potential used immortality as a bargaining chip to have him serve the Demon Lord. Little brother, work hard. I believe that one day you will become as strong as Lord Pikachu, Lei Ruo said with a deep glance at Cassius before leaving with a few words of encouragement. Haha, brother Cassius, don't mind Lei Ruo. That's just how he is. But once you truly become one of us, your strength will undergo a tremendous transformation. You must know that the power brought by the demon bloodline is extremely formidable. Back then, I was just an ordinary commoner. It was the Demon Lord who granted me the demon bloodline, allowing me to become so powerful. Now I won't say more, let's go meet the Demon Lord. Singing a tune, Pikachu proudly led the way. What do I need your damn demon bloodline for? My Saiyan bloodline completely trumps yours by dozens of streets, alright. You think you're so strong? One punch from me, and you might just die? Damn, I have to hold back. Cassius silently comforted himself as he continued to follow Pikachu. After following Pikachu for a while, Cassius arrived in front of a separate villa. Little brother, wait here. I will go in to report to the Demon Lord. Hey brother Pikachu, wait a minute. Pikachu, who was about to enter the villa to report, paused and looked at Cassius in confusion. It's like this, brother Pikachu. I see that the outside of the villa is empty and there aren't many people. I'm a little curious, doesn't our great Demon Lord need people to serve and protect him? Looking at the surroundings, which were completely empty, Cassius couldn't help but ask, especially since he couldn't sense any powerful chi presence, which made Cassius cautious. After all, those who know how to hide their chi are at least masters with a combat power of over 100 on Earth. Compared to Cassius, he was merely a newcomer whose combat power had just reached 100. Oh, I see. Our Demon Lord doesn't like to be served by people and prefers tranquility, so he specially had the surrounding residents cleared out. Pikachu, upon hearing this, thought it was something serious and simply explained to Cassius before walking into the villa. Doesn't like to be served by people. Prefers tranquility. What an interesting Demon Lord. Wait, this Demon Lord doesn't have any strange quirks, does he? He doesn't like to be served by people. My goodness. Thinking of this, Cassius felt a bit scared. After all, the antagonists in animations and novels often have peculiar quirks. Just as Cassius was lost in thought, Pikachu walked out of the villa and said, "Congratulations, Cassius. The Demon Lord is very happy to hear that you want to join us. He called me out to take you in to meet him, so it seems your immortality is secured now. Then I would like to thank you, brother Pikachu." No problem, no problem. Now let's go inside. With a wave of his hand, Pikachu led Cassius into the villa. After entering the villa and passing through several corridors, Pikachu brought Cassius to a room. Little brother, the Demon Lord is inside. You can go in by yourself now. After Pikachu finished speaking, he left Cassius behind and quickly departed. Gently pushing open the door, Cassius slowly walked into the room. The room was unexpectedly clean and bright. Cassius thought that the place where the Demon Lord stayed must be pitch black. Are you Cassius? At that moment, a melodious voice reached Cassius' ears. Upon closer inspection, Cassius was stunned. He saw a cute rosy-cheeked girl sitting on the bed, currently hugging a doll and curiously looking at Cassius with wide, watery eyes. Is this the Demon Lord? This adorable loli is the Demon Lord. Cassius' heart instantly collapsed. Though Cassius refused to admit it, the truth stood irrefutable before him. The demon lord who ruled this city, the sovereign of all demons within its walls, was an exceedingly adorable little girl. You are the demon lord? Cassius asked, still reluctant to believe his eyes as he gazed upon the charming child. Indeed, I am the sovereign ruler of the netherworld. What's wrong, young man? Do you doubt me? The little girl smiled gently and spoke in a soft, lilting voice. Damn it, I can't possibly bring myself to lay a hand on such a cute demon lord. Cassius suddenly felt the world close in around him with cruel irony. Oh God, strike me down with lightning. I am utterly disillusioned with this world, echoed the black-haired youth's inner monologue. Still unconvinced, noticing Cassius's stunned silence, the little girl pouted in mild indignation. Upon seeing her expression, Cassius's eyes instantly lit up, like a great gray wolf locking onto its prey. I see your disbelief written all over your face. Very well, let me turn you into a demon, and then you'll finally believe I am truly the demon lord. The little demon lord sprang from her bed, cheeks puffed in mock fury as she glared at Cassius, a sight he found unbearably endearing. No, your highness, please calm down. Let us speak rationally over tea, perhaps. Cassius immediately backed down. The thought of becoming one of those grotesque beings filled him with dread. What? Did you not come here for precisely this purpose? By joining my kin you shall attain eternal life. Then why hesitate? Do you not yearn for immortality? Frustrated by Cassius's ambivalence, the little demon lord once again dangled eternity before him. From Pika, she had learned that Cassius possessed extraordinary strength and wielded a unique ability, firing devastating energy blasts from his palms. This only deepened her desire to recruit him. In her view, no mortal could resist the allure of eternal life, and it was precisely this weakness she exploited to rapidly swell the ranks of her demonic legions. She believed firmly in humanity's inherent greed. Offer them what they craved, and they would obey like obedient hounds. Yet this time her calculation failed utterly, for Cassius standing before her recoiled inwardly at the very notion of becoming a demon. Your highness, let's not rush things. Might we sit down first? Share some tea. Have a proper conversation. The more insistently the little demon lord pressed him to transform, the more deeply Cassius sensed something profoundly off about the situation. He had intended to subdue her outright, but after prolonged scrutiny he detected not a trace of her chi, not a single ripple of spiritual presence. It was as if her aura had vanished entirely, much like how Goku and his allies faced the androids, forcing Cassius to proceed with extreme caution. Yet the moment the androids crossed his mind, it wasn't the fearsome cell who surfaced first, but rather the lovely sharp-tongued 18. Cassius, show some respect. Little sister, I am an ancient being who has walked this world for millennia. Do not address me with such base familiarity, or I shall erase you where you stand. Seeing Cassius lapse into another daze, the little demon lord flushed crimson with rage. A lethal glint flickered in her eyes, as if any further disrespect would trigger an instant merciless annihilation. Your highness, please forgive me. I've just emerged from the mountains, unfamiliar with courtly etiquette. Kindly bear with my ignorance. Having sensed the faintest tremor of killing intent, Cassius snapped out of his reverie. He knew the child before him was nearing her breaking point, and prudence dictated retreat before provoking catastrophe. Yet should she press the issue again, should she demand he become a demon, he would surely unravel. To assume such a hideous form would wound him far deeper than death itself. I have lived thousands of years, witnessed countless epochs. For now I shall grant you clemency. But remember, cross me again, and I will obliterate you without hesitation. A colossal wave of pressure descended upon Cassius, so overwhelming that he nearly dropped to his knees. Her combat power exceeds 200, perhaps far more. Under the sheer weight of her aura, Cassius instantly gauged her might. One glance confirmed it. She was someone he likely could not defeat. He hadn't expected, barely stepping into the world, to encounter so formidable an opponent. Truly, fate showed no mercy. Cassius knew with absolute certainty that he stood no chance against her, not without the divine favor of a protagonist's destiny, nor the invincibility of a Saiyan warrior. For the sake of his own survival, a tactical withdrawal seemed the only wise course, until he grew strong enough to return and settle accounts. Your highness, I willingly accept becoming a noble demon. But first, might I ask a question? Would you be so kind as to answer it? As he spoke, Cassius subtly scanned the room for weak points, and quietly gathered his chi ready to flee at a moment's notice. Oh, a question. Of course, you may ask anything. If I know the answer, I shall tell you. Delighted by his apparent acceptance, the little girl readily agreed. Well, since your highness has lived so long, why do you retain the form of a child? That puzzles me greatly. It's merely idle curiosity. Please don't take offense, your highness. Fearing her wrath, Cassius quickly adopted a deferential tone. Oh, that's what you meant. She smirked faintly unimpressed. I thought it was something serious. Oh well. Before Cassius could finish, the little demon lord interjected. I matured long ago, but prefer this form. It is pleasing to the eye and delightfully playful. Outside battle, I choose to remain thus. Her words sent a chill through Cassius's spine. He'd assumed she was cursed, forever trapped in childhood. Instead, he faced a millennia-old sorceress with decidedly eccentric tastes. Damn it, you've shattered my idealized image of an innocent little girl. Battle form. Heh. At that thought, Cassius fired an energy blast toward the window and shot skyward with flight technique vanishing in a blur. Ancient hag, pretending to be young, defiling my cherished image of a pure little girl. I'll blast you to oblivion. Enraged, the demon lord streaked through the shattered opening left by Cassius's blast, her body expanding rapidly mid-flight. In moments, she transformed. Violet hair cascaded down her back, nails sharpened to lethal points, her figure tall and statuesque, her face exquisitely refined. Undeniably, the demon lord was a breathtaking beauty. Meanwhile, Cassius, having escaped her chamber, fired a massive energy blast directly at her room to buy precious seconds, then whirled about and fled into the distance at breakneck speed. After unleashing a powerful energy cannon, Cassius began to retreat at high speed into the distance. Though many demons attempted to block his path, they were merely a nuisance easily dealt with by a single punch. Cassius, you run quite fast, don't you? A seductive voice echoed behind him as Cassius knocked down a demon that dared to obstruct him. The demon queen initially intended to crush Cassius to dust, but upon seeing him unleash a powerful energy cannon and fly effortlessly through the sky, her intentions shifted. A flicker of admiration ignited within her as she was well aware of the caliber of her subordinates. She was eager to have a powerful follower, and Cassius' appearance was fortuitously aligned with her desires. I thought you would at least suffer some damage from my energy cannon, but I never expected you to remain unscathed and to chase after me at such speed. It seems I underestimated you, old hag. Cassius retorted as he quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and the demon queen. The demon queen paid no mind to Cassius' insolent words, gracefully flapping her wings to maintain her balance. Cassius, I must say I am increasingly impressed by you. Looking at the demon queen licking her alluring red lips, Cassius felt a growing sense of caution. Judging by the chi he sensed, the demon queen's strength was beyond his ability to handle. In fact, if he were not careful, he could easily be killed in an instant. Damn it, why hasn't this monster appeared in the plot? Her strength could easily overpower Piccolo, yet she remains so low-key. It seems this woman's cunning and scheming nature are truly unfathomable. Why so silent? Are you stunned by my beauty? Oh ho ho ho. The demon queen giggled lightly, exuding an alluring charm. Stunned, you say? I was merely contemplating how to escape. Damn. Despite his displeasure, Cassius bit his tongue, knowing the old hag might unleash her fury over his words. Enduring for a moment brings calm winds, taking a step back opens the sea. Today Cassius will endure. Cassius, little brother, as long as you are willing to join my ranks, I can overlook your earlier insolence, and even once you grow up, I could marry you. Upon hearing the demon queen's words, Cassius felt a wave of fear wash over him, his heart racing in turmoil. To be honest, looking at the demon queen's stunning figure, exquisite face, and flowing hair, it would be a lie to say Cassius was not stirred. However, the thought of potentially marrying an ancient hag with bizarre preferences and the prospect of transforming into an ugly demon made him deeply reluctant. Cassius' heart was filled with countless unwillingness. He would rather find a corner and end it all. So Cassius, what have you decided? You must understand, I am one of the top beauties in the demon realm, and marrying me would be a fortune you have cultivated over several lifetimes. You must consider this carefully. Faced with the demon queen's teasing tone, Cassius felt immense dread. He was still just a child begging for mercy. A demon queen, I am still just a child, please spare me. Cassius whimpered with a pitiful expression. Oh ho ho ho, little brother Cassius, don't worry, I wouldn't mind waiting. I have lived for so long, waiting another decade or so is nothing to me. Besides, according to your human customs, isn't this just a form of child marriage? The demon queen clasped her hands in the air, and Cassius immediately felt as if his body had been ensnared, unable to move. What is this skill? Bound and unwilling to comply, Cassius struggled fiercely to break free from the restraint. Stop struggling. This is my signature technique, the psychic lock. You cannot escape it. Accept your fate and submit to your sister. The demon queen said casually with a glance. While the demon lord is getting married. Big news, big news. The surrounding demons whispered among themselves, seemingly astonished that the demon lord would get married. You can't do this. You are forcibly taking a good man away. I won't accept this. This is illegal. I will not accept it. Cassius could no longer hold back, hurling insults at the demon queen. Once you become one of my kin, I will have ways to make you obedient. The Demon Queen was not angered by Cassius' humiliation. Instead, she grew increasingly fond of him. This only reinforced Cassius' perception of her as deeply twisted and utterly perverse. "Ah, sister, you must know that a forced grape is never sweet," Cassius wailed in despair. Cassius was genuinely terrified. The woman before him not only had strange preferences, but was also thick-skinned and immensely powerful. He was truly at a loss for words, suffering in agony. "Oh ho ho ho, I can already envision how powerful our offspring would be, oh." Ha ha ha. At that moment, a round object suddenly appeared in the sky. Noticing this, Cassius couldn't help but smirk, a hint of a smile forming on his lips. "Is that so? Go ahead and laugh. Oh, enjoy the moment while you can, for the opportunity to escape I have awaited has finally arrived." Watching the Demon Queen lost in her own fantasies, Cassius maintained his composure, tilting his head to gaze at the night sky, his eyes widening as he focused intently on the bright moon. Indeed, it was the moon. As Cassius prepared to confront the Demon Lord, he had already devised a plan. If he couldn't defeat her, he would stall for time until nightfall. Once he transformed into his giant ape form and gained tenfold strength, no matter if it was the Demon Lord or Raditz, he would obliterate them without hesitation. Thus Cassius continued to delay, employing silence and guile to push the time until nightfall. Little did the Demon Lord, this old hag, realize that he could transform as a proud scion. She was merely daydreaming. Roar. After absorbing sufficient moonlight, Cassius let out a beastly roar, and his body underwent a tremendous transformation as he rapidly turned into a giant ape. My heavens, what kind of monster is that? Cassius' transformation utterly terrified the Demon Queen, prompting her to retreat swiftly, maintaining a safe distance from him. She could clearly see that the very waves of energy radiating from this monster sent her demon subordinates flying. The pressure from this aura made it extremely difficult for her to even flap her wings and maintain her balance. Boom! Cassius' giant ape form crashed heavily onto the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. His crimson eyes locked onto the Demon Queen as his beastly mouth opened, unleashing a massive red energy cannon. Faced with the assault of the giant ape, the Demon Queen had no strength left to evade and could only brace herself with her hands over her head, intending to withstand the energy attack with her body. However, the force of Cassius' attack, amplified tenfold, was not so easily blocked. The Demon Queen was instantly blasted back by the red energy cannon, and with the sound of a colossal explosion, her fate remained unknown. Demon Lord. Brothers, avenge our Demon Lord. For the Demon Lord. As soon as the surrounding demons saw their Demon Lord defeated in their foolish loyalty, they recklessly attacked Cassius. This was undoubtedly an ill-considered and utterly reckless action. After all, the increase in power from Cassius' giant ape transformation was no trifling matter. The giant ape-like Cassius had crimson eyes, completely losing his rationality once again. He swung his fists as massive as small mountains, wreaking havoc on everything around him, while the red energy blast from his mouth destroyed nearby houses one after another. In an instant, the cries and pleas for help echoed throughout the area. What kind of power is this? Cassius, who on earth are you? Amidst the ruins, the Demon Lord, in a disheveled state, managed to stand up, gazing fearfully at the rampaging gorilla. My lord, I am so glad you are okay. Oh, we thought you were finished. A figure slowly descended beside the Demon Lord. She glanced around and saw that it was Pica, which eased her vigilance slightly. Pica, what kind of monster is this guy? In his presence, I couldn't even defend myself. This is my first time feeling so helpless. The Demon Lord waved her hand, gently interrupting Pica, her gaze complex as she looked at Cassius. In my humble opinion, you are the strongest, my lord. Pica, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of jealousy and looked at his boss with concern. Pica, you don't need to comfort me. I am very aware of my own strength. To be honest, I am no match for Cassius. Previously, I didn't even have the courage to strike back against him, only able to watch helplessly as that powerful energy column struck me. Don't let my standing now fool you. My body is already severely damaged. If it weren't for the demon's tenacious vitality, I might have already gone to report to King Yen. The Demon Lord despondently touched the numerous wounds on her body. The pride and confidence she once had were long gone, leaving only a slow sense of despair. Still thinking of conquering the world? Don't make me laugh. You can't even defeat a child. What a waste. With a self-deprecating smile, the Demon Lord began to stride forward. Pica, gather all the demons. We are returning to the demon realm. This voice, filled with unwillingness and helplessness, cast a shadow over the Demon Lord's figure. My lord. Yes, I understand. Pica, who had originally wanted to say something, seemed to understand the Demon Lord's intention after witnessing the energy blasts erupting from Cassius' mouth. The morning sunlight bathed the earth, and people began to repair the damaged houses one after another. The once lifeless city was now filled with vitality and burgeoning hope. The blinding sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the child lying in bed. Wow, this sunlight is really blinding. Wait, why am I lying in bed? Why am I still wearing clothes? No, normally I shouldn't be lying naked in the ruins after transforming into a giant ape, should I? Cassius looked around in confusion, slowly realizing that this room seemed somewhat familiar, especially the shelves outside and the bread. Bread. Wait, isn't this the bakery I've been to before? What a coincidence. Little brother, you're awake. At this moment, the bakery owner who had previously helped Cassius walked in with some milk. The bakery owner. What's going on? It's me. By the way, the residents here should thank you. Under your strength, the demons have all left, returning to the demon realm through the portal. The bakery owner handed the milk to Cassius and continued, left. The demons left. Cassius seemed somewhat incredulous, his face filled with surprise. Yes, after you transformed into a giant gorilla, you swept through that group of demons. Even the demon lord was severely injured by you. However, it is strange, when I found you there were fragments of the portal nearby, and you were unconscious beside it. Then I brought you back. The bakery owner explained. Thank you so much, boss. After drinking a few sips of milk, Cassius expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, you saved our city after all. It's not a big deal. Looking out the window for a moment, the bakery owner stood up and said, you should rest well. I'll go help out outside. All right. After watching the bakery owner leave, Cassius began to reflect on himself. This experience was truly too dangerous. If it weren't for the full moon causing me to transform into a giant gorilla, I might have truly ended up as that old witch's child husband. It seems I was still too arrogant. The hidden masters on Earth possess strength that I cannot contend with at present. I am not Sun Wukong, shielded by the aura of a protagonist. Every step I take must be cautious, and I must strengthen my own abilities. It would be best if I could transform into a Super Saiyan, that way I could dominate early on. This tail is also a problem. Although I relied on the giant ape transformation to get through this ordeal, I must be more careful on the night of the full moon. Although the gorilla form can increase my strength tenfold, until I can control that form, I should avoid transforming into it in the future. What if I injure my own people? My grandfather Son Gohan is the best example of this. This issue must be resolved properly. Eureka! Cassius had a sudden inspiration and came up with an idea. How foolish I am! This is the Dragon Ball world. Dragon Balls. If I can't resolve this issue myself, I can seek the Dragon Shinron for help. It's really simple for him. After scolding himself in his heart, Cassius began to think about how to collect the Dragon Balls. However, Bulma is probably still a little kid, just like me, as she likely hasn't invented the Dragon Radar yet. Without the Dragon Radar, searching for the scattered Dragon Balls around the world will undoubtedly be an arduous task. What should I do now? Just then a sweet, crisp voice like a lark rang out, though it was filled with a very proud tone. Hey, why aren't you getting up? How lazy are you? Cassius looked up and saw a little girl in a white dress with golden hair standing at the door, glaring at him with dissatisfaction. Although she was very small, it was clear she would grow up to be an extraordinary beauty, especially with her golden hair, reminding Cassius of the golden-haired beauty saber from Fate's Day Night. I did save you guys, so being a little lazy isn't unreasonable, is it? Cassius lazily said with a glance. Before he could finish, the little girl at the door gritted her teeth and said, stop talking nonsense. So what if you saved us? Besides, you broke my door last time, and I haven't settled that score with you yet. How arrogant can you be? If you keep acting so arrogant, do you believe I'll bite you? What do you mean? Why are you nagging me? Hurry up and get up to help. Interrupting Cassius, once more the golden-haired little girl looked at him with even more ferocity, as if ready to charge and take a bite at any moment. Faced with such a strong-willed little girl, Cassius felt distressed. Other traversers meet cute and innocent little girls. Why do I encounter such a headstrong and arrogant one? This isn't fair, heavens. The baby's heart aches, but the baby won't say it. Under the little blonde girl's insistence, Cassius reluctantly rose from bed. But soon a problem presented itself. Which one? Little sister, did you wake me just to do this? And are you sure I can actually do it? Cassius scowled at the flower in the basin, several other basins beside him had already been split in two. He felt exasperated. Cut the chatter. You're damaging private property, and you owe compensation. But looking at you, I can tell you have no money, so we'll just add it to the previous tab. The little blonde counted the broken basins, took a pen and paper from who knew where, and quietly scribbled a few figures. Cassius glanced sideways. The girl is surprisingly good with numbers. This thought barely formed, and he immediately bristled. Now is not the time to praise her. And don't call me little sister. You're nothing but a brat yourself. How dare you call me that? Believe it or not, I'll punch you. She made as if to raise a tiny sandbag-sized fist in threat. Yet the sight of her this way stirred a different, more complicated reaction in Cassius. I am older than you by at least 10 years, you little wench. Still, your angry, threatening manner is oddly amusing. I'd be curious how you look when you cry. Cassius felt shameful at the thought that crossed his mind. Such an adorable little girl. What a pity if she didn't cry. At that moment, a childish, cool voice floated over. The oven is ready, hurry up. Slowpokes are such a bother. Cassius turned to see a small boy with short black hair and a black outfit leaning against the wooden door. His dark eyes were edged with coldness. His expression kept everyone at arm's length. No choice. Someone's efficiency is atrocious. Damaging basins is one thing, but not a single dough has been needed. Truly, utterly useless. The little blonde sneered at Cassius, who hastily lowered his head, fearing to offend this young mistress. You go check the oven, it'll finish here. The little blonde took a basin and began kneading the dough alongside Cassius. Hurry up and don't cause me trouble. It's my turn to clean today. I detest hassle. The little boy was about to leave, but his gaze fell upon the several split basins beside Cassius. His sharp stare immediately fixed on the slumped, guilty figure. He snorted displeased and walked away. Two didn't mean to. Controlling the force is really difficult, okay? Cassius muttered under his breath. How should I address you? Little sis. Before Cassius could finish, a dissatisfied voice cut through, startling him into silence. Mana. Call me Mana. That one was my twin brother. You can call him Nausicaa. Mana set the kneaded dough on the board, and her small hands moved deftly as she began shaping the cake's form. Her focused expression drew Cassius' gaze again and again. For one so young to accomplish this surpassed most of her peers. At Cassius' age in his past life, he might have still been playing in the mud. Sensing his stare, Mana's small face flushed as she glowered at Cassius and said, What are you staring at? Go knead your dough. If you don't make cakes, how will you earn money to pay the damages? Waste any more time, and he'll not give you dinner tonight. She suddenly remembered how her own mother used to threaten her the same way. No please, anything but that. Cassius shamefully caved. Saya people fear little, but they dread losing food the most. I swear with this one punch, I could even fell a bear. I have roughly 100 units of combat power. Why should I be afraid of a little half-grown girl? This makes no sense. After an entire morning being bossed around by the little blonde, Cassius finally received treatment like a guest of honor. Though the reason was simple, the bakery owner who went out that morning had returned, and upon seeing his daughter treating their benefactor, so he was furious. The sight of Mana being scolded delighted Cassius inwardly, but what surprised him most was the bakery owner slapping his daughter without a word. The owner's action stunned Cassius completely. Mana had never been scolded like this before. Her father usually pampered her. How could he suddenly? Her lower lip puckered and tears began to spill like they cost nothing. The bakery owner offered no comfort and paid Mana no heed. He took Nausicaa by the hand and walked into the inner room. Nausicaa cast a glance at his sister and remained silent. He understood perfectly why their father had acted so. It was to protect them. Seeing her father leave instead of coming to soothe her, Mana's crying intensified. Although Cassius had enjoyed the earlier humiliation she suffered when he saw Mana's reddened eyes and the bright handprint on her cheek, he felt deeply uneasy. He was mortified and ashamed of his own behavior. Mockery. To hell with that. He was a reprobate through and through. Besides, the little girl had done nothing wrong. At such a young age, she not only could bake, but did so with deft hands as she was mature, and yet received a slap instead of praise. Because of him, she had been struck by the man who always doted on her. She must be heartbroken. When he had been that age, nobody expected him to be so sensible or helpful around the house. She was a little proud and a little fierce, but that was natural. A 6 or 7-year-old girl being a touched tsundere was perfectly ordinary. Thinking this made Cassius feel all the more guilty. Without hesitation, he grabbed a towel from the table and walked toward the little girl. I'm sorry. Cassius offered the towel, his apology sincere. But she clearly was not easily placated. Her tear-filled eyes gave him only a cool glance before she turned away, as she was holding back her tears, not letting them be soothed by his words. Most likely she didn't want Cassius to see her in such a pitiable state. Though proud, she still kept her dignity. Her quivering lower lip suggested she would burst into sobs at any moment. It's fine, expected. Cassius tried to reassure himself, and then a plan formed in his mind. Would you like to soar through the sky like a bird? Shamefully, Cassius began to entice her. Soar? Fly. This time the little blonde reacted. Fly. Yes, fly in the sky. After a brief pause, Cassius abruptly changed tack. How to fly? Mana wiped her tears, blinked her bright eyes, and looked at him puzzled. Goal achieved, curiosity piqued, target hooked. Secretly pleased, Cassius continued, of course. Like this. In a flash, he scooped the girl up, planted his feet hard on the floor, invoked the Wukong shoe skydancing technique, and shot upward. Aya! The sudden action terrified the little girl, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. It's okay, calm down, and look closely. We're already in the sky, aren't we? Suspended in midair, Cassius held the girl close and reassured her. When Mana opened her eyes and truly realized they were aloft, she brightened. We're really in the sky. Cassius Cassius, you're so amazing, haha. Hearing her bell-like laughter, Cassius couldn't help but grin foolishly. Adjusting his body, Cassius had Mana sit on his back and gripped her tightly with both hands, afraid she might fall. Hold on tight, we're going for a spin around town. Okay. Feeling the girl's small hands clutching his clothes, Cassius accelerated and began circling the city in rapid loops. Wow. Wow. Faster, faster, Cassius, go faster. Huh. Hearing the crystalline laughter, perhaps to atone for his guilt or simply to fulfill the child's wish, Cassius increased his speed. Mana, Cassius asked opportunely. The girl waved her tiny hand in reply. About earlier, I'm truly sorry. Because of me you were scolded and even slapped by your father. I'm sorry. Cassius. Mana hesitated a moment and then asked him. As long as you bring me along for fun things from now on, I'll forgive you. Watching the scenery fly past, the girl's eyes curved into crescent moons with delight. She loved the feeling of the wind against her face. All right. With both hands steadying the girl, Cassius prepared to broaden their route. This little kid, I still haven't got you figured out. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, in the blink of an eye, 5 years have swiftly passed. After 5 years, Cassius has transformed from a small child into a handsome young man of about 1.50 meters. Due to various reasons, Cassius has been living in the bakery manager's home. In fact, it is quite puzzling that he has stayed there for 5 years. The happiest among them is Mana. Ever since Cassius took her for a flight in the sky, she has grown fond of the feeling of flying. Whenever she finishes her work at the bakery, she always coerces Cassius to take her out for a joyride. Of course, Cassius has not been idle either. Besides his cultivation, he also helps with various tasks at the bakery. For instance, making some bread and adding cream to it. It should be mentioned that he learned these skills under the coercion of a certain golden-haired lowly. Compared to the desolate city 5 years ago, this city is now bustling with activity. The population has increased significantly, and the city has expanded considerably. Cassius, it's time to wake up. Didn't you say you were going home to see your brother today? Listening to this crisp and melodious voice, Cassius, lying in bed, fully displayed the behavior typical of a terminally lazy person. He pulled up the blanket and continued to sleep. However, it seems the owner of the voice had no intention of giving up. A pair of delicate little hands quietly slipped under the blanket, then suddenly yanked it away, revealing someone's extremely ungraceful sleeping posture. Oh, it's Mana. Good morning. Cassius yawned, raised his head, and opened his hazy eyes to examine the person in front of him. Wearing a white strap dress, her golden hair of medium length glistened even more under the morning light. Her exquisite little face and fair skin. How should one put it? Although she is still young and not fully developed, one can tell from her slightly immature, pretty face that this girl will undoubtedly grow up to be a beauty. Cassius, didn't you say you were going home to see your brother today? Why aren't you getting up? Are you planning not to go home? Mana glanced at Cassius a few times, looking somewhat unhappy. Oh right, I almost forgot. Cassius exclaimed as he quickly jumped out of bed. 5 years have passed, and if he doesn't return soon, he will miss the encounter between Bulma and Goku. That would not do. He still needs to follow them to find the Dragon Balls. Compared to whatever random wishes they might make, Cassius' wish is the priority. He wants to wish to control his great ape transformation. After all, he has endured a lot for this matter. Every month on the night of the full moon, Cassius must obediently hide in his house and not go out. He is afraid that if he goes out and sees the moon, he would mindlessly transform and lose his wits, ending up causing chaos. If he were to destroy the city or hurt innocent people because of this, it would be a loss for him. Although Cassius has been doing basic training and greatly improving his willpower over the past 5 years. However, he still does not dare to try transforming into the great ape to test whether he can control that form. The devastation of the city is still vivid in his memory. Hey Cassius, Mana said quietly, brushing her hair aside. What's up? Cassius looked at Mana with a puzzled expression. Cassius was not shy about Mana entering his room. Although his sleeping position was not great, at least he was fully dressed. If it were summer, he would just turn on the air conditioning. In winter, he would still wear summer clothes. That little bit of cold is non-existent for Cassius. So I saw on TV yesterday that there seems to be a world martial arts tournament happening in a year, and the prize seems to be 10 million. Secretly glancing at Cassius, Mana tentatively said, at that time, I was thinking, since you're so strong, why not participate? With your strength, winning 10 million should be possible, right? Mana, you mean there's going to be a world martial arts tournament in a year? You're not joking, are you? Cassius' expression instantly tightened, and he nearly jumped out of bed. He can't help but feel anxious. If the world martial arts tournament is held in a year, then Goku should be training with Krillin at Master Rosa's now. This means Goku has already met Bulma, and the dragon has already appeared. He has perfectly missed that segment of the storyline and that opportunity to make a wish. Yes, it really is a world martial arts tournament in a year. I should not have remembered it wrong. Mana looked at Cassius with some confusion, not understanding why he was reacting so strongly. Mana, did anything strange happen during the day? Like suddenly turning dark or something? Cassius asked anxiously, as if holding on to a glimmer of hope. After a moment of contemplation, Mana replied him, "Yes, Cassius, there were some times. I wanted to call you out to see, but I saw you were asleep, so I didn't disturb you." Asleep? Yes. My goodness. This laziness has truly harmed me. This time it is indeed a loss. However, once Cassius regained his senses, he looked at Mana with a strange expression. When did this spoiled girl become so sensible? You didn't disturb me while I was asleep. Are you joking? You don't come when it's time to disturb me, but you come when it's not supposed to be disturbed. This really blew up. Thinking carefully, Cassius still feels he has a chance. With his current strength, he just needs to get the dragon radar from Bulma. Not to mention in at least a month, no, even shorter time, he can gather all the Dragon Balls. Hey Cassius. Mana looked carefully at Cassius, her eyes crescent-shaped, and her tone somewhat shy as she said, "Hey, if you go participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament and win 10 million they'll consider being your fiancé." As she finished speaking, the girl's cheeks flushed a hint of shyness, quickly flashing by. What? A fiancé? This must be a joke. At that moment, Cassius was completely stunned by Mana's words, his mind going blank and his head buzzing as he stood there in a daze. Hey, Cassius, say something. The girl's face was extremely red and her small hands tightly clutched her skirt. Her trembling body revealed her inner turmoil. In her gaze directed at Cassius, there was gentleness, hope, and anticipation. You idiot, say something. Do you know how much courage it took for me to say that? You fool, big fool. After a long silence, Cassius sincerely said something that nearly made Mana burst with anger. Do you think I would believe you? I'm joking, I can see you're clearly after the money, right? Mana. This sentence really infuriated the golden-haired lowly. Her small fists clenched tightly, her entire body trembling. Then with a whoosh, she punched Cassius in the stomach, followed by a kick that sent Cassius' head crashing into the wall. You idiot. With tears in her eyes, Mana covered her reddened eyes and sobbed as she ran out of the room. Could you be a little gentler? Could you be a little more understanding? I'm almost 12 years old, it would be good to understand a little. Strangely, Cassius ended up uttering this line. Mind your own business. Outside the room, an angry roar mingled with sobs could be heard. Meanwhile, the bakery manager, busy with work, could only helplessly smile and shake his head before continuing with his tasks. As for the black-haired young man beside him, he glanced indifferently at Cassius' room and shrugged his shoulders, saying with a face full of disdain, "What a hassle." Gazing at the sun already high in the sky, Cassius' mind swirled with 1,000 thoughts. He glanced down at the tail coiled around his waist, sighed deeply, and pondered to himself. Since things have come to this, I can only wait patiently for a year. Still, that world's #1 martial arts tournament is worth a visit. 10 million is no small sum. A penniless me cannot let this pass. Sure enough, at the thought of money, a dazzling gleam flared in Cassius' eyes. Could it be that his avaricious streak was awakening? In truth, Cassius' confession of being penniless had a simple cause, as a Saiyan, his appetite was prodigious, and he had eaten far too much while staying at the shop owner's house. On top of that, during his early work, he could not control his strength and accidentally damaged some tools rather severely, so even after Cassius paid off his possessions, it still did not cover the debt. The shop owner merely smiled at Cassius and soothed him, saying not to brood over such trifles, and that what mattered was being happy. However, the lovely golden-haired young girl was not so forgiving. Under her almost fiery glare, Cassius bowed his head and swallowed his pride. Thus our protagonist Cassius was honorably left behind by Mana to help with the shop's chores. In truth, during his time working the bakery, the shop owner did not impose many restrictions, so Cassius still found time to play, to eat, and to train. Aside from the occasional disdain from that little girl. Snapping back to himself and realizing he had strayed from the plotline, Cassius reflected briefly and devised a plan. Now that Sun Wukong is training with Saiyan, it's time I go visit him. Having made up his mind, Cassius set off without delay. After a simple packing, Cassius bid farewell to the shop owner under the pretense that he was traveling to enter the world's #1 martial arts tournament and compete for the 10 million prize. Upon hearing Cassius was going to chase the prize and confident in his strength, the shop owner took 10,000 from the till and handed it to him as travel money. He well knew how badly his beloved daughter had exploited Cassius. Without travel funds, given his temperament, trouble along the way was all but certain. Originally, Cassius planned to borrow a little money on the road, but under the shop owner's meaning-laden look, he obediently accepted the gift. Before leaving, Cassius even ruffled the head of the aloof youth Nappa. Though Nappa resisted fiercely, his strength made resistance futile. Then, smiling broadly, Cassius departed beneath that murderous glare. Just as he was about to soar into the sky, Nappa's small voice called after him. Hey, aren't you going to say goodbye to Mana? Nappa's question almost made Cassius consider turning back, but the memory of Mana's angry face swiftly dashed the thought. Whether I go or not makes no difference. Farewell, little brat. He glanced at the still-closed window, shook his head, took to the air, and disappeared into the distance. Is that so? How troublesome. Nausicaa watched Cassius' retreating direction, and then looked at his twin sister, who stood staring blankly at the sky. A colder expression settled on his face. Idiot Cassius. Bastard Cassius. You bastard. Mana's beautiful eyes shed a few slow tears as she watched the departing figure. Perhaps Cassius did not know that this incident would bring him much suffering in the days to come. Gue Xiandao. At Gue Xiandao, young Sun Wukong, much as in the original tale, was undergoing training under Gue Xianren alongside the bald Krillin. Tasks ranged from digging by hand to delivering milk across leagues, and even laboring at construction. Whatever needed doing they did. Originally, while training on Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong encountered Buma, a prodigious girl. When she revealed she was female and prompted by Cassius' instruction, Sun Wukong followed Buma without question and began the quest to find the Dragon Balls. Because of Cassius' influence, Sun Wukong's prowess far surpassed what the original storyline would have allowed. What should have been a perilous journey to gather Dragon Balls was rendered remarkably smooth under Sun Wukong's overwhelming martial might. Along the way, he became an unstoppable force. Anyone who looked at Sun Wukong felt their eyes shine, as if bewitched by gold. However, after encountering Gue Xianren, the situation diverged from the original. It was Gue Xianren who took the initiative and offered to accept Sun Wukong as a disciple. Although already powerful, Sun Wukong could not resist. When Gue Xianren demonstrated his signature Gue Pai Qigong wave, the youth promptly bowed and proudly became a disciple of the Gue Xian lineage. This outcome was hardly surprising. Obsessed with martial arts, Sun Wukong could not withstand the temptation of novel techniques. Especially at such a tender age, he succumbed at once. Yet after several weeks of Gue Xianren's training, the already formidable Sun Wukong began to sense something amiss. He realized his own strength had shown no improvement, while Krillin, who trained alongside him, displayed a marked increase in power. This led Sun Wukong to doubt Gue Xianren's methods, or to wonder if he was somehow too peculiar for them to take effect. With the solid martial foundation lent by Sun Wukong and Cassius' influence, such suspicions were not unfounded. Unaware of the nature of Qi, Sun Wukong failed to see that his strength no longer required mere foundational drills. He could with ease have bested Gue Xianren. Yet having not yet learned to sense Qi, he foolishly believed that Master Wu Tian's power was unfathomable and not something he could vanquish simply. Realizing Gue Xianren's regimen produced no effect on him, Sun Wukong spoke frankly and plainly about his concerns. After testing him, Gue Xianren was profoundly stunned, inwardly marveling that Sun Wukong might be a once-in-a-century martial prodigy. With no better option, Gue Xianren left Sun Wukong alone on the islet to train. Having practiced the Gue Pai Qigong wave, Sun Wukong began to vaguely perceive the presence of Qi. It was the perfect moment to attune to that strange force, and thereby grow yet stronger. One day, as he cultivated his sense of Qi on the island, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a powerful surge of Qi rapidly approaching his direction. Startled, his body instinctively assumed a battle-ready posture. But to his surprise, a gigantic crab appeared on the horizon. Recalling Cassius' injunction that one should strike first when food was at stake, Sun Wukong quickly formed the stance for the Gue Pai Qigong wave and with a shout unleashed it. A vast pale blue blast of energy barreled toward the crab. Sun Wukong tempered his power so that the Gue Pai Qigong wave would at most stun the creature, not reduce it to rubble. Meanwhile, after leaving Mana's home, Cassius had begun asking around for the location of Gue Xianren's islet, but after much searching, he still had no leads. Out of boredom, Cassius wandered to the seaside, intending to catch a few large fish, crabs, and lobsters for a barbecue. While dragging a giant crab of roughly 5 meters from the sea, he suddenly sensed a strong Qi emanating from the south. With a hopeful impulse that he might find Sun Wukong, Cassius tucked the crab under his arm and flew toward the source of the Qi. After a brief flight of 10 minutes, he glimpsed a small islet in the distance and prepared to accelerate, only to see a pale blue energy beam hurtling straight toward him. Though taken aback by the sudden attack, his Buddhist reflexes answered before thought. Clutching the massive crab with one hand, Cassius unleashed a radiant discharge from the other and engaged the troublesome pale blue beam heat-in. With a thunderous explosion, the blast generated a tidal surge that propelled Cassius to the airspace above the islet. Fury contorting his features as he prepared to lay blame, he saw a small figure with a tuft of hair bobbing in the breeze come into view. Rather than calming him, the sight only intensified his anger. Sun Wukong, is this how you welcome me? Sun Wukong, is this how you welcome me? Cassius roared, glaring at the figure on the island. Startled, Sun Wukong blinked, scrutinized Cassius for a moment, then asked in a daze, "Who are you?" At those words, Cassius ground his teeth with fury, imagining nothing less than stripping Sun Wukong alive and throwing him into a boiling pot. Yet despite the grid-like marks of anger already marring his brow, Cassius, as the younger brother, clung to the virtue of respect for elders and refrained from making a fuss over his dopey-haired brother. I will endure, he thought. But the words that left his mouth betrayed him entirely. It's me, Cassius. You idiot, you dopey fool. Sun Wukong looked up and studied Cassius carefully. When he noticed a tail wrapped around Cassius's waist, his guard melted away completely. Oh, it's Cassius. At first I thought it was a crab monster. Sun Wukong sat down on the sand with an innocent air and continued, hey little brother, long time no see. Long time indeed. As Cassius answered and settled onto the beach, he suddenly remembered something. He flung the large crab aside and landed a fierce blow on Sun Wukong's head. Huh, don't think you can let this go so easily. You blasted your own little brother with a Qigong cannon, you scoundrel. Don't act so calm about it. You bastard. Perhaps out of shame, Sun Wukong did not dodge Cassius's punch. Ow. Ouch, that hurts, it really hurts. Little brother, I'm sorry, I truly didn't know. I'm sorry. Sun Wukong clutched his battered head with theatrical distress, his face the very picture of pitiable contrition. Enough. Looking at you like that, I can't bring myself to keep punishing you. Cassius glanced at Sun Wukong with a hint of disdain, then brushed dust from his clothes. Hey Cassius, can I eat that crab? I'm really hungry right now. Young Sun Wukong eyed the large crab behind Cassius, swallowed slightly, then looked back at his supposedly ferocious little brother and asked cautiously. Huh, that one. Sure, you can have it. Cassius glanced indifferently at the crab and answered. Oh yeah. Sun Wukong leapt up in delight at once. He pounced excitedly toward the big crab. Watching Sun Wukong's joyous sly smile curled Cassius's lips as he spoke with a coldly composed air. But you'll roast it, and I want half. At first, the simple-minded Sun Wukong wondered what he meant, but when he heard that request, he agreed with childlike eagerness. Sun Wukong, your mind really is as simple as they come. Cassius reflected that as his younger brother Sun Wukong was rather fortunate, at least he did not need to cook for himself nor go to fight in his place. Watching Sun Wukong cheerfully work on the crab, that innocent, guileless expression moved Cassius to a private, affectionate sigh. So little brother, you've been doing well these past years, haven't you? Sun Wukong asked as he prepared the crab. The question conjured several images in Cassius's mind at once. The blonde little girl raging with red anger when he accidentally smashed the oven by misjudging his strength. The same blonde girl beaming like a crescent moon as he savored the cake she had made his face full of bliss. Cassius recalled his time living at Manna's home days filled with laughter and warmth, and even the occasional awkward moment. Ah, things have been pretty good, brother. Cassius's mouth twitched into a nostalgic smile as he answered. Upon hearing that, Sun Wukong visibly exhaled in relief. Sun Wukong's expression frozen in that instant stunned Cassius. What is happening? Sun Wukong's face is wearing such an expression. Could this really be because of my arrival? Cassius wondered in astonishment. In truth, Cassius's suspicion was correct. It was his presence that had altered Sun Wukong. In the original tale, Sun Wukong had lived alone as a child. He did not have the companionship he now had growing up with Cassius by his side, sharing meals, play, and training. Moreover, during their time together, Cassius had fully indulged his chronic laziness. This had compelled the pure-hearted Sun Wukong from a young age to assume the responsibilities of an elder brother in every way, keeping Cassius close to his heart. Fearing that if Cassius left he would not be able to take care of himself, Sun Wukong's relief at hearing Cassius's nostalgic answer was immediate and profound. A little while later, beside a beach fire, the dark-haired one and the dopey-haired one tore into the crab meat with gleeful abandon. So little brother, how did you find this place? Sun Wukong asked innocently as he gnawed on a crab leg. I was at the shore planning to catch some crabs when I suddenly felt a strong surge of chi, so I flew over to take a look. And then you treated me to a Qigong blast, Cassius replied, after tearing off a chunk of crab, not forgetting to sneer at Sun Wukong. Ha ha. Feeling Cassius's gaze, Sun Wukong offered an awkward laugh. Cassius, what is that chi you mentioned? Is it those strange things inside my body? Strange things? You mean you've begun to sense them? Cassius was surprised. He had not expected Sun Wukong to be aware of chi already. Cassius had assumed it would take Sun Wukong years to perceive chi. He could not help but think truly. Sun Wukong's intuition was remarkable. Yes, that odd thing. When I unleashed the Turtle School Qigong wave, they moved as well. Ah, brother, that's chi. With chi you can become far stronger. Cassius observed that his arrival had indeed introduced young Sun Wukong to the existence of chi earlier than fate intended. That was a blessing in itself. The stronger Sun Wukong became, the safer his future would be. So that's what chi is. I couldn't make sense of it before, but now I understand, Sun Wukong said, eyes bright with sudden comprehension. Then an idea lit up in Sun Wukong's mind, and he asked eagerly, Cassius, if I learn that she you speak of, will I be able to soar through the sky like you? Inwardly impressed at Sun Wukong's sharp battle intuition, Cassius thought truly Sun Wukong's instincts are terrifyingly keen. Yes, indeed. If you want to learn, I can teach you, my dear brother. Cassius tossed aside a crab shell and rose from the sand. Cassius, more than that, I'm curious. After 5 years, how strong have you become? Now full from the meal, Sun Wukong stood, his expression guarded. Hey, if you're so eager to know, then let us begin, my brother. With that, Cassius accelerated, and in an instant stood before Sun Wukong, throwing a punch. The fist cut the air with a whistling rush. One could imagine the dreadful force contained in that blow. But Sun Wukong, fully prepared, was not afraid. He clenched his own fist and met Cassius's strike head-on. Boom. Crash. Crash. Two figures flashed across the small island again and again, each collision resounding with tremendous impact. This in the Sun family was their special after-dinner pastime, fighting. No, rather sparring and refining their martial skill. On the small island where the turtle sage resides, the sound of fierce collisions echoed. Cassius and Sun Wukong exchanged punches and kicks in a heated battle. However, as time passed, Sun Wukong began to subtly gain the upper hand over Cassius. This left Cassius with no option but to defend, unable to counterattack. At this moment, as he fought Sun Wukong, Cassius felt increasingly alarmed and more in awe of Sun Wukong's abilities. Wukong, your talent is truly unfathomable. With a sense of inner shock, Cassius feigned a punch and quickly distanced himself from Sun Wukong during the opening. Cassius never expected that Sun Wukong could increase his power so rapidly without even learning to harness chi. Not only was their fight evenly matched, but even with Cassius intentionally concealing his strength, it was impossible to deny the shock he felt. Moreover, who knew if Sun Wukong was also hiding his true power? In the original story, Sun Wukong derived pleasure from the thrill of battle. He wouldn't unleash his full strength from the beginning, but rather enjoyed the process of fighting with his opponent. However, this habit of Sun Wukong was not only a tremendous waste of time, but also, how should one put it? It had nearly cost him his life on several occasions. Hey Cassius, you really are strong. I haven't had such a thrilling fight in a long time. Sun Wukong retreated a few steps, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Cassius. You're not weak either, Wukong. Come on, attack me with all your strength. Wukong, let's see who is stronger. With his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, Cassius began to take things seriously. This time he wanted to see whether he was stronger after years of training, or if Sun Wukong had surpassed him. All right. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted loudly, and a powerful aura instantly surged toward Cassius. Cassius, momentarily stunned, saw Sun Wukong's fist appear before him. Before the fist even arrived, a sharp sound of slicing through the air reached his ears. Cassius knew he couldn't dodge this punch, and could only take it heat-in. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to trade injuries, his right hand transforming into a fist that shot towards Sun Wukong like a thunderbolt. Seeing Cassius make a decision in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong felt a surge of alarm and became even more cautious. Sun Wukong knew that although he had won most of their childhood fights, his strong battle instincts told him that his brother Cassius was definitely not fighting at full strength. Bang! Their fists collided against each other's chests, and the immense force from the impact sent both brothers flying. However, the battle did not end there. Both men performed a backflip to regain their footing, and then launched themselves like cannonballs toward each other from the ground and the trees. Feeling a burning pain in his chest, Cassius was not afraid. Instead, he grew even more exhilarated. It seemed that the Saiyan blood within him, yearning for battle, had completely boiled over. The more they fought, the stronger they became, living and dying for battle. That is the essence of a Saiyan. Bang, bang, bang. With each booming impact, punches were thrown with no one backing down, both unleashing their full power against each other. In an instant, a whirlwind swirled as the ground trembled. The surrounding air crackled as if it had transformed into a tangible substance, producing a series of explosive sounds. The space itself seemed to ripple like a stream of water colliding with a massive boulder, creating waves of distortion. Master Wutian, look. There are people fighting on the island. The sound of their punches is truly intense. We can hear it even from this far away. One can only imagine how loud it would be if we were to watch up close. A motorboat was seen not far from the island. On it stood two bald figures, one old and one young. They were none other than Master Wutian and little Krillin, who had just returned from training. The one who had just spoken was little Krillin. Standing on the boat, Master Wutian, wearing his characteristic sunglasses, gazed intently at the two fighters on the island. As the boat drew closer to the island, Master Wutian faintly sensed two immensely powerful auras. Little Krillin, under the weight of these two oppressive auras, slumped down on the boat, finding it hard to even move. Krillin, get up and watch closely. This is an opportunity for you to become stronger, and it will play a crucial role in your martial arts journey. Seeing this, Master Wushin's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke sternly. Noticing his serious expression, little Krillin understood the importance of the situation and struggled to stand up, panting heavily. Hey, those two are monsters, right? Little Krillin exclaimed. It seems that little Wukong has far surpassed me in martial arts. Just from the aura generated by their battle, it's hard to imagine how long I could last against either of them. Truly, the student surpasses the teacher. Sigh, it seems I'm getting old. As Cassius and Sun Wukong fought fiercely, they remained unaware of little Krillin and Master Wushin's presence. At this moment, both fighters were fully focused on each other. As soon as either showed even the slightest opening, the other would unleash a storm of attacks to seize victory. Suddenly, Cassius, who had been training in Chi for a long time, sensed Master Wushin's presence, causing a slight shift in his focus. Sun Wukong noticed Cassius' change and seized the moment, landing a powerful punch on Cassius' chest while suppressing him. The tremendous impact caused Cassius' chest to cave in, sending him flying through the air and crashing through several trees without stopping. Splash! He fell into the sea. This scene left little Krillin dumbfounded as he felt immense admiration for Sun Wukong. Wukong is truly strong. Krillin, it's not over yet. Don't zone out. Master Wushin's reminder brought little Krillin back to reality. It's not over. He just got knocked into the sea. Krillin pinched his cheeks to bring himself back to his senses. A few minutes later, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the ocean, rapidly enlarging, and with a loud bang, Cassius appeared on the surface. At this moment, Cassius looked extremely disheveled, not expecting that a momentary lapse in focus could lead to Sun Wukong landing a punch that sent him into the sea. Had it not been for his ability to perform the air dance technique, he would have surely perished. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and glancing at his already recovering chest, Cassius' gaze turned dangerously focused. Sun Wukong's punch had indeed hurt him. Upon seeing Cassius surge from the sea, Sun Wukong felt a slight relief. As far as he knew, his brother could not swim, and for a brief moment, he thought Cassius might have drowned. I knew you wouldn't go down easily, brother. Cassius grinned. I must say, brother, your strikes are truly fierce. You almost knocked me out with one blow. It was quite dangerous. With a devilish smile, Cassius floated towards Sun Wukong. At this moment, Master Wutian and little Krillin had already docked their boat on the island. However, upon hearing Cassius and Sun Wukong's conversation, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a football in. What? Wukong is actually that person's brother. They're siblings. Not only little Krillin, but even Master Wutian was left speechless. Hearing Krillin's voice, Sun Wukong finally noticed that Master Wutian and Krillin had returned and greeted Master Wutian with an innocent expression. Oh hey, so it's Master Wutian and Krillin back already. Sorry, we were so engrossed in our fight that we didn't notice. Huh. Looking at Sun Wukong scratching his head, Cassius felt speechless. He knew that their battle would not continue, and it seemed it had to end here. Yo, my name is Cassius. I am the brother of Sun Wukong. Nice to meet you. Cassius greeted Teacher Wu Tian and Klin with a smile. Such a polite child. I am Teacher Wu Tian, Wukong's master, and this is my disciple Klin. Teacher Wu Tian, let me introduce Klin, who still hasn't come to his senses. Yo, hello Klin. Cassius expressed great respect towards this future strongest human on Earth. You? Hello. Nai. Are you really Wukong's brother? Klin asked after pausing for a moment. Although Cassius was surprised by the question, he still replied, Yes, I really am Wukong's biological brother. Look, we both have tails. As Cassius spoke, he deliberately waved the tail wrapped around his waist to prove that he was indeed Sun Wukong's brother. So you both have tails, huh? Seeing Cassius' tail, Klin began to believe him. But looking at Sun Wukong and then back at Cassius, he questioned, Since you are Wukong's brother then, why are you taller than him? A little bald guy, you really caught me off guard with that question. To be honest, I don't know why I am taller than Wukong. Maybe it's because over the past 5 years I have been eating too many cakes made by a certain little loli. Upon hearing Klin's words, Wukong immediately became unhappy. After all, he is indeed Cassius' older brother. Why would they doubt it? What do you mean? I am indeed Cassius' brother, Wukong said with a grievance. Klin hurriedly waved his hands in apology, indicating that Wukong shouldn't take it to heart. Well, I just wondered why your brother is taller than you, nothing more. Please don't take it personally. I don't know either. I remember that 5 years ago Cassius was just as tall as I was. I also don't know how he grew taller than me so quickly. Little Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Well, I think there's no need to delve too deeply into this question. Cassius smiled awkwardly. Yes. Teacher Wu Tian echoed. By the way, there are still 6 months until the World Martial Arts Tournament. Wukong, this time we brothers must definitely get the prize. Clenching his fists, Cassius looked seriously at little Wukong. Yes, absolutely. The prize is definitely ours. Little Wukong raised his hand in support. This scene made Teacher Wu Tian break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but think, with these two monster brothers participating, it seems I have no chance of winning the prize. Cassius, could you tell me how you became so strong? And, could you teach me how to fly? Krillin asked somewhat shyly, finally stating earnestly, I beg you. It's no wonder Cassius knew that flying is an immense temptation for everyone, not just Krillin, who doesn't have a dream of flying. Even Cassius was no exception. After realizing the existence of chi, the first thing he did was learn the technique of flying. The temptation to fly is simply too strong. Brother, I also want to know how to fly, little Wukong spoke up. Wukong, don't you have the flying nimbus? Krillin couldn't help but interject. But I feel that flying by myself is completely different from flying on the nimbus, little Wukong replied. Hearing this, Cassius felt a bit helpless. I mean, big brother, your combat power is already nearing mine. How is it logical that you can't fly? It seems that the loopholes I caused are quite significant. But since they've already appeared, let's just make them even bigger. At that moment, the turtle hermit looked at the sky, and his expression suddenly changed, as if he realized he was about to miss something very important. To be honest, even I feel a bit tempted. However, I am quite old, so I won't disturb you young people. I'll head back inside now. After dropping this line, the turtle hermit dashed into the house. Clearly going back to watch women's gymnastics. Krillin muttered beside him. To this, Cassius could only give an awkward smile. This is indeed the turtle hermit style. Sure, I can teach you the technique of flying, Cassius pondered for a moment before agreeing. Cassius had his own plans in mind, wanting to enhance their strength as soon as possible. Once the Dragon Ball Z plot begins, he wouldn't end up in too dire a situation. That period was truly miserable for him. It was either the main character dying or the supporting characters dying. Fortunately, with the dragon Shinron from Namek, these supporting characters, who died twice, could still manage. However, the death of the main character is necessary after all. The King Kai fist is quite good. It is a divine artifact that significantly enhances power, capable of overpowering everything. As long as I can't give up, I won't give up, and I must learn whatever I can. Since that's the case, let's teach us quickly. Upon hearing that Cassius was willing to teach him and Wukong how to fly, Krillin was already eager. Yes, hurry and teach us. Even little Wukong began to cheer. Well, since that's the case, let's clean up the mess here before I teach you the technique of flying. Looking around at the wreckage, Cassius blinked and said to Sun Wukong and the others. Krillin. Little Wukong. In no time, the area that was destroyed by little Wukong and Cassius' battle was cleaned up thanks to the efforts of the three. Cassius looked at the two sitting opposite him and said, First, if you want to fly, you must learn to control your chi. Cassius, what is chi? Krillin asked. How should I put it? Chi is a mysterious force hidden within the human body, just like the Kamehameha wave that the turtle hermit uses. That is to gather chi together and then release it, creating an attack. Cassius answered after thinking for a moment. I don't quite understand, Cassius, Krillin said, clearly still confused, looking bewildered. It's understandable, Krillin hasn't used the Kamehameha wave like Sun Wukong, so he is even more unfamiliar with chi. Wait a moment. Cassius placed his hands together, slowly concentrating, gradually bringing out chi to his hands. Soon a faint light began to appear on Cassius' clasped palms, and then his hands radiated dazzling light. This is chi. Cassius slowly displayed the chi he drew out before little Wukong and Krillin, explaining. Little Wukong and Krillin leaned in, feeling the presence of chi up close. So this is chi. Little Wukong nodded, thoughtfully indicating that he understood. Meanwhile, Krillin fell silent, seemingly pondering something. However, Cassius sensed a hint of loneliness and lack of confidence from him. Cassius did not say anything about this. Krillin's reaction was what a normal person should have. After all, not everyone has the buff of the protagonist halo like Sun Wukong. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye there is less than a month left until the World Martial Arts Tournament. Before this, the little Sun Wukong, who followed Cassius to learn chi control and the technique of flight, has made significant progress. For little Sun Wukong, it took him less than 3 days to go from understanding chi to successfully practicing the technique of flight. After that, every day was either spent sparring with Cassius or training alone, and his rapid progress left Cassius astounded. As for our future Earth champion, Krillin's progress was somewhat slower. Despite Cassius' guidance, his lack of experience with chi hindered his training speed. However, after half a month, little Krillin finally managed to master the technique of flight and successfully used the Kamehameha, though its power was still not very strong. One day, Cassius and the others were preparing to pack their bags and set off for the World Martial Arts Tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament can be seen as a grand event for martial arts experts on Earth. This event not only determines who is the strongest in the world, but also offers substantial prize money as a reward. From the original story, it is evident that the normally money-averse Sun Wukong was able to live quite a while after his death, largely due to the prize money from the World Martial Arts Tournament. It seems that after Wukong defeated Piccolo Jr., he received the prize money, which prompted him to marry Chi-Chi immediately. Thus, they enjoyed a blissful life for several years. However, the original story only records 3 world martial arts tournaments. The first was won by Master Roshi, after which the prize money was apparently consumed by little Sun Wukong during meals. This matter is fraught with unreliability. How could 10 million be consumed in a single meal? Akira Toriyama must have exaggerated this. As for the second tournament, due to bad luck, he lost attention in. After that, he fought Chi-Chi, defeated Piccolo, and ultimately got married. So Cassius, since we can all fly now, why are we planning to take a plane to the World Martial Arts Tournament? Wouldn't it be faster to just fly there directly? Krillin, who was packing his bag, asked with some confusion. The little bald head thought, how could I tell you that I have lived for over 20 years without ever taking a plane? Honestly, just experience flying with me. Bastard. You can fly, but I can't, shouted Master Roshi angrily at little Krillin. Who told you to not learn because you wanted to watch women's gymnastics? Krillin, what are you mumbling about? Hurry up and pack your things. Noticing Krillin's mumbling, Master Roshi angrily shouted, if I can't hear you mumbling this softly, it seems I should keep my distance in the future. Making a face at Master Roshi, Krillin silently thought, this little brat. Truly disrespectful. After mumbling a few words, Master Roshi continued watching his women's gymnastics. Cassius, who witnessed this scene, could only smile awkwardly. To be honest, Cassius found himself on little Krillin's side, a respect for the elderly. You old lecher. Oh, by the way, Wukong, I heard you met a girl named Bulma, right? Cassius glanced at Wukong and said, yes, that's right. She's the girl who took me away from the Baozi Mountain. What's up? Do you need something from her? Little Wukong replied to Cassius' inquiry. It's nothing, I'm just a bit interested in her dragon radar. Oh, I see. She'll probably attend this World Martial Arts Tournament, so you can ask her about it then. Little Wukong seemed to recall his conversation with Bulma when they parted, speaking uncertainly. Yes, I understand. Cassius nodded, and then said, let's go pack our things. Okay. It's so lively here, Wukong. Cassius. Seeing little Krillin's dumbfounded expression, Cassius merely smiled. For the World Martial Arts Tournament, which gathered all the martial arts experts on Earth, this number of people was far from significant. Wow, isn't that Bulma and Yamcha ahead? At this moment, little Wukong pointed ahead and exclaimed, Bulma. Honestly, Cassius was quite interested in this talented young girl who not only created the dragon radar at such a young age, but also possessed the courage that most lacked, braving dangers to search for Dragon Balls alone. In Dragon Ball Z, she even followed Cassius' future nephew Gohan to Namek to find the Dragon Balls for Wukong and the others. It could be said that Bulma was one of Cassius' favorite characters from his previous life. Hey Wukong, you guys are here too. Not far away, Bulma and Yamcha noticed Wukong and others greeting them with smiles. At this moment, Cassius finally got a good look at Bulma. With blue hair, a delicate little face, elegantly curved eyebrows, and large eyes that seemed to speak. Though she was a bit young, the youthful aura surrounding Bulma made her even more charming. As soon as Master Roshi saw Bulma, he immediately approached her. Do you remember me? Little girl, when will we play games together? You know, the one with bang. Bang. Master Roshi said, while making gestures and leering. Old lecher, you're dead meat, good luck to you. I silently prayed for Master Roshi in my heart. As expected, Bulma's face turned red with embarrassment, and in her anger, she took a large hammer that appeared from who knows where and smashed Master Roshi away. Hello, I'm Cassius, Wukong's younger brother. Cassius quickly stepped forward and introduced himself. Seeing Cassius introduce himself, Bulma and Yamcha each had their own thoughts. So you're Wukong's brother. But he looks so handsome. Bulma thought to herself as she gazed at Cassius. It's no wonder Cassius originally had a handsome face, and at a height of 1.6 meters he radiated a youthful, sunny vibe that was intoxicating. Wukong's brother. Yamcha's expression slightly changed. Since he is Wukong's brother, his strength must be impressive. It seems that this time another competitor has joined the race for the prize money. But how can Wukong's brother differ so much from him? As Wukong's brother, he is actually taller than Wukong by so much. This is incredible. Cassius, this is Bulma. This over here is her boyfriend Yamcha. Little Wukong pointed at Bulma and Yamcha, then introduced Cassius. Cassius, are you also here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Of course, after all, the 10 million prize money is a huge temptation. Cassius replied. Since Cassius is Wukong's brother, you must be very strong, right? Bulma asked. Due to the overwhelming strength of Wukong and his companions, the preliminary round of the world's greatest martial arts tournament quickly came to an end. The finalists include Jackie Chan and others. This is the alias of Master Wutian. Little Wukong, Cassius, little Krillin, the water-deprived Nameless, the monster Jiraiya, Yamcha, and a barbarian. That evening, after the successful Cassius and his friends had a meal at a restaurant, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Naturally, due to Cassius and little Wukong's enormous appetites, they nearly consumed all the food in the restaurant. In the end, it was Bulma who dragged Cassius and the others away, leaving the restaurant owner dumbfounded. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the night was gone. When everyone arrived at the tournament venue, they each took their places on stage waiting for the host's speech. Alright, dear audience, we will now draw lots to determine the order of appearance for these contestants. After several backstage staff brought up the lottery box, the host, wearing sunglasses and with golden hair, said, "Now contestants, please start drawing lots." Soon everyone had drawn their lots and was waiting for the competition to begin. So now I will announce the order of the contestants' appearances. The golden-haired host cleared his throat and continued. In the first match, our contestant Cassius will face off against contestant Yamcha. In the second match, contestant Sun Wukong will battle contestant Krillin. In the third match, contestant Jiro will compete against the barbarian contestant. As for the fourth match, it will be contestant Jackie Chan against contestant Nameless. After announcing the order, the host proclaimed, "Now the finals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament begins. Let's welcome our contestants Cassius and Yamcha to the stage." Starting off against Wukong's brother, talk about bad luck. Yamcha walked onto the stage with a helpless expression. "Yamcha, give it your all. You must win. Yeah, you have to win." Yamcha's pet and Bulma began to cheer for him. On the other hand, Cassius had no one he knew, no one cheering for him. It's no wonder, as the contestants waiting to take the stage were backstage, and little Wukong and Krillin didn't have the chance to talk to Cassius. "Even though you are Wukong's brother, I won't go easy on you. Come at me with all you have." "Cassius," Yamcha said while preparing himself. "Youth, where does your confidence come from to ask me to go all out? If I were to attack with all my strength, I fear you wouldn't be able to handle it. Considering Bulma's request, I won't let you lose too badly." Having made up his mind, Cassius stood still waiting for Yamcha to make a move. "What? Aren't you going to attack? If that's the case, I'll make the first move." After waiting a long time without seeing Cassius attack, Yamcha couldn't help but speak up. In fact, a certain black-haired person was thinking this way. Not giving someone even one chance to show their skills and sending them off is quite impolite. Thus, Cassius decided to give Yamcha a little more presence. "Watch my wolf fang fist." At Yamcha's loud shout, he rushed towards Cassius. The rapid punches that could only be seen as afterimages, along with the whistling sound of the wind, showcased the power of this move. Yet unfortunately for him, he was up against Cassius, a warrior born for battle, who was destined to win. "Why, you have quite a bit of strength, but this is where it ends." Feeling the force coming from Yamcha's hand, Cassius was somewhat surprised and decided to see what else his opponent could do. However, after dodging Yamcha's attacks a few times, Cassius lost the desire to continue fighting. It was simply too weak. "Goodbye." Saying this, Cassius swiftly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yamcha. He gently extended a finger towards Yamcha's back and flicked it, sending Yamcha flying off the stage. The surrounding audience was left dumbfounded while Bulma and Yamcha's pet stared in shock. "Alright, it seems contestant Cassius is quite powerful, winning so easily. I announce that this match is won by contestant Cassius." The host adjusted his sunglasses slightly and said, "Now we will begin the next match with contestant Sun Wukong facing contestant Krillin. Good luck, Krillin Wukong." Cassius greeted the two contestants as they took the stage before retreating backstage. "Wukong, even though I know there's a significant gap in strength between us, I will still give it my all. Come on, Krillin, let's have a fair fight." As their words fell, the stage was filled with the sounds of fierce clashes. Kamehameha. Krillin pushed Wukong back with a punch, then gathered his hands to unleash a Kamehameha wave at Wukong. A light blue energy wave surged from Krillin and shot towards little Wukong at high speed. Krillin, who already had great potential, was able to quickly use the Kamehameha wave with Cassius' help. "Come on, Krillin." Little Wukong looked at the Kamehameha wave, his expression serious. After a loud shout, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Out of respect for Krillin, little Wukong decided to take on this Kamehameha wave head-on. He slammed his hands down hard onto the energy wave. But was the Kamehameha wave that easy to endure? One could say that after Krillin unleashed the Kamehameha wave, his fighting power skyrocketed several times. Little Wukong found himself gradually being pushed back, his face covered in sweat, appearing to struggle greatly. "Wukong!" Krillin shouted again, and his entire body erupted with a spiraling aura, rapidly increasing the output of the Kamehameha wave. At this moment, Wukong dared not hold back any longer. His entire being erupted with a fierce aura, even the veins in his hands bulging as his muscles tensed. With his right foot stomping heavily on the ground, he created a deep pit on the stage, and with a loud shout, he forcefully altered the trajectory of the Kamehameha wave. Boom! After a dazzling explosion, little Wukong's figure appeared on the stage. At this moment, his face was not only covered in sweat and gasping for air, but his legs also felt weak, as if he could fall at any moment. As for Krillin, after exerting all his strength to unleash the Kamehameha wave, he had already exhausted all his energy, relying solely on an indomitable will to keep going. However, upon seeing little Wukong withstand the full force of his Kamehameha wave, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. At this moment, Cassius glanced at Jackie Chan, who was looking anxious backstage. In a flash, he appeared in front of Krillin, gently picking him up, intending to take him for treatment. Wukong, once the battle begins, you must not hold back. With your strength, you shouldn't be in such a sorry state. After leaving this remark, Cassius took Krillin backstage, leaving little Wukong alone on the stage in a daze. In fact, Cassius also did not expect that Wukong and Krillin's battle would end in this manner. Nor did he anticipate that Krillin's talent would be so strong. Truly, one could say that he is destined to become the strongest Earthling in the future. Cassius. After muttering to himself, little Wukong staggered backstage. The audience, shocked by Krillin's Kamehameha wave, erupted into thunderous applause. So magnificent. So exciting. This truly is the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Exactly, even such a small contestant can be so formidable. It's truly amazing. Listening to the wave of applause, the stunned host finally came to his senses and announced in a stuttering sequence, "This was truly an extraordinary match, and now I declare the victor to be contestant Sun Wukong." Down below, Yamcha, seeing the battle between Krillin and Wukong, was left speechless, exclaiming that he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Immediately, the third match began. The monster Kira faced off against a barbarian. As soon as the two entered the arena, they started to brawl, but their fighting style looked rather juvenile. With each punch and claw, Cassius couldn't help but feel displeased. However, their duel reminded Cassius of turn-based games from his previous life. Suddenly, the monster Kira began to froth at the mouth and collapsed onto the stage. The host, startled, rushed over to check on Kira's condition. As the host approached Kira, a foul odor hit him, causing him to retreat in alarm. Winning the match like this could still be seen as a form of strength. However, if I were to face this contestant, I would definitely kick him out. Damn, I can smell it from this far away. It's making me want to vomit my breakfast. Cassius waved his hand in disgust as he looked at the barbarian on the stage. "You must have mistaken me, Cassius." At that moment, contestant Jackie Chan appeared behind Cassius. With a stern expression, Cassius nonchalantly replied, "Isn't that just normal, Master Roshi? This is anything but normal. Grandpa, at first I couldn't confirm it was you, but after yesterday's battle with a beautiful sister, I knew it was you. Your behavior is identical to how you acted while watching women's gymnastics on TV, with Master Roshi especially, that lewd gaze and tone." Ignoring Master Wushin's increasingly red face, Cassius continued, "Moreover, when Jackie Chan appears, Master Roshi vanishes, and when Master Roshi appears, Jackie Chan is nowhere to be seen. Don't you think that's suspicious?" "I didn't expect my own character to be exposed like this," Master Wutian said with a look of regret. "Grandpa, from your worried expression about Krillin and Goku, it's clear you're a good master. Even I want to be your disciple." Saying that, Cassius sneered at Master Wutian and continued, "But you are just too lecherous." "You brat, don't say that last part." Master Roshi was furious, grinding his teeth. "Grandpa, you noticed Namus' unusual behavior too, right?" Cassius looked at Master Wutian seriously. "Yes, when you took Krillin to get bandaged, I followed and heard Namus' prayers to the heavens. So what do you plan to do?" "Everyone who comes here has different goals. As for whether they can achieve them, that's beyond my knowledge," Master Roshi replied calmly. "Stop it, don't think I don't know you found a solution to Nama's water shortage. The universal capsule in your pocket is proof enough." Then Cassius, with a dark expression, looked disdainfully at Master Roshi, saying, "What an untrustworthy old man. No, an old lecher." Just then the host's voice boomed from the stage. "Next we have the fourth match, with contestant Jackie Chan facing contestant Namo. Please welcome them to the stage with applause." "Humph, disrespectful little brat," murmured Master Roshi as he left the backstage and walked onto the arena. To be honest, Cassius had great admiration for Master Roshi. He brought his disciples to the world's foremost martial arts tournament to hone their skills. Moreover, after learning about Namus' situation, he offered his help. What impressed Cassius the most was that when Piccolo attempted to dominate the world, Master Wutian was willing to sacrifice himself and unleash the Mafuba to protect his disciples. In his past life, Cassius would shed tears every time he saw this scene, touched by it. Though that old man was quite lecherous. At this moment, Namu was already engaged in battle with Master Wutian. As an experienced martial arts master, Master Wutian not only managed to cope with Namu's fierce attacks easily, but still had enough energy to spare. The more this happened, the more tense Namu became. He had a reason he could not lose. For the village, he had to earn that million. Thinking of the villagers' smiling faces, Namus' punches became faster and stronger. But who was his opponent? It was Jackie Chan, the strongest Earthling on Earth. Master Wutian, seeing the situation becoming increasingly unfavorable, Namu decided to try that move. Win or lose, he would accept it wholeheartedly. Having made up his mind, Namu soared into the sky, leaping several meters high. Then with his hands crossed, he charged down rapidly towards Master Roshi. Cassius still remembered this move. In the original story, little Goku nearly lost after being hit by this attack. Cassius wanted to see how Master Wutian would respond. Just then Goku's voice came from behind Cassius. "Hey Cassius, I've recovered. Let's have a good fight later." Sure, let's finish that unfinished fight. You know I've held a grudge against that punch of yours for a long time, my brother. Cassius replied, not turning around with a playful expression on his face as he looked at the stage. I didn't do it on purpose. What are you looking at so seriously? Goku laughed, awkwardly scratching his head. The fourth match, Cassius replied lightly, continuing to watch the battle. At that moment on the stage as Nammu descended from the sky, Master Wu Tian's expression was serious as he shouted. His previously small frame suddenly inflated, and the clothes he wore burst under the strain of his powerful muscles. His explosive muscles drew gasps from the audience, especially the girls. Then, after his muscles erupted, Master Wu Tian vanished at lightning speed, leaving Nammu confused and unsure of what to do. In a moment of chaos, Master Wu Tian suddenly appeared in midair, his right hand clenched into a fist, aiming a punch at Nammu. As Master Wu Tian's fist connected with Nammu's body, Cassius clearly saw a shimmering aura wrapping around Master Wu Tian's fist. At that moment, Nammu felt a tremendous force crash into him, followed by a sharp pain shooting through his mind. Then he fainted in midair. Truly impressive, Master Wu Tian. Nammu was merely knocked unconscious by this powerful punch, and Master Wu Tian controlled his strength so that Nammu wasn't sent flying. This was truly incredible. Cassius never expected that this lecherous old man possessed such strength. He desired to fight him so badly. Cassius felt as if he was on fire, the Saiyan blood within him boiling and surging. As he roared, Goku looked at Cassius with confusion, wondering what caused his brother to gaze at Jackie Chan with such intensity. It was as if he had seen something incredibly delicious. After Jackie Chan returned backstage, Cassius immediately rushed over, and in Jackie Chan's shocked expression said, "I've made up my mind, after the tournament, I will become your disciple." "No, I want to become your disciple right now." Then under the terrified gaze of Goku and the others, Cassius knelt down and kowtowed several times, saying, "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Goku. Master Wu Tian disguised as Jackie Chan. The awakened Krillin. Cassius' sudden words not only astonished Krillin and Wukong, but also left Master Wu Tian dumbfounded. He stood frozen like a statue in place. Hey, Cassius, what's going on? This is too sudden." After a few seconds of daze, Krillin was the first to react. Yeah, brother, you're not joking, are you? Even the simple-minded Wukong couldn't help but speak up. However, Cassius ignored both Wukong and Krillin, his fiery gaze still fixed on Chung Long. Hey, can you give me a response? It's not right for me to kneel here like this." After a long silence, without a reply, Cassius began to feel a bit angry. What's the big deal? It's just a matter of apprenticeship. Does it really need this much consideration? Besides, I am a warrior of the Saiyan race. My future is limitless. Well, Cassius, my young friend, there's no rush on this matter. Let's discuss it slowly after the tournament, shall we? At this moment, Master Wu Tian, who had regained his composure, spoke with a feigned calmness. It seems I still have my charm, as even a proud brat like Cassius came to kneel and asked me to take him as a disciple. How to describe this feeling? One word: exhilarating. Consider. Cassius felt infuriated. Even taking on a disciple requires delaying time. What a hassle. It seems that resorting to extreme measures is inevitable. Then Cassius calmly stood up under the astonished gazes of the crowd. He even brushed off the dust from his back, wearing a confident expression. Next, he slowly walked to Master Wu Tian's side and whispered a few words in the latter's ear. Master Wu Tian's face changed dramatically, and he immediately accepted Cassius as his disciple. The onlookers were stunned, exclaiming that the scene shifted too quickly for them to keep up. At that moment, the announcer's voice came from outside. "Now let's proceed to the finals. Please welcome contestants Cassius and Sun Wukong to the stage. Everyone give them a round of applause and cheers." "Tch, old pervert." Cassius silently despised Master Wu Tian, then slowly walked onto the arena. In truth, there was another reason Cassius wanted to take Master Wu Tian as his teacher. Over the past 5 years, although Cassius' combat power had been rising steadily, this was actually a rather joyous matter. However, Cassius recently realized that his grasp of chi was becoming increasingly poor, especially during these past few weeks. Cassius was completely blocked in his understanding of chi. Aside from his combat power still increasing, he had made no progress in his comprehension of chi. Perhaps this is what they call a bottleneck. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, it tends to happen. However, Cassius knew that if he didn't break through here, his future combat power enhancement would become exceedingly slow. If that's the case, Cassius might as well find a place to retreat. After all, future Z warriors would see their combat power soar, they would explode into action at the slightest provocation. Moreover, Cassius knew that their rapid rise in combat power was due to improved physical quality and a better understanding of chi. Otherwise, if they continued to ramp up like this, they would eventually crash. In simpler terms, it's about having an unstable foundation, which leads to no further progress in martial arts. As a transmigrator, Cassius doesn't want to live a life of mediocrity. After all, who doesn't want to experience the thrill of being the protagonist? Who doesn't want to have a dream of saving the world? Who wouldn't want to be invincible in the universe? Thus, to enrich his martial arts journey, Cassius decided to apprentice under the experienced Master Wu Tian, to lay the foundation for his future path of becoming stronger. Hey brother, this time, let's have a good fight. On the arena, Wukong took a fighting stance against Cassius, full of caution. Don't worry, this time I won't hold back, so let's give it our all, brother. Perhaps to help Cassius get into the zone faster, Wukong spoke again. In that case, let's fight. My dear brother. With a loud shout, Cassius suddenly unleashed an incredibly intense aura, stirring up dust and shaking the arena. The previously calm space began to emit faint cracking sounds, and the air produced visible ripples. Under the immense pressure from Cassius' full force, small pieces of earth and stone slowly began to float, and then shattered completely. The contestants and spectators were utterly astonished, gazing at Cassius as if he were a monster. No, they were indeed looking at a monster. A humanoid monster. How strong are you, Cassius? This was Klin's thought. I never expected to fight against such a monster, who just thinking about it is terrifying. Yamcha thought to himself, this is just too cool. Bulma's thoughts were similar. Cassius, you're already this strong, why do you still want to apprentice under me? Master Wu Tian was filled with confusion. Is this truly a level achievable by humans? It's simply astonishing. The announcer, feeling the overwhelming aura, stood frozen in place, not even noticing when his sunglasses fell to the ground. Cassius, I am so happy. Come on, let's have a good fight. With Wukong's mighty shout, an aura erupted from his lean body that was no weaker than Cassius. Wukong, you really are terrifyingly strong. Cassius couldn't tell if he was laughing or lamenting. However, one thing he knew for sure was that he felt himself burning, his blood boiling. He was roaring. Cassius, I know that you used to hold back when we fought as kids. For you to fight me with all your strength, I have been training almost every moment for the past 5 years just for today. Come on, my brother, let's battle. Hearing Wukong had already noticed what he did as a child, Cassius felt increasingly frustrated. So he knew all along about me hiding my strength. Well, it makes sense, after all, he is Sun Wukong, a monster sensitive to battle. Let's go. Let's fight with all our might, dear brother. Come on, Cassius. My brother. With a roar from both, they charged towards each other. Then they swung their fists. Next, the two small fists collided heavily. Bang! 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 The pressure storm created by their fists quickly spread throughout the arena, with the sound of piercing sonic booms and tearing air echoing everywhere. This battle between brothers had officially begun. Bang! 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 The harsh roar accompanied the increasingly intense speed of the punches between Cassius and little Wukong. Hey, this can't be real. Wukong and the others are actually this strong. Damn it. As he watched the two on the arena collide at high speed, Yamcha felt increasingly shocked and desperate. He initially held on to the belief that he would definitely achieve victory next time, but at this moment, it was completely reduced to ashes. Cassius and little Wukong collided once more, and after rapidly retreating, they each came to a stop, sizing each other up in hopes of finding a flaw. Wukong, you really are impressive. After taking a cautious step back, Cassius looked at little Wukong with careful eyes. After these exchanges, Cassius had begun to vaguely recognize little Wukong's strength. Around 2,000 in battle power, comparable to his own. However, with Wukong's protagonist Halo, his strength was likely even greater, so Cassius had to be fully alert and never let his guard down. However, little Wukong, with around 2,000 battle power, shouldn't have been so easily overwhelmed by Krillin's Kamehameha, so he must have been careless, or perhaps he was holding back intentionally. The more Cassius thought about it, the more he felt it must be the case. Otherwise, with his own battle power exceeding 2,000, even standing still, he shouldn't be able to break through his defense. Of course, excluding certain areas. You're not bad either, Cassius. After smacking his lips, little Wukong said, let's go again. With the words spoken, he moved. Cassius instantly appeared in front of little Wukong, raising his fist for a rising dragon fist. If it hit, little Wukong would surely be sent flying into the air, followed by a flurry of blows. A certain black-haired individual thought shamelessly. However, how could the highly gifted little Wukong allow Cassius to have his way? Little Wukong flipped his upper body back, dodging Cassius' rising dragon fist, and then kicked hard at Cassius' body, sending him flying. But it wasn't over. Before Cassius could land, little Wukong performed a backflip and, using his feet to gain momentum, shot like a cannonball to Cassius' side. Then little Wukong swung his fist and struck Cassius' abdomen hard, sending Cassius flying into the air. Damn, this is bad. Cassius, propelled upwards at high speed, completely lost control of his body. Upon sensing a certain figure's presence, despair flooded his heart. Little Wukong was seen hovering in midair, his hands and twined eyes fixed intently on the rapidly approaching Cassius. Then seizing the opportunity, his entwined hand struck Cassius' abdomen again, directly causing Cassius to plummet down. Pooh! Cassius felt an overwhelming force slam into him, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately following, a sharp pain surged into his mind. The impact almost made Cassius faint, and it was no wonder. Throughout his life he had never experienced such a brutal blow. It could be said that what Cassius currently lacked was blood and guts. Only through enduring pain could one become stronger. Cassius' plummeting body struck the ground, creating a deep crater and kicking up a massive cloud of dust, causing the ground to tremble violently. If others didn't know better, they might think an earthquake had struck. Little Wukong, suspended in midair, chose not to pursue further, but coldly gazed at the huge pit. "Hey, it's over, right?" Seeing this scene, Krillin asked tremulously. The audience watched dumbfounded, unwilling to blink, fearing they would miss something important. "Yamcha, do you think Wukong has won?" Bulma, seated below, seemed still in shock, stuttering as she spoke. "Probably so." Yamcha beside her was also uncertain if little Wukong had won, replying vaguely with an uncertain tone. "No, it's not over yet." Teacher Wutian in the backstage suddenly had a glimmer of insight. He sensed something. As the dust settled, Cassius' battered figure was revealed. His clothes were already in tatters, and his body was covered in bruises. Especially this crater, at least 10 meters deep, and its width nearly affected the entire arena. It was easy to imagine how vicious and terrifying little Wukong's attack was. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Cassius fixed his gaze on little Wukong in the sky, his eyes filled with fierce light. Little Wukong's attack had completely ignited Cassius' rage. A fierce bloodline belonging to the Saiyans erupted in full force. With a heavy stomp, Cassius vanished from his original spot in an instant. He wanted little Wukong to experience what it felt like to be beaten. Meanwhile, little Wukong in the sky would not be outdone. Unleashing a powerful aura, he also disappeared into the sky. Following that were intense sounds of collision and the cracking of air. Bang, bang, bang. What? They disappeared. But why is the fierce fighting sound still going on? The host stared blankly at the empty arena and the sky. In order to confirm, he even took off his sunglasses, hoping to catch a glimpse of the situation. However, all was in vain. With such a disparity in battle power, there was no way he could see the rapid battle between little Wukong and Cassius. Not only the host, but most of the audience also looked bewildered at the arena, then glanced at the sky, ultimately coming up empty-handed. However, there were still some present who noticed. Teacher Wushin's eyes were continuously scanning the sky, and each time they stopped, it was where the sounds of collision emanated from. "Chunlong, can you see Wukong and the others fighting?" Noticing Chunlong's unusual behavior, Krillin asked uncertainly. "I can barely see. However, they are locked in a difficult battle and moving so fast that I am gradually unable to keep up." While answering Krillin's question, Chunlong looked at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, with a tremendous sound of collision, the figures of Cassius and little Wukong finally appeared in midair. They were both hovering in midair, panting heavily, yet their gazes remained locked on each other. At this point, both of them were in bad shape, their bodies covered in wounds and their clothes tattered. "Wukong! Oh!" With a furious roar, Cassius flashed and struck little Wukong in the face with a punch, deforming little Wukong's face. Despite this, little Wukong did not get sent flying. Instead, after taking Cassius' punch, he clenched his fists and retaliated. Smack! This time, little Wukong's fist remained steady, directly hitting Cassius' face and deforming it. Damn! Cassius and little Wukong. Following that, the two of them each landed a punch to each other's abdomen. Damn! See! Bang! 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 At this point, the two had abandoned defense and began to trade blows. One punch followed another, each one heavier than the last, hitting flesh. It was either you losing or me losing. Neither was willing to back down, nor did they intend to stop. Smack! 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 "It's not over yet, Wukong." With a roar, Cassius unleashed a full-force punch onto little Wukong. "Come on, Cassius." With a roar, not caring about the pain from Cassius' punch, little Wukong struck Cassius again. Bang! "It's not over yet. It's not over yet. It's not over yet." Cassius gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and once again unleashed his utmost strength in a punch. Bang! Pooh! The two of them, these two punches, each bent their bodies into an arc. Following that, they both spat out a mist of blood. Bruises and scrapes no longer sufficed to describe these two. One could only say they were bloody and mangled. Was it really necessary to fight like this? You do know your brothers, right? Do you really have to determine a winner? Krillin watched the two battling in the sky in shock, thoroughly stunned. Perhaps this is their respective beliefs. Teacher Wutian sighed heavily as he looked at the two brothers who refused to yield to one another in the air. Sigh. Bang! Bang! Is this bloody scene truly the work of brothers? Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? On the spectator's stand, Bulma gazed at the midair brawl between Cassius and little Wukong, feeling a twinge of doubt in her heart. If they were truly brothers, how could they bear to strike each other? Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is incredibly bloody right now. Our competitors Cassius and Sun Wukong are currently hovering above us, exchanging blows. Even I find it hard to watch. Despite saying this, the host remained committed to his role, eyes wide as he continued to watch. Cassius, it's time to settle this. This time, little Wukong did not withstand Cassius' punch, but descended onto the battered ring with a body covered in wounds, although he was still suspended above it. Cough, cough. After spitting out some blood, Cassius followed suit, also hovering above the ring. At this moment, he was in a dire state, suffering from physical pain and mental fatigue. Most importantly, his right leg had been broken by little Wukong. This left him severely weakened, yet little Wukong was no better off, as his left leg had also been broken by Cassius. However, the most crucial issue was that he felt exhausted, as if he might faint at any moment. This was a significant disadvantage for him. If it were merely physical pain, he could still grit his teeth and endure, but the mental strain was overwhelming. After all, even the mightiest can feel fatigue. Especially when both body and mind are under torment, it is undeniably unbearable. Even so, Cassius was unwilling to concede. He clearly had the advantage of being a transmigrator and had studied Chi, felt it, and controlled it for many more years than little Wukong. Why should he end up losing to little Wukong? I refuse to accept this. I will not accept this. The inner roar, the unwillingness, the pride, all reminded Cassius that he cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose. This time I will use all my strength. Of victory or defeat hinges on this moment. Wukong, let's settle this once and for all. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, Cassius clasped his hands tightly together, staring defiantly at little Wukong. Kamehameha. With a loud shout, Cassius began to gather a powerful light blue energy with his hands. Cassius, in that case, fine. Come on, Cassius. Little Wukong, seeing this scene, understood his brother's intentions. Thus he also assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. Brother, since you wish to decide victory with this move, I shall grant you that. Truth be told, little Wukong's injuries were not much lighter than Cassius at this moment. One of his eyes was swollen shut from a punch by Cassius. Moreover, little Wukong's left foot had been brutally injured by Cassius, leaving him hovering above the ring, afraid that touching the ground would bring unbearable pain. Additionally, his body was covered in numerous red handprints, bringing him pain that nearly robbed him of his fighting spirit. He persisted solely through sheer willpower. Little Wukong knew he could not lose. As the older brother, it was his duty to protect his younger brother. If he lost, how could he protect his brother in the future? With Grandpa gone, he must ensure his brother's safety. Absolutely. He never wanted to experience the pain of losing a loved one again. Never again. Thinking of this, little Wukong felt a surge of strength rising within his once exhausted body. If Cassius knew little Wukong's thoughts, he would surely be moved to tears. He never imagined that the belief driving little Wukong to grow stronger was to protect him. The light blue glow gradually coalesced in the hands of the two brothers, quickly charging up. Come on, Cassius. Bring it on, Wukong. With their simultaneous shouts, two massive blue energy blasts shot toward each other, soon accompanied by a loud boom. These two massive energy blasts collided violently. The dazzling light illuminated the entire arena as the two light blue energy blasts remained locked in a stalemate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This scene left everyone present in awe. All eyes were now focused on these two, and everyone put down what they were doing, staring blankly at the standoff. Master Mateto, where are you? These two have gone mad. Hurry and stop them. Little Krillin frantically searched for Master Mateto. At his young age, he always thought that the strongest Master Mateto on Earth could surely stop these two from fighting. As a user of the Kamehameha, little Krillin understood its terror. A light attack is one thing, but a heavy one could shake mountains and destroy the earth. Yet now these two were unleashing their full power without restraint. And judging by the situation, regardless of which side loses, they would definitely be impacted by the winner's Kamehameha. This could be deadly. Thinking of this, little Krillin dared not think further. The situation had become exceedingly dire. One wrong move could lead to death. Why must these two brothers push it to this extent? This was something little Krillin did not understand, nor did Yamcha or Bulma. At this moment, they were all worried for the safety of the two brothers. Is winning really that important? Looking at the two brothers on the ring, still refusing to yield despite their severe injuries, Master Mateto couldn't help but murmur. Meanwhile, his body began to swell rapidly. Soon a muscular and explosive physique emerged. At this moment, Master Mateto's willpower sharpened immensely. He aimed to strike the winning side's Kamehameha away at the instant a victor emerged. Otherwise, one of these two would definitely face life-threatening danger. On the ring, the two Kamehameha blasts were still locked in a fierce standoff. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. I absolutely will not lose. Aya, With a roar, Cassius strained his body, even more amplifying the Kamehameha's power. Cassius, is that so? You don't want to lose either. Lowering his head, little Wukong's voice began to tremble, his resolve wavering. Seeing his brother's desperate desire for victory, little Wukong felt conflicted. Should he fulfill his brother's wish? At this moment, as Cassius pushed his body to its limits, the standoff of their Kamehameha began to shift toward little Wukong. Victory began to tilt in favor of Cassius. Cassius, my brother Cassius. After murmuring a few words, little Wukong gradually closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. Wukong, you're the older brother. You must protect your younger brother. Yes, Grandpa Wukong will protect his brother, the 4-year-old little Wukong said, gnawing on a wild boar's leg. Who needs your protection? I want to protect myself. Cassius, also biting on a wild boar's leg, glanced at little Wukong with a reluctant expression. Haha, alright, our little Cassius wants to protect himself. Gohan patted Cassius' head, then little Wukong's with a beaming smile. Just as the Kamehameha drew nearer to little Wukong, he suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, his eyes were filled with determination and confidence. I'm sorry, Cassius. With a loud shout from little Wukong, a terrifying aura exploded around him. His hands shone with dazzling light accompanied by hints of gold. Little Wukong dashed forward, directly meeting Cassius' Kamehameha. Feeling the immense force and destructive power, little Wukong was not afraid. Instead, he became even more passionate. At this moment, Master Mataito's hands were coming together, preparing to unleash his own Kamehameha. As little Wukong roared, the veins in his arms bulged, muscles tensed. In the blink of an eye, Cassius' Kamehameha was forcibly redirected by little Wukong, shooting into the sky. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the arena. Witnessing this, Master Mataito halted his movements. Did I still lose? As Cassius saw his Kamehameha being deflected, he mumbled a few words before he could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the ring. However, just as he fell unconscious, a certain golden-haired little Lola's voice echoed in his mind. Hey Cassius, if you win the Grand Martial Arts Tournament and bring back 10 million, I'll consider being your fiancé. Mana. As Cassius fell into unconsciousness, the previously stunned audience snapped back to reality. Then waves of applause erupted. At this moment, although little Wukong was gravely injured, he still remained alert. Controlling his body to float above the arena, he slowly drifted towards Cassius. At this time, the host also reacted. Ladies and gentlemen, I announce that the ultimate victor of this thrilling match is contestant Sun Wukong. At this point, the applause that had gradually subsided once again rose with waves stronger than before. Noticing little Wukong's condition, Krillin and Master Qianlong quickly rushed out from backstage to where Cassius lay unconscious. Just as little Krillin was about to pick up Cassius and take him for treatment, a slightly childish voice came through. Krillin, let me do it. But Wukong, in your condition, eh? Seeing the wounded little Wukong, little Krillin said with some concern. Master Wutian glanced at little Wukong a few times, and upon noticing the determination in his eyes, shook his head and pulled little Krillin back a few steps. It's fine, let him do it. Krillin was about to say something more, but upon seeing little Wukong's beaming smile, he swallowed his words. Thank you, Grandpa, thank you, Krillin. After expressing his gratitude, little Wukong just touched the ground when he gasped sharply, his face changing suddenly as he clenched his fists tightly. Enduring the pain in his feet, little Wukong lifted Cassius, who was about twice his size, and immediately began to float in the air. And as his feet left the ground, a noticeable improvement appeared on little Wukong's face. No, Wukong. At this moment, little Krillin suddenly spoke up. What? Little Wukong, who was about to leave, paused upon hearing little Klin's voice. Wukong, I don't understand. Since you are brothers, why fight to this extent? I don't understand, Wukong. Clearly you are such good brothers, why fight like this? You two idiots. What a mess. To say these words, little Krillin seemed to have mustered great courage. However, after finishing, he collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. After hearing little Klin's question, little Wukong showed no reaction, turning around and taking Cassius towards the hospital. Just as they were about to walk far away, little Wukong's voice drifted back. After hearing it, little Krillin, regardless of being in a crowd, began to sob uncontrollably. It's precisely because we are brothers that we fight to this extent. Aren't you also our brother, Krillin? Master Wutian, disguised as Qianlong, nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Isn't harmonious interaction among fellow brothers exactly what he loves to see? After little Wukong took Cassius to the hospital, little Krillin followed after he had cried enough. The backstage staff of the World Martial Arts Tournament began to repair the arena damaged by Cassius and little Wukong. Due to the severe damage, the repairs took about an hour. During this time, even little Wukong was bandaged and returned to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. After the arena was restored, the battle between Master Wutian and the barbarian commenced. Even Master Wutian found it difficult to deal with the barbarian, who reeked of foul odor. It was simply unbearable Getting within 5 meters of the barbarian, one would immediately smell an odor strong enough to knock one out. Taking advantage of his awful stench, the barbarian became more formidable as the battle progressed. In reality, every time he took a step, Master Wutian had to step back due to the smell. Soon he had forced Master Wutian to the edge of the arena. This is too stinky. I can't stand it any longer. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Master Wutian transformed and punched the barbarian out of the arena. However, where the barbarian fell, the previously noisy crowd instantly cleared a space about 5 meters long and wide. And the time taken to clear the space was less than 5 seconds. I hereby announce that this match is won by contestant Chunlong. The host raised Chunlong's hand, announcing the result. Backstage, Little Krillin looked at Little Wukong with a worried expression. Wukong, can you continue competing? Not to mention your severe injuries, you are tied up like this. It would be difficult to compete. Why not forfeit instead? At this moment, Little Wukong was not only wrapped in bandages, but also tied up like a mummy. Not to mention fighting, even walking was a problem. Little Wukong was indeed using the void technique to hover above the ground. Cough, cough. I think Little Krillin is right. Contestant Sun Wukong, you should forfeit. Master Wutian, disguised as Chunlong, lightly coughed a few times and said, how could this be? We've come this far, I can't concede defeat. No matter what, I must fight a match. Hearing this, Little Wukong looked unwilling. Despite being tied up like a mummy, he still refused to give up the match. It seems that a certain silly character is quite stubborn on this point. Wukong, even if you compete, given your current state, you cannot possibly defeat contestant Chunlong. Just give up, Wukong. Let's come back in 3 years, okay? Seeing Little Wukong so hard-headed, Little Krillin couldn't help but plead. Krillin, Wukong, please listen to me. Just forfeit, and we will come back in 3 years. Little Krillin looked at Little Wukong, pleading once more. How about this, Sun Wukong? If you forfeit the match, they'll split the prize money with you. What do you think? At this moment, Master Wutian could no longer bear to watch and spoke up. Half for each. Little Wukong asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, as long as you forfeit the match, he'll split it with you. How about that? Sensing Little Wukong's interest, Master Wutian repeated himself. Deal. Little Wukong excitedly agreed to Master Wutian's proposal. Actually, Little Wukong doesn't care about money at all. He doesn't even know what it means to have more or less money. However, he accepted Master Wutian's proposal because of this reason. When he was on Kame House, a certain black-haired individual kept instilling the concept of participating in competitions to win prize money into his head. Thus, upon hearing that there was prize money, Little Wukong decisively agreed to Master Wutian's proposal. Now, when Cassius wakes up and sees so much prize money, he will definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, Little Wukong began to grin. That expression made him look as silly as could be. Thus, with Little Wukong's concession, Master Wutian, disguised as Chunlong, won the championship of this World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon receiving the title of the world's best, the host also presented a prize of 10 million to Master Wutian. Although he was reluctant to part with the money, Master Wutian kept his promise and gave half of it, 5 million, to Little Wukong. So that means we have 5 million now. In the hospital, Cassius lay on the bed bandaged like a dumpling, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Yes, Cassius, it's because old Master Jackie Chan split the prize money with us. Little Wukong nodded, his expression adorably silly. Really? Damn, it seems that this old turtle has a good heart. Cassius thought silently, his expression somewhat surprised. Actually, it was Little Wukong who didn't want to give up the competition and insisted on participating despite his serious injuries, which is why Jackie Chan offered half of the prize money for him to withdraw. On the side, Little Krillin, seeing Cassius in silence, began to explain. Hearing Little Krillin's explanation, Cassius cast a few meaningful glances at Little Wukong, a wicked smile gradually appearing on his lips. This made Little Wukong feel uneasy, and he quickly turned his gaze away. So that's how it is, but still that's not bad at all. At the very least, I can finally buy a sports car now. This time, no matter what, I want to race. Anyone who dares to stand in my way, I will eliminate them. Little Krillin looked at the two brothers, speechless. Oh, by the way, where's the old pervert? Cassius suddenly asked. Oh, you mean Teacher Wutian? I remember he came to visit you once, and then sneaked away. However, judging by that lewd grin on his face, I think he must be up to no good. Krillin explained. Sneaky. Lewd grin. Oh right, this old pervert just got 5 million. How could I have forgotten that? What a lecherous old man. Terminally lecherous, no saving him. Then Cassius looked at Little Wukong with fiery eyes for some personal desire. Well, brother, since you've got so much money, could you share a bit with me? Cassius said nonchalantly, completely oblivious to the concept of shyness, as if this was a matter of course. Sure, if Cassius wants it, he'll give you all of it. Little Wukong readily agreed. Cassius raised an eyebrow, somewhat shocked, but then quickly returned to normal. Why am I so shocked? Isn't this perfectly normal? When has Sun Wukong ever had a concept of money? If it weren't for marrying Chi-Chi under her pressure, he probably would never have considered making money in his entire life. Meanwhile, little Krillin was not as calm as Cassius's face filled with disbelief. Hey, that's 5 million. Wukong, you're giving away 5 million just like that. Even brothers keep accounts clear. Seriously, I'm starting to understand these two guys less and less. No, you don't have to give me that much. 2 million is enough for me. You can keep the rest for yourself to marry a wife. Cassius said, smiling awkwardly at little Krillin's shocked expression. Oh, then I'll keep a little. Hey Krillin, do you want some? After nodding blankly, little Wukong turned to little Krillin and asked. No, it's fine Wukong, you keep it. Little Krillin quickly waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need it. At that moment, Cassius suddenly envisioned himself, little Wukong, and little Krillin driving sports cars racing on the highway. That's it. Turning to Krillin, Cassius said, Krillin, since we have money now, we definitely need to do something big. While that's true, but the money isn't ours, little Krillin said weakly, looking at Cassius and then at little Wukong. What are you talking about? We're brothers. Your money is my money, brother's money is also our money, and my money is still my money. Isn't that right, brother? Time to go into shameless mode. Although little Krillin was happy that Cassius considered him a brother, he felt something was off about the whole money situation, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. This left little Krillin quite frustrated. On the other hand, little Wukong, being simple-minded, didn't notice anything odd either, just nodding in agreement. Seeing this scene, Cassius couldn't help but smile, inwardly thinking, it seems that as a transmigrator I'm quite cultured. Look, I've managed to stun these two classmates into silence. At that moment, two figures slowly walked into the hospital room. The moment Cassius saw the smooth blue hair, he immediately knew who had arrived. Bulma and Yamcha, along with one of Yamcha's pets. It seems you two are in good spirits, Wukong. Cassius, after greeting Bulma, found a chair and sat down. Well, I was just planning to visit you once I recover, but I didn't expect you to come to me. Bulma, Yamcha, hello. Little Wukong said. Hello, Cassius added. Oh, by the way, this is Krillin, a good brother of ours. Glancing at the somewhat awkward little Krillin, Cassius introduced him to Bulma and Yamcha. You? Hello, little Krillin said, clearly a bit shy, his voice trembling. It seems you three are indeed monsters, especially you, and Wukong, you are simply monsters among monsters. Yamcha remarked, glancing at little Krillin and recalling something. Isn't this the guy who used that strange light wave during the competition the other day? At this moment, Bulma was keenly observing Cassius. This left the latter puzzled, unable to understand Bulma's intentions. No wonder, after all, Cassius had performed so powerfully at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and being tall and handsome, it was natural to attract more attention. Ahem. Cassius lightly cleared his throat and requested Bulma. Bulma, could you lend me the dragon radar for a bit? I have something to discuss with the dragon. I happen to have brought the dragon radar, so since you want it, I'll give it to you. He'll just make a new one later. Bulma didn't say much about it. She reached into her bag and took out the dragon radar, handing it to Cassius. Cassius, so you were looking for Bulma for this? At this moment, little Wukong suddenly spoke up, his face showing a look of realization. Yeah, I have something to discuss with the dragon. You might as well just say you have a wish for the dragon to fulfill, Bulma interrupted before Cassius could finish. Cassius could only scratch his head and chuckle awkwardly. By the way, you were really strong that day, Cassius. You only used one hand and made me suffer so badly. At that moment, Yamcha interjected. In response, Cassius remarked that it wasn't his fault. If he had used both hands and feet, Yamcha would have probably disappeared without a trace. Oh, by the way, Bulma, can I ask you for one more thing? At this moment, Cassius suddenly remembered something very important. It concerns whether Cassius can safely navigate the plot in the future, a major issue. Bulma found it somewhat strange, but due to her friendship with little Wukong, she nodded. Seeing this, Cassius wasted no time and got straight to the point. It's like this, could you help me build a gravity chamber? I think training in there would yield great results. Gravity chamber. Bulma looked puzzled by this thing. Yes, is that okay? Don't worry, you'll pay for it. Really, you have to believe me. Cassius intended to continue, but upon seeing little Krillin's disdainful gaze, he could only smile awkwardly and stop. Since you're Wukong's brother, then you don't need to worry about the money. However, this is something I've never made before, so I need to think about how to do it. Perhaps fearing that Cassius would worry she couldn't do it, or out of the pride of a genius girl, Bulma continued. But you don't need to worry too much. How about this? In 3 months you can come to my house to find me. At that time I'll show you the gravity chamber I've made. Thank you very much. The noon sun blazed like a furnace, radiating an unbearable heat. A wisp of visible heat began to rise from the ground. Even the birds in the sky had hidden away, leaving no trace behind. In the vast wilderness, a long, winding highway stretched out. The scorching weather rendered the road's surface intensely hot. Suddenly, a series of piercing car horns echoed along the highway, growing closer and louder. With a resounding boom, a sleek black sports car whizzed by like a gust of wind. Behind the wheel sat a child wearing sunglasses, his lips curling into a wild grin, exuding a carefree attitude. Shortly after, a heavy mini motorcycle followed closely behind, unwilling to lag behind. On the motorcycle was a bald child sporting sunglasses. Wait for us. Wait for us. A red sports car trailed behind the mini motorcycle carrying Sun Wukong and an old bald man. At this moment, the old bald man glared at the motorcycle and sports car ahead with clenched teeth. Grandpa, drive faster. Grandpa. Watching the motorcycle and black sports car grow more distant, Sun Wukong's tuft of hair shook increasingly faster as he urged the elderly driver to speed up. At that moment, the lagging group saw that in the leading black sports car, Cassius extended a hand out the window, giving a thumbs up. Just as everyone thought he was complimenting them, the thumb up hand slowly turned upside down. Then, with the roar of the sports car, the black vehicle swiftly transformed into a blur and vanished from sight. Only the exhaust fumes were left behind. Cassius, you better wait for me. Krillin felt as if his teeth were about to crack. He slammed the accelerator, and the mini motorcycle spewed out a cloud of black smoke as it surged forward. Those two little brats, do they not understand the value of respecting their elders? Driving so fast, are they trying to make it difficult for me? Teacher Wu Tian gazed at the sports car and motorcycle that had long since disappeared from view, feeling quite unsettled. It's all Cassius' fault. That little brat insisted on street racing ever since he got out of the hospital, dragging us along for the thrill. However, these two kids are truly abnormal. They both obtained their licenses in just a week. Krillin, being short, couldn't reach the accelerator of the sports car, so he got a motorcycle license, while Cassius, taking advantage of his height, successfully obtained a license for the sports car. As for little Wukong, there's no need to mention him. He destroyed 10 training cars in just 3 days, which scared everyone into giving up on him. Grandpa, accelerate. Little Wukong was anxious. If he could drive, he would have pushed Teacher Wu Tian aside to take the wheel himself. However, Teacher Wu Tian could only grit his teeth and step on the gas to chase after them. Meanwhile, the culprit Cassius was at a gas station sipping a drink and fueling up his beloved sports car. These two are definitely not seasoned drivers. I'm almost done with my second drink, and they're still not close enough. So slow. After refueling the sports car, Cassius sat atop it, donning his sunglasses as he awaited Krillin and the others. This $1 million car is truly worth it. This speed is simply exhilarating. This time travel has certainly not been in vain. Ah! Then he burst into laughter. This body is truly worthy of the battle-hardened race of Saiyans. The recovery ability is incredible. In just a week's time, he had fully healed. He quietly marveled in his heart. Not only was the recovery astonishing, but as he healed, Cassius vaguely sensed that his strength had significantly increased. Perhaps this is the most abnormal trait of a Saiyan's body. After every severe injury, there would be a dramatic leap in power. When he fought Frieza, didn't Sun Wukong also experience a power surge under similar circumstances, managing to hold his ground against Frieza? Although in the end that single-celled organism was defeated by Frieza in his transformed state, at least he had once been impressive. Touching the Dragon Ball radar in the car's compartment, Cassius felt an increasing anticipation for Shinron. Once I resolve my transformation issue, my life will be complete. I can enjoy the moon and eat mooncakes like a normal Chinese person. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Then Cassius glanced at the time on the sports car and murmured, calculating the time. Little Krillin should be catching up soon. Just as Cassius finished speaking, the engine of the heavy motorcycle roared to life. Then a small bald boy wearing sunglasses made a dazzling entrance. Hey, Cassius, you're speeding way too fast. Even when I go all out, I can't keep up with your car's tail. Little Krillin exclaimed as he parked his motorcycle. Of course, that's a given. With your mere 200,000 car, how could it possibly outrun my $1 million beauty? Young man, don't be foolish. Actually, Cassius could afford such an expensive sports car entirely thanks to borrowing $2 million from Sun Wukong. After buying the sports car, obtaining his license, paying for medical expenses, and other assorted costs, Cassius still had a hefty sum of 200,000 left. As for little Krillin, he similarly borrowed 150,000 from Sun Wukong. However, he wasn't as extravagant as Cassius. Besides the motorcycle, he hardly bought anything else. Now he probably still has about $1 million left. As for Teacher Wishin's sports car, that old man was stingy and only spent a little over 100,000 on a second-hand vehicle. Cassius looked down on this operation with immense disdain. Whoosh. After another roar, Teacher Wu Tian finally drove over in his second-hand red sports car. As soon as he arrived, little Wukong couldn't help but complain, it's all Grandpa's fault for driving so slowly, making us take so long to catch up. And you too, Cassius and Krillin, why are you driving so fast for no reason? In response to this scene, Teacher Wu Tian chose to remain silent. Aha! Cassius and Krillin exchanged a laugh. So what are your plans now? Cassius suddenly asked the group. Everyone clearly understood Cassius' intention and began sharing their plans. As for me, I plan to go with Teacher Wu Tian to Kame House to continue my training. Krillin spoke first. I plan to travel the world and train to become stronger, little Wukong said. You're already the strongest on Earth, my brother. What about you, Cassius? Teacher Wutian asked. Well, I plan to collect the Dragon Balls first, then check with Bulma to see if the gravity chamber is ready. Then I'll return to Kame House to learn martial arts knowledge from Teacher Wutian. I see. Then Klin and I will be waiting for your return. We'll part ways here, Teacher Wutian and I will leave first. After bidding farewell, little Klin rode off on his motorcycle with Teacher Wutian in the sports car. After taking a careful look at Cassius, little Wukong said, then I'm off, brother. Oh, goodbye. Just as he floated into the sky, preparing to accelerate away, Cassius suddenly called out, brother. When we meet again, you must become stronger. At that time I will challenge you, and you must not lose. I will. Cassius. After responding solemnly, little Wukong transformed into a shooting star and vanished into the horizon. Goodbye, my Wukong. On a volcano filled with the scent of sulfur, Cassius was examining the Dragon Ball radar in his hands. Thanks to the radar's positioning and his own formidable strength, Cassius had collected 6 Dragon Balls in less than a month. Now at this moment, he was searching for the last Dragon Ball. According to the radar, the 7th Dragon Ball was nearby. For convenience, Cassius had already stored his prized sports car in a universal capsule, which was a gift from Bulma. Moreover, Bulma's gaze towards Cassius was quite terrifying. No way could the Dragon Ball be in the magma. If that's the case, how am I supposed to retrieve it? I certainly haven't honed my body to withstand bathing in magma. Thinking about this, a look of distress crossed Cassius' handsome face. This final Dragon Ball was indeed mischievous. It was clearly a challenge thrown at him. Honestly, do you believe I would blow up this volcano? Yet after glancing at the lush forest below the volcano, Cassius decisively dismissed this idea. He hadn't sunk to such a level of madness. He couldn't do that. In his previous life, he was an environmental protection volunteer, so in this life, he couldn't go too far. The Dragon Ball is moving. What's happening? At that moment, Cassius clearly saw the small dot on the Dragon Ball radar begin to shift. Could it be that the magma's movement is causing the Dragon Ball to be pulled underground? No way. This absolutely cannot happen. If it's pulled underground, how am I supposed to play? I'm not Broly. With this thought, Cassius no longer hesitated as a brilliant light filled his hand. Whooshed. After a booming sound, a massive blue energy cannon was unleashed from Cassius' hand, heading straight towards the volcano's mouth. Despite having just mentioned something about protecting the environment, he immediately took this action. This was typical hypocrisy. Such behavior is exceedingly shameful. Please do not emulate it. Boom. The energy cannon shot directly into the magma, followed by a resounding explosion. In an instant, dark clouds gathered and the intensely heated magma erupted violently, spewing forth torrents of molten rock, completely consuming the once lush forest. The violent volcanic eruption filled the air with toxic gases, and even Cassius had to retreat quickly, watching the apocalyptic scene from a distance. I'm sorry, but for the sake of the Dragon Ball, I had no choice but to do this. As he watched the unfolding scene, a pang of guilt arose within Cassius. However, in order to resolve his transformation issue, his expression instantly became solemn and indifferent, adopting an attitude of detached indifference. In an instant, magma spread, animals fled, and birds scattered. The scene was as tragic as it could be. As shocking as it was, the true culprit behind all this was intently staring at the moving dot on the Dragon Ball radar. Boom. At this moment, with a tremendous roar, the eruption from the volcano towered high into the sky, creating a dark, ominous cloud filled with a sense of death. It's coming. Cassius, fixated on the Dragon Ball radar, suddenly saw the dot ascend rapidly, drawing ever closer to him. Noticing this, Cassius focused all his attention on the volcano's eruption, knowing that the Dragon Ball would soon burst forth. In fact, Cassius was somewhat surprised by the material of the Dragon Ball, which was so sturdy and filled with magical power. Does such material truly exist on Earth? Or is it a product of a deity's special magic? Boom. At this moment, the volcano erupted once more. And this time, Cassius clearly noticed a bright light shooting out from the volcano's mouth. Then towards that beam of light, Cassius held his breath and shot out at breakneck speed. With the toxic gases produced by the erupting volcano being countless, if Cassius didn't hold his breath, even with his incredible strength, he would still be affected to some extent. In the blink of an eye, Cassius accurately grasped that beam of light, and then his figure began to retreat swiftly. Before long, he disappeared from the vicinity, leaving behind a forest engulfed in magma. In a wild area, 7 glowing Dragon Balls lay together. Next to them was a certain black-haired figure. Come forth, Shinron. With Cassius' voice, the 7 Dragon Balls began to emit an even more dazzling light. Moreover, the previously clear sky turned completely dark at this moment. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the 7 glowing Dragon Balls, soaring upward into the clouds. Cassius knew that this light was Shinron, and soon Shinron would inevitably appear. Sure enough, after a few seconds, a green dragon appeared before Cassius. With its hard and thick green scales, its majestic body, its fiery red eyes, and its exceptionally sharp teeth. Everything was overwhelming for Cassius. It was only when witnessing Shenron in person that one could truly feel the shock. State your wish, no matter what it is I can grant it for you. Just as Cassius was awestruck, the enormous dragon head emerged from the clouds and spoke. At this moment Cassius was clearly awakened by the echoing voice. After carefully examining the imposing Shinran, he spoke. "O Shinran, please allow me to remain conscious when I transform into a gorilla. I'm begging you." Just as Cassius was waiting to feel changes within himself, Shinran spoke again. "I cannot grant that wish." Cassius immediately panicked upon hearing this. What did I toil for the Dragon Balls for if not to be able to enjoy the moon and eat mooncakes like a normal Huaxia person during the full moon? Is that request too difficult? Am I making it too complicated? You're telling me this now, or do you believe I'll learn from Piccolo Daimao and kill you? However, to resolve his confusion, Cassius asked, "Why?" "Because this is something you have already achieved, and thus I cannot fulfill something that has already been accomplished." Shinran answered, "What? I've already achieved it. How come I didn't know?" Cassius was immediately baffled. "Already achieved? How come I didn't know? How come I felt nothing? Are you trying to deceive me?" The shock Cassius felt from Shinran's response was akin to winning a 50 million lottery. This matter primarily depends on your will. In the past you lost control because your will was not strong enough and your power was insufficient. Now as your power increases, your willpower also strengthens, and thus you can maintain rationality while transformed into a gorilla. Do you have any other wishes? If not, then farewell. Although Cassius didn't quite understand the moment he heard Shinran was leaving, he couldn't allow that he had painstakingly summoned him, and yet he was trying to leave without fulfilling his wish. Not a chance. Wait, there are no further wishes, just say it. Shinran's fiery red eyes fixed on Cassius, urging him to respond quickly. After a moment of thought, Cassius said, "In that case, let me freely enter gorilla mode. However, please double-check to see if I can really maintain rationality in that state." "This is quite easy," Shinran replied, and at once his fiery red eyes radiated immense light. After completing this task, Shinran disappeared in a flash, not waiting for Cassius to say anything. "Hey, wait. Damn. Running away so fast, do you believe I'll kill you next time?" Cassius looked at Shinran disappearing quickly, his expression filled with dissatisfaction. Then he felt an influx of new sensations in his mind, and his body began to feel a bit strange. After calming down, Cassius started to perceive the oddities within his body. At that moment, Cassius' body began to undergo a rapid transformation, ultimately resulting in the appearance of a gigantic gorilla. After resolving his significant issues, Cassius continued on his journey with immense excitement. Naturally, with a sports car, he chose to speed toward the nearest city. "I never expected that I would solve the transformation problem in just a month. Such power is truly remarkable. What was once a highly difficult task was completed effortlessly by me. This is the feeling of a strong person." It seems that later on Goku could gather the Dragon Balls in just a few hours, and even Bobo could do it in just half a day. Who cares? I can do it later anyway. With this thought, Cassius couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Before reaching the nearest city, this road wound its way through a vast grassland. Moreover, many animals lived on the grassland. There were adorable herbivores, fierce carnivores, and even hunters who made a living by hunting. Behind a massive stone, two middle-aged men, a blossoming young girl, and a slightly immature boy were sitting together discussing something while watching a herd of antelopes in the distance. "Young, today is your 16th birthday, so you need to rely on yourself to hunt for your prey today." The speaker was one of the two middle-aged men. He had a broad back and long, well-developed limbs with bulging muscles that hinted at explosive strength. Additionally, there was a scar on his face, though not very long. The pale skin surrounding the scar indicated that it had been acquired recently. With a slightly fierce gaze, it was clear that this man was not someone to be trifled with. "Don't worry, father, this time my brother will definitely catch a good prey." The speaker this time was the only blossoming young girl among the four. Her delicate oval face and charming, yet not overly seductive phoenix eyes, despite not being as fair as other girls, exuded a healthy weak color that gave her an unusual charm. At that moment, her lips slightly curled, looking at the boy beside her with a smile. "Yes, big brother, this time you can rest assured with Young's skills he will definitely catch a good prey today. You can have complete faith in him." At this time, another middle-aged man spoke. He did not appear as strong as the previous one. His physique was slightly weaker. However, his calloused hands clearly indicated that this man was also not to be messed with. "That's right, father, second uncle, and Fong Fong are right with my skills. Catching prey is a piece of cake." The slightly immature boy patted his chest confidently. As a young man on the grassland, he was not only skilled with a bow and horse, but was also one of the best archers in the tribe, much admired by many girls. Today was his 16th birthday, marking his coming of age. On this day, he must hunt a prey that matches his status. To celebrate his entry into adulthood, his father's second uncle and sister, known as the first flower of the grassland, Nataxi, specially accompanied him to hunt. They planned to witness the moment he caught his prey, and having so many people around was also to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I hope so. The burly man silently prayed in his heart. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. Not only was he skilled with a bow, but his archery skills surpassed even his father's. However, he was too impulsive and often acted without thinking, letting his emotions drive him. This made his father quite uneasy. Thus, on this sacred day, the man known as the first warrior of the tribe followed his reckless son into the hunt, fearing any mishaps. "Hey father, look behind the antelope herd. Is that a saber-toothed tiger?" At this moment, the girl Nataxi covered her mouth, pointing excitedly at a direction behind the herd. The other three turned their gazes to where Nataxi was pointing. Indeed, in the grass behind the antelope herd, 3 saber-toothed tigers, each about 3 to 4 meters long, were crouching. At this moment, they were watching the antelope herd with keen eyes, their sharp fangs visible, indicating they were ready to hunt at any moment. "Father, I've made my decision. That's the prey. This time I am determined to catch it." The boy licked his slightly cracked lips, his face filled with fighting spirit. "Afon, have you decided?" The burly man seemed to seek confirmation, asking the boy again. "Father, I've made my decision. That prey, is it?" Afon picked up the bow and arrow beside him, looking towards the saber-toothed tiger with a determined tone. "All right. In that case, let's encircle it. Your second uncle and I will deal with the other 2 saber-toothed tigers while you go hunt your prey." After a moment of thought, the burly man decided. "Good, that's settled." The others expressed no objections, all agreeing. Thus, the burly man readied his bow and quiver, armed himself, and led the group to slowly circle around the antelope herd, moving towards the saber-toothed tigers. Slowly they drew closer. When they were about 200 meters from the saber-toothed tigers, the 3 tigers clearly sensed something amiss and turned to look in the direction of the hunters. "Now's the time. Go." At this moment, the burly man took the lead, drawing his bow and shooting at one of the saber-toothed tigers. Another burly man quickly followed suit, shooting at another saber-toothed tiger. Meanwhile, Afon was running and shooting arrows, aiming directly at the eyes of the last saber-toothed tiger. As for Nataxi, she swiftly retreated, taking her bow to provide support from a distance. Being a girl, she lacked the strength of a man, and if a saber-toothed tiger got too close, she would be done for. Thus, she dared not get too close. Upon noticing this, the saber-toothed tigers became enraged and charged toward the hunters at incredible speed. As one of the rulers of the grassland, their dignity could not be trampled. The group did not panic. They continued to retreat while shooting arrows at high speed. Before long, one saber-toothed tiger was shot in the thigh, its speed of advance starting to slow. Seeing this, Afon's lips curled up slightly as he drew 3 arrows from his quiver and unleashed a 3-star rapid fire at the injured saber-toothed tiger. True to his title as a sharpshooter, Afon shot out the eyes of the saber-toothed tiger, and 1 arrow struck its head. This rendered the saber-toothed tiger a non-threat for the time being, as it began to thrash about in confusion. The other 2 saber-toothed tigers engaged in battle with the other 2 burly men. One burly man, sporting a scar on his face, impaled one of the saber-toothed tigers with a spear and then kicked the 3 to 4 meter long tiger away with a powerful kick. This demonstrated that the burly man possessed considerable strength. The other burly man facing off against another saber-toothed tiger appeared to be at a disadvantage, but although he couldn't win, he was not immediately losing and could barely hold on. However, upon witnessing the swift demise of its companion, the saber-toothed tiger engaged in battle with him immediately turned to flee in fear. Seeing this, Afon was unwilling to let it go and hurriedly chased after it. In that direction there was a road. "Afon, come back." The burly man, seeing his son recklessly pursuing, shouted urgently, "Second brother, you take care of the blind saber-toothed tiger. He'll follow up to see what's going on." At that moment, our protagonist Cassius was flooring the gas pedals, speeding down the road. Wearing sunglasses and listening to music, enjoying the thrill of speed, Cassius was in high spirits. But just then a massive saber-toothed tiger leaped onto the road. At Cassius' current speed, he would definitely collide with it in a matter of seconds. Damn it. Damn. Faced with this sudden scene, Cassius couldn't help but curse. However, as a seasoned driver, how could he allow his beloved sports car to be written off like that? In merely a flash, he devised a countermeasure. Cassius saw the large cat, and instead of slowing down, he floored the accelerator and spun the steering wheel at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the sports car, which was about to collide with the saber-toothed tiger, executed a difficult moon drift around the large cat, narrowly avoiding a tragic accident. However, although he avoided the car crash, Cassius was accelerating, which caused his sports car to veer off the road and into the grassland. Fortunately, the grassland near the road was flat, so it did not cause significant damage to Cassius' beloved sports car. At this moment, the large cat, which had narrowly escaped being hit, was left stunned in place, trembling, as if it might curl up on the ground. Cassius' anger surged at this moment. He wished he could skin the large cat alive and roast it directly. Damn that large cat daring to scare Lord Cassius. Didn't you know that Lord Cassius' sports car is very expensive? If you damage it, can you afford to pay? Just as Cassius turned the car around to go back, the large cat had already snapped out of its stupor and dashed away. The more Cassius watched this scene, the angrier he became. You think you can run after scaring Lord Cassius? Not a chance. Just as I was getting hungry tonight, your life will pay for it. Then Cassius slammed on the brakes, stopped the car, jumped out, and pressed the button in his pocket. With a loud bang, the sports car transformed into a capsule and fell to the ground. After picking up the capsule, he casually glanced in the direction the large cat had fled, and in a flash he pursued it. With unparalleled speed, Cassius quickly caught up to the fleeing large cat. Then with a heavy punch, the large cat let out a wail before falling completely silent. It was no wonder. How could Cassius, filled with seething rage, hold back his strength? After checking the corpse of the large cat, the black-furred Cassius patted his chest and sighed in relief. So solid, the meat must be tender and juicy. It seems that tonight the young master will have a feast. Just as Cassius was about to find a place to skin and butcher the large cat, an untimely voice interrupted him. Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here? And keep away from my prey. Upon hearing this, Cassius was stunned. What the hell is going on? Can someone really come to snatch my meal? Is there no justice anymore? Cassius turned to the direction of the voice and saw a young man with messy long hair, wearing a fur coat, a tiger skin skirt, and fur boots, glaring at Cassius with a bow and arrow aimed at him. He had the stance of shooting Cassius dead at the slightest disagreement. At this moment, Aphone was also sizing up Cassius, who stood beside his prey. With long bangs, he wore a designer jacket on top, designer jeans below, and a pair of unknown sneakers. Aphone could tell at a glance that this guy was a city dweller. However, that wasn't the worst part. What really angered Aphone was that this bastard was even better looking than him. He looked like a pretty boy. This made Aphone, who usually called himself the most handsome man on the grassland, very unhappy, and he felt an impulse to eliminate Cassius. I advise you to put down your bow and arrow. It wouldn't be good if you accidentally hurt someone. Looking at the glimmering arrowhead, Cassius felt annoyed. After all, who would want someone pointing a bow and arrow at them? Although Cassius didn't feel threatened, Aphone, clearly not a patient person, drew the bowstring to its limit, responding to Cassius' implied threat. Then let's see what you can do. Cassius' eyes narrowed slightly. He was getting a bit angry. Jumping out of nowhere to snatch my dinner, and now pointing a bow and arrow at me. Young man, do you know you're courting death? If I don't teach you a lesson, do you think you can bully Lord Cassius? The atmosphere was tense, and a conflict could break out at any moment. Then I'll give it a try. At this moment, Aphone let go of the arrow, which shot toward Cassius' head with a whistling sound. It seemed this little brat intended to shoot Cassius in the head and kill him instantly. But who was Cassius? A Saiyan with a combat power of over 2,000, facing Aphone, whose power barely reached 10, it would be a piece of cake to defeat him. Cassius extended his hand, catching the swiftly flying arrow. Then in a flash, he appeared in front of Aphone. With his other hand, he grabbed Aphone's head and lifted him off the ground. This action took Cassius less than a second. Aphone, still fantasizing about how he would shoot Cassius in the head, never expected to be subdued and lifted by him in the blink of an eye. Originally intending to struggle, Aphone felt the strength coming from Cassius' hand and the increasing pain. His body began to feel weak, and he was like a dead dog being held in midair by Cassius. Tisk, with such weak strength, don't be so arrogant. Cassius looked at Aphone, who had lost the will to resist, and said casually, forget it, I don't plan to kill this guy. Just scare him a bit, give him a lesson, and then let him go. Tisk, wasting my meal time. Just as Cassius was about to let Aphone go, a deep voice came through. Please, young brother, spare my son's life. Cassius suddenly saw a burly man dressed similarly to Aphone jump out of the bushes. This man was quite muscular, as evident from his exposed muscles. We are hunters from the nearby area. We mean no harm to you, young brother. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. The man stopped about 5 meters away from Cassius and explained. Hunters, do you know your son almost killed me? Cassius narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the man. So what if you're a hunter? Does that mean you can randomly point a bow and arrow at someone? It's a misunderstanding. Today is my son's 16th birthday. According to tribal rules, children must hunt their own prey to signify they have come of age. We had already killed 2 saber-toothed tigers, leaving one for my son to kill himself. However, that saber-toothed tiger was quite cunning. Seeing the danger, it ran away decisively. My son in a hurry chased after it, which led to this offense against you, young brother. Seeing Cassius change in demeanor, the man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained. He had witnessed how his son was defeated in an instant. The man knew that if a fight broke out, he would also be instantly killed by Cassius. Therefore, the safest method was to back down. Cassius thought carefully. It seemed to be true. First, the large cat ran away, then he killed it, and then that little brat showed up only to be subdued by him. Ahem. Cassius lightly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and continued, since that's the case, I won't hold it against him. However, this large cat is my prey, you all can find another target. Saying this, he tossed the unfortunate creature towards its father, startling the man, who hurriedly dropped his spear to catch it. Just as Cassius intended to carry the large cat away, the man's voice came again. If you don't mind, young brother, please visit our tribe. We would like to make amends with you. Upon hearing this, Cassius thought for a moment and agreed. Of course, why would he refuse? Would he wait for himself to cook? As a latest-stage lazy person, Cassius's actions must align with his identity. As time slowly trickled away, night gradually descended upon the vast grassland. The Tattoo tribe, being the most powerful clan on this grassland, was filled with numerous young and strong individuals whose vibrant energy not only showcased their skill in archery and horsemanship, but also brimmed with vitality. This day marked a significant occasion for the Tattoo tribe, as it was the Kamingafage celebration for the chief's son, who had just turned 16. On this day, one of their renowned archers, with the help of the chief, not only hunted down 3 saber-toothed tigers, the apex predators of the grassland, but also returned with a friend from the city. For the people of the Tattoo tribe, they welcomed guests from afar with unparalleled warmth. To celebrate the chief's son's coming of age and to host the guests from distant lands, the Tattoo tribe organized a grand banquet tonight. At this moment, the Tattoo tribe was ablaze with firelight and bustling with excitement as young men and women gathered around the bonfires, singing and dancing merrily. Meanwhile, our protagonist Cassius was sitting on a cushion, happily gnawing on a leg of lamb. Before him laid a table laden with a variety of delicacies, including roast whole lamb, sheep's milk, and saber-toothed tiger meat. The feast was so abundant that it was beyond counting. The burly man sitting at the head of the table glanced at Cassius, who was eating joyfully, and slowly felt his heart ease. At the same time, he secretly scolded his own son for having such a poor attitude towards the guests from afar. Furthermore, not only did he act out, but he also couldn't even hold his own against them. He almost got taken down himself. What a disgrace. Cassius, my young brother, are you enjoying your meal? The burly man looked towards Cassius and asked. Upon hearing this, Cassius paused his eating, nodded at the man, and replied, I'm very happy. The food here is not only delicious, but the people are also incredibly warm. I like it very much. Cassius was not lying. The girls here were indeed very friendly, as he had already been approached by no fewer than 10 grassland maidens while he was eating. However, one particular boy, infatuated with food, paid little attention to them. That's great. That's great. The burly man nodded repeatedly. However, the burly man's son, Offing, did not give Cassius any good looks. Yet he dared not act too recklessly, for Cassius' strength spoke for itself. What could he do? Go up and beat him? Don't be ridiculous. This was in the tribe after all, and Offing did not want to lose face. Nevertheless, Offing sat next to the burly man, scowling and glaring at Cassius. Cassius, regarding this matter, thought to himself, why should I care about you? You glare at me, and I'll eat my food. Let's not disturb one another. Suddenly, Cassius heard a melodious voice. Hey, I heard from Dad that you defeated my brother in an instant. Is that true? Following that, a delightful fragrance wafted by. Curiously, Cassius turned his head to look and saw a youthful maiden beside him with a delicate oval face and healthy sun-kissed skin. Especially her eyes, which sparkled like agate, were captivating. The girl beside Cassius was none other than the chief's daughter, Nataxi, known as the first flower of the grassland. Hey, why aren't you speaking? You look so cute when you're dazed, Nataxi said with a playful smile covering her mouth. Realizing he had made a fool of himself, Cassius quickly turned his gaze away from Nataxi. However, he couldn't help but think this girl is so beautiful, far better than Mana, that undeveloped little girl. Author, you little rascal, how could Mana, such a cute lowly, be compared to this young lady? Besides, once Mana matures, she will surely surpass this lady by 1,000 times. I'm Nataxi, the daughter of the tribe's chief, and I am the first flower of this grassland. Nataxi said playfully while looking at Cassius. Cassius thought to himself, you certainly qualify as the first flower of the grassland, but why do you have such a terrifying gaze? Why does that mean many young men pursue you? Cassius pretended to be surprised and asked. Of course, many people are after me, Nataxi instinctively replied, but then realized something was off. Wait, you call me sister? How old are you? You can't be younger than me, right? Cassius, Nataxi exclaimed in shock. Actually, upon hearing her father mention that Cassius had swiftly subdued her brother, Nataxi had developed some interest in Cassius. However, after catching sight of Cassius' handsome face, she became deeply enamored with this boy. After all, there weren't many boys who were both good-looking and strong. Miss, I will be 13 after this year, Cassius replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, Cassius clearly noticed that when he mentioned he would soon be 13, Nataxi's eyes suddenly brightened. Then he faintly heard Nataxi whispering to herself, 13 isn't too young. I'm only 15 myself. Miss, I'm feeling a bit full, so I won't accompany you all anymore. I'm going to head to sleep now. Just as Cassius stood up and turned to leave, he distinctly felt a delicate, soft hand grasping his. Immediately, a pleasant voice reached Cassius' ears. "Cassius, come dance with me." Then Cassius was forcibly pulled towards the bonfire by a certain maiden. Originally, he intended to resist and escape. However, perhaps due to the strength of the grassland maidens, Cassius was caught off guard and lost his balance. Just as he was about to fall, he was pulled to the bonfire by an enthusiastic grassland girl. Feeling the hostility radiating from all directions, especially from a Fang's piercing gaze, Cassius felt awkward and scratched his head in embarrassment. Cassius thought, "Brothers, I didn't want this either. It was clearly your flower who dragged me over. You can't blame me." "Author, you're just making excuses, you lecher. With your combat power exceeding 2,000, how could you be dragged away by a girl with less than 10 combat power?" "Hey Cassius, why are you just standing there? Come move with me," Nataxi exclaimed, noticing Cassius staring blankly at the bonfire. As a result, Cassius naturally followed Natax's rhythm and began to dance. However, behind him, dozens of eyes led by Offing were intensely fixed on Cassius, sending shivers down his spine. Under the enthusiasm of Nataxi, Cassius gradually let go of himself, starting to dance, drink, and wrestle with the people of the tribe. It can be said that Cassius has nearly tried all the customs and activities that the grasslands have to offer. Watching Cassius blend in with the tribesmen, the happiest was the burly man. Second to him was Nataxi, who was overjoyed to see the tribe's warriors defeated by Cassius. Natax's eyes curved into crescent moons, making Offing feel increasingly uncomfortable. His gaze towards Cassius became increasingly fierce, and if he weren't unable to defeat Cassius, Offing would have likely torn him apart by now. "Damn it, this bastard. He came here and stole my sister right away. How despicable. Bastard. Damn bastard." Offing slammed his cup on the ground, his eyes turning blood red. This scene was precisely caught by the burly man. Perhaps worried about his son, or perhaps to console him, the burly man approached his son and gently patted Offing's head. "Father." Offing was a bit surprised by his father's action. "Do you know what day it is today?" "I know it's my Kamingafage day," Offing replied as his expression gradually calmed. "Yes, in the blink of an eye my son has grown up and come of age," the burly man said, then paused, closing his eyes as if reminiscing. Offing truly did not understand what his father meant, his face filled with questions. However, the usually filial son noticed that his father, the tribe's foremost warrior, had somehow begun to show some wrinkles. "Offing, now that you are of age, you must mature and take on the responsibilities of the tribe's young leader." At this moment, the burly man opened his eyes, looking sternly at his son. "Father, I don't understand." Offing was a bit confused. "Father is growing old, and soon you will take my place as the trusted leader. At that time, the life and death of the entire tribe will rest in your hands. Your every move, every word will influence the entire tribe. So Offing, stop being willful and stop being mischievous. I beg you, as a man, truly understand your responsibilities. After all, you must know that my abilities are not limitless. I cannot protect you in everything." As he spoke, the burly man's gaze gradually darkened. "Father." Offing looked at his father, the strongest man on this grassland, in surprise, not expecting him to say such words. In his impression, his father was a towering hero, an idol, in his heart a goal he aspired to. However, tonight, his once mighty father was begging him to understand, to stop being mischievous, to take on responsibilities like a man. At this moment, Offing felt a whirlwind of emotions, his face bitter. "Father, is it because of Cassius?" At this moment, Offing tentatively asked. After all, he was not a foolish person and could tell from their previous conversation. Whenever his father emphasized his behavior and responsibilities, his gaze would occasionally glance towards Cassius. "Offing, have you heard the legend of the immortals in Kalinta?" The burly man gently adjusted his son's clothes and asked. "Father, what do you mean by this?" Clearly, Offing had heard of this legend. "Offing, listen to me. The Kalinta is located in the southeast of our tribe, and it takes about 3 or 4 days on horseback to get there. When I was young, I went to Kalinta and even climbed it." "So, father, did you meet the immortal?" Offing asked, eagerly, clearly intrigued by his father's words. The burly man waved his hand to signal Offing to calm down and let him speak slowly. "Well, at that time I brought a lot of food and water, and fearing it would take more than a month, eventually climbed Kalinta and met the immortal. Do you know how happy I was when I met the immortal? But when I saw that the immortal was a cat, I was still young and didn't understand much. In my ignorance, I was overwhelmed by the immortal's aura." "A cat? You were overwhelmed?" Offing was clearly surprised. He never expected his strong father would be subdued by merely the aura. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that the immortal on Kalinta turned out to be a cat. This completely shattered his worldview. It was truly unbelievable. Indeed, the immortal was a cat, and I was indeed overwhelmed by its aura. The burly man did not hide anything from his son, speaking frankly. "So what happened next?" Offing continued to ask. The burly man took another sip of wine and continued. "Later I submitted and never dared to act recklessly again. Afterwards, I begged the immortal to teach me cultivation. At first, the immortal didn't agree, but also didn't send me away. I started doing some chores for the immortal and begged him every day to teach me. Father, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned, pestering the immortal every day. Offing laughed carefreely. You little brat, do you still want to hear more? The burly man's face flushed in embarrassment as he scolded. Of course I want to hear it. Offing quickly surrendered when he saw his father's anger, fearing he would stop telling the story. A few months later, the immortal was finally moved by me and agreed to teach me cultivation. However, due to my poor talent, even with the immortal's guidance, I still didn't learn well. Thinking about this, the burly man felt a bit downcast. Father. Offing looked at his father's gloomy face and couldn't help but speak to comfort him. It's no wonder after all the hard work of climbing Kalinta and begging the immortal for guidance, only to find that his poor talent prevented him from learning. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the burly man. It's okay, Offing. Even though I didn't learn the immortal's true abilities, the immortal specifically taught me a skill so that I could avoid powerful enemies in the future. The burly man smiled at Offing and continued, What skill? Offing inquired. It's the ability to sense the strength of others, the immortal said. This is called aura. Actually, I, your father, don't understand it well either. I can only perceive others' aura, and then I can't do anything else. The burly man replied somewhat gloomily. Aura. Offing was curious about this new term. Yes, that's also why I'm so polite to Cassius. The burly man nodded and continued, Offing. You know Cassius' aura is far greater than that of the immortal. What? Upon hearing his father's words, Afeng instantly lost his composure, his face flooding with shock. Yes, Finger. From what I've sensed, Cassius' aura is vastly more powerful than that of a celestial being. The burly man reached out and gently pressed his son back down, signaling him to keep quiet. Finger, I know you find this hard to believe. Truth be told, I doubted it myself at first. But after repeated sensing and verification, I found Cassius' aura not only remains unwavering, but occasionally even intensifies. Finger, do you grasp the significance of this? The man's expression grew animated, though his voice remained calm. Cassius normally maintains a combat power level hovering around 300, a figure that on Earth places him among the absolute apex of martial strength. Not even the feline guardian of Karinta, or a god descending from heaven, could hope to best Cassius at that level of power. As for why the man sensed Cassius' combat power rising when Cassius entered the tribal settlement, he naturally heightened his vigilance. Thus, the dark-haired youth subtly raised his output to roughly 400. That was precisely what triggered the man's perception of shifting aura. Father, does his true strength far surpass what you've sensed? Is his hidden power even greater? Afeng stared incredulously toward Cassius, who was cheerfully drinking and dancing nearby. Indeed, that is precisely why I treat Cassius with such deference, the man affirmed with a solemn nod. So, that whispered conversation you had with sister earlier, you meant for her to draw Cassius' attention? Afeng suddenly asked. Ahem, what nonsense is this boy spouting? Do I strike you as that kind of man? The man rapped Afeng lightly on the head and continued, I merely told your sister that Cassius is not only young but extraordinarily powerful, that your elder brother was subdued in an instant without even a chance to counter. I urged her to seek him out for conversation so he wouldn't feel neglected within our tribe. And what? Father, are you really going to undermine your own son like this? Afeng pouted, his face crumpling into wounded dismay. In undermine, I spoke nothing but truth. Still, Nadashi's response utterly exceeded my expectations. I never imagined she'd forge a friendship with Cassius so swiftly. Clearly, I must fan the flames a little further. The man glanced toward Nadashi, who was laughing heartily with Cassius, his eyes glinting with quiet calculation. Father, what are you scheming? You look downright devious. Wait. Father, please don't jest with sister's lifelong happiness. That would be unforgivable. Afeng watched his father alternately smile and nod, silently praying for his sister's sake. What nonsense is this? Do I look like that sort of man? Flustered at having his thoughts laid bare, the man flushed crimson and rapped Afeng sharply on the skull. In short, do not provoke Cassius. For the sake of our tribe, understand. His tone hardened, his gaze locking onto Afeng with grave intensity. Oh, I got it. I won't bully my future brother-in-law anymore. Is that acceptable? Afeng scratched his head, dazed. Good, exactly right. Brother-in-law suits him well. Go, apologize and greet him properly. Hearing Afeng's words, the man nodded approvingly, then swept his hand forward in clear dismissal. Oh, now fully aware of Cassius's might, Afeng knew any revenge plot was utterly doomed. Worse still, provoking Cassius might bring annihilation upon the entire tribe. Far wiser then to cultivate goodwill. And so deep in his heart, the steppe youth accepted the dark-haired stranger as his future brother-in-law. Cassius Midsip felt his head begin to spin, his vision blurred. Alarmed, he sprang up and hurried back to his own table, then began eating steadily. He had no choice. After all, he stood on foreign soil, and Feng's murderous glare had not gone unnoticed. Cassius dared not let himself grow drunk. Unconsciousness here could mean death. What's wrong? Why aren't you joining the others in celebration? Why sit alone quietly devouring food? A melodious voice bright as a magpie's call chimed into Cassius' ear. Cassius recognized the voice instantly. The step's golden blossom had returned once more. Sister, it's not that I refuse to drink with you. I simply can't ignore your brother's murderous gaze. With him watching, how dare I get drunk? Yet though these thoughts churned within him, he voiced none of them aloud. Sister Nadashi, too much wine left me famished, so I came back to eat first. And don't mind me. Go enjoy yourself. Haha. As the dark-haired youth grinned foolishly, Nadashi gasped, "Wow. So handsome. So adorable. I love it." Her eyes shimmered anew as she settled beside him. "And how could I possibly ignore you? You are the honored guest father brought home. I must treat you with utmost hospitality." Feeling the delicate fragrance wafting from her side, Cassius realized this golden blossom of the steppe would not depart so easily. Then another voice pierced his awareness, so abruptly that his expression froze in disbelief. "Indeed, brother Cassius, you're our guest. We must never neglect you." And there stood Feng holding a wine cup, grinning broadly as he appraised Cassius, utterly devoid of his earlier murderous intent. "Nanny, what sorcery is this? Is there some hidden scheme? Since when did this brat become so courteous? Surely this is a trick." Hey young brother Cassius, I deeply regret my earlier rudeness. Please forgive this petty soul. He'll drink this cup first, as penance. With that, Feng drained the cup in one swift motion, then offered Cassius a look of earnest contrition. Whoa, this plot twist came far too fast. My poor head can barely keep up. It's fine truly. Since your sincerity is so evident, let bygones be bygones. Though thoroughly bewildered, Cassius magnanimously accepted of Feng's apology. After all, he was a Saiyan whose combat power soared beyond 2,000. If treachery arose, even in suboptimal condition, a single ki blast would suffice. And if matters worsened, he retained the Oozuru transformation. Should chaos erupt, he'd simply transform Stomp once, and end it all. In short, there was nothing to fear. Wonderful. You've reconciled. Earlier I fretted endlessly over your feud. Now everything's resolved. Nadashi bounded with unrestrained joy upon seeing her brother and Cassius make peace. Her delight proved infectious. Feng smiled warmly alongside her. Sister, I am genuinely happy for you. May you find true happiness. Sister, I am genuinely happy for you. May you find true happiness." At that moment, Cassius remained blissfully unaware that he had already been branded future brother-in-law, prospective son-in-law, and destined husband, and simply gazed utterly perplexed at the sibling pair before him. What is happening? Cassius squinted at the pair of siblings with sly smiles, growing increasingly anxious. They must be plotting something, especially that little brat being overly attentive, either a thief or a schemer. To this end, Cassius decisively chose the 36 strategies, deciding that retreat was the best option. "I'm feeling dizzy, I'm going to sleep, you don't need to worry about me." After leaving that remark, Cassius quickly retrieved his universal capsule disguised as a sports car, and with a bang, a sleek black sports car appeared out of thin air. A certain black-haired figure darted into the car with lightning speed, not forgetting to swiftly close the panel, sealing the car completely. Then the black-haired one lay down in the seat, pretending to be fast asleep, hoping to divert the siblings' attention and better protect himself. Even inside the car, no matter what those two might do, they would still have to deal with the vehicle, even if they threw the car off a cliff or attacked it with a hammer. Cassius believed that as long as there was a loud noise, no matter how deeply he slept, he would wake up instantly. He classified this as a Saiyan instinct. However, it was clear that a certain girl had no intention of letting Cassius off the hook. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks on the car window sounded. Hearing this, Cassius turned over and continued sleeping, thinking, "You can't see what's going on inside, so I won't bother with you, just keep sleeping." Sure enough, when Cassius ignored them, the knocking outside the window abruptly stopped. At this time, Natasha and Feng exchanged glances, surprised that Cassius would resort to this tactic. Moreover, due to the appearance of the sports car, many clansmen began to gather around, curiously gazing at the black-haired boy's vehicle. "Brother, does this mean Cassius dislikes me?" Natasha looked at her brother, her face full of grievance. "Natasha, that's not it. It's okay. Cassius must be tired and wants to rest. But if he's tired, he could sleep in our tent, where there's a bed. Why does he have to sleep in the car?" She genuinely couldn't understand. Isn't this a sign of dislike? What else could it be? Natasha glanced at the sports car, tears beginning to gather in her eyes. "Natasha, sigh." Feng looked at his sister, sighing in helplessness. He actually knew the reason behind Cassius' actions. He was guarding against him. He was afraid that if he fell asleep, something unfavorable might happen to him. "It's all my fault. Why didn't I speak properly back then?" Why did I have to threaten Cassius with a bow and arrow from the start, causing him to be so wary of me and dragging my sister down with me? Indeed, I am quite the troublemaker. Just then Natasha made an action that left both Afong and Cassius helpless. Cassius, if you don't come out, do you believe I will cry right now, eh? What the heck? Cassius, who was planning to sleep soundly in the car, suddenly heard this threatening, cheerful voice, feeling quite frustrated. What did I do to you? Even trying to sleep you disturbed me. Do you believe I'll blast you with a key blast? Cassius glanced at the motionless sports car, while Natasha felt wronged, her lips pouting as she began to cry. When have I ever been this embarrassing? When have I ever lowered myself like this? Who dares to treat me this way? Cassius, you idiot, you jerk. Why do you have to be so handsome? Why do you have to treat me like this? Natasha thought more and more about it, and tears began to flow down like they were free, falling uncontrollably. Oh, my ancestors, stop crying. If you keep crying like this, it won't look good for your brother either. At that moment, Afong felt quite distressed. It wasn't just anyone who would be embarrassed but himself. What was worse was that she was crying in their tribe. How could that be okay? How would the clansmen look at him? This is just ridiculous. It's all that jerk Cassius' fault. The more Afong thought about it, the more his previously diminished resentment towards Cassius flared up. Ahem. At this moment, a deep voice interrupted Afong's thoughts. It instantly reminded him of something his father had once said, causing cold sweat to break out. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, the door of Cassius' sports car opened and a hand reached out, quickly pulling the crying girl inside. Then the door closed, instantly, swift and decisive. Afong was dumbfounded, thinking, what the hell is going on? Is he stealing my sister? And doing it in public? What is happening? How did Natasha get pulled in? I don't know. I didn't see clearly. Hearing the surrounding crowd's discussions, just as Afong was about to knock on the car window, a strong hand pulled him away. It was the big man. Afong saw his father shake his head at him, then directly pulled him away, a deep voice echoing throughout the tribe. All right, Cassius is drunk. Everyone don't disturb him. I will make sure Natasha takes good care of him. After saying this, the big man happily patted Afong on the shoulder and laughed heartily. What a good daughter. I was still pondering how to help you ignite the flames of passion, but who would have thought you girl would bring honor to your father without my intervention? What a good daughter. It seems our tribe will have another powerful ally. Father, what do you mean? Afong looked at the big man in confusion. Stop talking nonsense, or just don't disturb them. The big man forcefully pushed Afong back into his seat, yelling, Afong. Inside the sports car, Cassius looked gloomily at the blushing flower of the grasslands. Cassius felt speechless. After enduring that dreadful crying for several minutes, he had made the decision to bring her in. Not only did the girl stop crying, but she also curiously examined the sports car, occasionally shyly glancing at Cassius, her face reddening deeper than a ripe apple. Well, since you're not crying anymore, I'll let you out now. After a while, Cassius spoke up, noticing the increasingly strange atmosphere. But as soon as he spoke, the girl's tears began to fall down again, leaving Cassius feeling equally troubled, unsure whether to console her or not. I say, what do you want? Finally, the black-haired one exploded. However, the anger came quickly and left just as fast, dissipating under the girl's next sentence. I like you, will you marry me? The girl looked at the black-haired boy with watery eyes. What the heck? A confession? What should I do? Refuse. But she looks so cute. No, I'm still young. Ooh, I absolutely cannot do this. Refuse. With a flurry of chaotic thoughts, the black-haired one finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. I'm sorry, but I'm not human. Then the black-haired one's tail sprang out. I'm sorry, but I'm not human. With a powerful proof from a certain black-haired tail, a certain girl was successfully stunned. Not human. Is this a joke? Could it be that he's transformed from another animal? No wonder he's so handsome. No wonder when I showed such initiative, he didn't react. I thought my charm had diminished. But if he isn't human, does that mean we can't be together? Yet he is truly so handsome. As Natasha struggled in her mind, Cassius helplessly covered his face. Damn, why does he have to demean himself like this? How unlucky. So you understand now, right? We can never be together, and that's why I haven't been paying much attention to you. Cassius said solemnly, looking at the girl. But why do you have a human appearance? You said you're not human, so are you transformed from a fairy? Will you eat people? Natasha tilted her head in thought, feeling that something was off, filled with too many questions. So she weakly asked Cassius. Damn, eat people. Miss, your imagination is too wild. If I were to eat people, why would I be here chatting with you? I could just swallow you whole. I don't eat people. Also, I am indeed transformed from a monkey, but I am not a fairy. It was an immortal who granted me a human body. Seeing the confused look on Natasha's face, Cassius thought for a moment and continued, It's the deity of earth who turned me human, who gave me wisdom and unparalleled strength. It seems that Natasha might still be unwilling to believe Cassius' words, but the tale behind him forced her to confront reality. If he really is transformed from an animal, then indeed we cannot be together. But he is so handsome. Perhaps maybe we could get married. Natasha still harbored fantasies yearning to marry Cassius. Sigh. The girls on this grassland are too enthusiastic. We've only just met for less than a day, and they can like someone already. That's too terrifying. Fortunately, I still have my trump card, the tail. Cassius coughed a few times as a reminder to the girl who was still lost in her fantasies. So you understand now, right? We can never be together. If you want to blame someone, blame the deity. It was he who turned me into a human. If you have any grievances or unhappiness, just curse him. The black-haired one irresponsibly shifted all blame onto the deity. After all, that old immortal Piccolo could never defeat him. If he dares to come looking for me, I'll make him human in no time. Deity, I thought you were granted a human body by the immortal on Karin Tower. Upon hearing the unfamiliar words deity, Natasha couldn't help but feel puzzled. Initially, she believed Cassius was granted a body by the immortal on Karin Tower. The immortal on Karin Tower. Isn't that a certain cat? Could there be more to this story? Cassius asked Natasha. You mean the cat immortal who plants beans? With a hint of confusion, Natasha blinked and thought for a moment, responding cutely, yes, that's right. There has always been a legend here that there are immortals on Karin Tower, but how do you know the immortal is a cat? Have you seen the immortal Cassius? After saying that, Natasha fixed her beautiful eyes on Cassius, hoping to get an answer from him. Cassius would surely answer that he hasn't seen it. However, upon hearing Natasha mention a certain cat, Cassius couldn't help but consider the idea of going to Karin Tower. After all, that white cat possesses the divine medicine from Dragon Ball, the Senzu Bean. Just one would heal any injury, no matter how severe. Cassius had experienced this many times through the storyline. Cassius recalled that during the Third World Martial Arts Tournament in Dragon Ball, when Goku, Goku had grown up by then, he should be called Adult Goku. At that time, Adult Goku and Piccolo Jr. were both on the verge of death, and Goku had a hole through his chest created by Piccolo. Goku was supposed to die, but after eating a Senzu Bean brought by Yajirobe, despite having a hole in his chest, he immediately became lively, as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, the Senzu Bean played a crucial role in the subsequent battles in Dragon Ball, but due to a certain fat guy Yajirobe, what should have been an abundant resource became rare. To this, Cassius could only say, you fat idiot, don't let me run into you, or else I beat you half to death. I'm not a Saiyan. It's not that Cassius is cruel, it's just that a certain fat guy is too excessive. He eats one and doesn't need to eat for a week, and yet this fat guy turned it into a rare item. Doesn't that make you angry? Fat guy, seriously, don't let me meet you, or else I will beat you to death. Looking at Cassius, who had not responded to her question for a long time, Natasha couldn't help but speak up. Cassius. What are you thinking about? You still haven't answered my question. At this moment, Cassius was pulled back to reality by Natasha's voice. After glancing at her a few times, Cassius awkwardly said, of course I've never seen the cat immortal, but I do plan to visit it. As he spoke, Cassius' face became increasingly flushed. Senzu Beans, such a miraculous item for a Saiyan born for battle, it was akin to a divine artifact. Moreover, that certain fat guy hasn't made it to Karin Tower yet, so there should be plenty of Senzu Bean stock. So this time I must take as many as I can. Even if I can't take them all, I need to take at least 7 or 8, and I definitely can't let that fat guy benefit. At that moment, a certain fat guy who was roasting food couldn't help but sneeze. At this moment, Cassius remembered something. It was his brother Son Goku who brought that certain fat guy to Karin Tower. How should I put it? If Goku were here, he would definitely be beaten up by that black-haired one. Meanwhile, Natasha saw that Cassius was ignoring her again, and her little mouth immediately pouted, her face filled with grievance. Cassius, what's wrong? Why are you dazed again? It seems like I dazed off again. Noticing this, the black-haired one quickly snapped back to reality and looked at Natasha seriously, saying, Natasha, so we can never be together, understand? I know I'm sorry for causing you trouble. With that, Natasha decisively left the car. Sai, it's not that I don't like you, it's just that I'm still young. The black-haired one watched Natasha leave from the car window, feeling a sense of regret. After Nataxi left, perhaps under the orders of the big man, Cassius spent a peaceful night in the car. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Cassius, who was originally sound asleep, heard a tapping sound at the window. Opening his eyes and rolling down the car window, Cassius saw the big man, Afong and Nataxi, standing outside looking at him. It was evident from the bloodshot eyes of the big man that he had not slept well last night. Uncle, what's going on? Cassius asked in confusion. Cassius thought with some trepidation. The big man looked around hesitantly. However, under the urging looks from Afong and Nataxi, he gritted his teeth and knelt down in front of Cassius. Immediately following, Afong and Nataxi also knelt down beside the big man. Uncle, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Cassius was even more puzzled. Under Cassius' inquiry, the big man looked anxious and spoke with a sincere tone. Cassius, we heard from Nataxi yesterday. Then what does this mean? I bullied your daughter, why are you kneeling to me? Shouldn't you be here to seek revenge? Cassius was even more confused after hearing this. The big man continued, since the celestial beings can grant you a human body, then your relationship with the celestial beings must be quite good. Therefore, I sincerely request you to take my son Foam to the celestial beings and ask them to train him. Are you kidding me? Cassius was instantly dumbfounded by the big man's request. He never expected that because he had lied to get rid of a certain girl yesterday, they would believe it so easily. Isn't this too gullible? Could it be that the people on the prairie are all this innocent? Cassius expressed deep skepticism about this. Uncle, how do you know that what I said wasn't a lie? Or that I said this just to get away? Cassius looked at the big man with a slight smirk, smiling with some depth. What? Are you lying to me then? As expected, you said that because you dislike me. At this moment, before the kneeling big man could speak, Nataxi interjected. Oh no, this is not good. After Nataxi said this, Cassius sensed that things were turning bad. Sure enough, he saw Nataxis' eyes turn red in an instant, tears beginning to gather as if they were about to spill over in the next moment. Nataxi, don't make a scene. After admonishing Nataxi, the big man firmly turned to Cassius and said, I can assure you that you are telling the truth. Because you know that the immortal on Kalinta is a cat immortal. I was fortunate enough to climb Kalinta and see the cat immortal. Moreover, I learned from the cat immortal that very few people have climbed Kalinta. Naturally, those who know that the immortal is a cat are even rarer. However, Cassius, not only do you know that the immortal is a cat, but you also mentioned the celestial beings. This makes it hard for me to not believe you. Listening to the big man's words, Cassius furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, he never expected that the big man in front of him had actually climbed Kalinta. After all, the white cat had not mentioned that such a person existed in the storyline. Just as Cassius was still pondering, the big man continued, at that time, I employed some unspeakable methods to make the cat immortal agree to teach me cultivation. But due to my limited talent, I was unable to learn anything. Upon hearing this, Cassius couldn't help but look at the big man a few more times. Unspeakable. It seems this uncle doesn't appear to be as honest as he seems. Cassius neither approved nor disapproved of the big man's actions. After all, in times of necessity, one must take necessary actions. If needed, Cassius might also choose the big man's approach, resorting to any means to achieve his goals. At this moment, the big man showed a hint of regret and said, even so, with the help of the immortal, I learned to sense the size of others' chi. The size of chi. Don't joke around. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Cassius couldn't help but roar. What a joke. Sensing the size of chi. Do you know how many martial artists there are on Earth? How many people have learned about chi? Don't say it's you. Even the cat on Kalinta might not be able to. I'm not joking, Cassius, I'm telling the truth. It was also through this method that I learned you possess strength greater than that of the immortal. That's why I believe what you said. Perhaps influenced by Cassius, the big man's voice began to rise. If that's the case, then come feel it for yourself. Let's see if this is the chi you're talking about. Stepping out of the car and putting the sports car into a universal capsule, Cassius slowly stepped back a dozen paces under the gazes of everyone. Wow. With a loud shout from Cassius, an incredible vortex of power suddenly erupted from him. The intense wind generated from him began to spread outwards. In an instant, a fierce wind blew and the space trembled. A suffocating aura erupted forcefully from Cassius. The big man, the prairie youth, Fong Nataxi, and the surrounding tribesmen were all pinned down by this pressure. Each of them looked extremely disheveled. Cassius actually didn't know how strong his power was. He only knew that after fighting with little Wukong, his combat power had significantly improved. Moreover, since he had taken the driving test and bought a sports car right after leaving the hospital, he had no idea how strong he was now. Cassius, stop. Quickly, stop. At this moment, Nataxi's intermittent voice reached Cassius's ears. Upon closer inspection, Cassius saw Nataxi, the big man, and Fong, all panting heavily, covered in sweat, looking extremely exhausted. Seeing this, Cassius stopped and helped Nataxi up. However, she was clearly too weak, and after Cassius helped her up, she slumped against him. This left Cassius feeling quite awkward. He didn't know whether to let go or hold on, and if he let go, Nataxi would fall. Cass, I truly did not misjudge. You really are shockingly strong. The big man struggled to stand, looking at Cassius with astonishment. So I once again request you please take my son to the celestial beings or to the immortal on Kalinta and let the immortal guide him in cultivation. I beg you. As he spoke, the big man unexpectedly disregarded the presence of others around and knelt before Cassius, beginning to bow his head. Father. Fong lay on the ground looking at the big man with tears streaming down his face. This man was indeed his father. At this moment, Nataxi gently called out to the big man, raising her head to look at Cassius with pitiful eyes. Looking at Nataxi's face covered in fine beads of sweat and feeling the warmth of the young girl's body, Cassius sighed and nodded. Seeing this, the girl, using strength she didn't know where it came from, tightly hugged Cassius and then kissed him on the cheek. High up in the sky, at least 2,000 meters above the ground, Cassius looked at the pillar that penetrated the clouds in front of him and sighed. Above is where that cat resides. Sigh, I really do love to seek trouble. At this time, Cassius was carrying the prairie youth, a Fong who had just turned 16, leaving home the tribe and the vast grassland. Following Cassius, he came to Kalinta to learn martial arts. Cassius, girls are calamities, girls are trouble. From now on, the farther you run from them, the better. Under no circumstances must you ever entangle yourself with one again. Sigh. Silently sighing inwardly, Cassius hoisted the steppe youth a Fong over his shoulder, ignoring the boy's furious shouts, and surged upward toward the summit of Karen Tower with full speed. Recalling yesterday's events sent a shiver down Cassius's spine. Time rewound to the previous day. After Cassius agreed to accompany Mutu Fong in seeking tutelage under either the Cat Hermit or the Sky God, the burly man disclosed the general location of Karen Tower. He also proposed that Cassius rest for a day before departing for Karen Tower. Oh, and Mutu Fong was in fact the youth's full name. Cassius had learned it during conversation with Natashi. Speaking of Natashi, well, that was awkward. Originally, Cassius had intended to carry the utterly exhausted Natashi back to her chamber and leave immediately afterward. Yet upon entering her room and preparing to lay her gently upon the bed, he was utterly stunned. The steppe maiden had already fallen fast asleep, clutched tightly against his chest. No matter how he tried to pry her loose, she refused to let go, not even in slumber. Her grip remained ironclad, her entire body locked around him as if fused. He couldn't loosen her fingers at all. The frustration nearly made the dark-haired youth spit blood on the spot. How vexing. Had he truly taken less than 5 minutes to reach her room, yet she'd already drifted off? Was this some cruel jest? Utterly implausible. Clearly she was setting him up, especially after he'd already sacrificed so much, even going so far as to declare himself less than human. Sleeping in damp clothes invites illness, so I'll entrust you, Cassius, with changing my daughter's attire. With those words, the burly man bolted away like the wind. Worse still, he didn't just flee alone, he summoned every single person outside and led them all away. Wasn't that infuriating? Could he truly be so trusting? So utterly irresponsible? Did he harbor not the slightest fear of what Cassius might do to his daughter? Damn. Well, truth be told, I dare not. Gazing down at Natashi clinging to him with desperate tenacity, Cassius's face twisted in pitiful dismay. Finally, with no other recourse, Cassius steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and, with excruciating care, delicacy, and effort, slowly pried apart her fingers. Then in a flash faster than thought, he wrenched free from the maiden's grasp and vanished into the distance like smoke. Yet scarcely had Cassius fled her chamber when the seemingly deep-sleeping maiden gradually opened her wide, luminous eyes. After bursting out of Natashi's room, Cassius immediately sought out the burly man. Once he'd confirmed Karen Tower's direction, he seized the steppe youth and soared skyward using the flight technique. He meant to escape swiftly, while the maiden remained asleep. Watching Cassius lift effortlessly off the ground and ascend into the air, the burly man gazed after him, his eyes burning with increasing intensity. Mid-flight, Cassius suddenly glimpsed a disc-shaped spire atop the tower, resembling a flying saucer. Instantly, his aura erupted. His figure dissolved, then reappeared in the next breath, standing firmly atop the saucer-like summit. Hey, we've arrived. Let go. Stop clinging to me. Men shouldn't touch men. Let go now. With a light step, Cassius entered the flying saucer. There he stared blankly, black lines crawling across his brow, at the figure who remained, ice-closed arms locked fiercely around him. No, I won't let go. If I do, I'll fall, and from this height, I'll die. No way, not even if you kill me. Convinced, Cassius meant to drop him. Mutu Fong clung tighter, without even opening his eyes, like stubborn, ineradicable medicinal plaster. Hey, I said we're here. Open your eyes and see where we are. Keep holding me like this and I swear, I'll really drop you. Cassius seethed inwardly. He'd once thought this youth possessed admirable grit, but ever since being overwhelmed by Cassius's aura the day before, he'd become utterly docile, obeying every command without hesitation. Faced with such abject surrender, Cassius could only ask, "Young man, where is your sense of honor?" A minute later, a white cat, the white cat hermit, materialized before Cassius, observing him and the still clinging Mutu Fong with faint knowing amusement. What the? At the sight, Cassius instantly dropped the plaster and sternly warned him any further movement, and he'd be tossed overboard. Then Cassius turned his full attention to the feline. Coincidentally, the feline studied him in return. No real change, still just as animesque as ever. Only his fur gleams a little brighter. You're Cassius, aren't you, brat? The cat hermit, leaning on his cane, spoke before Cassius could utter a word. Oh, you know me? Cassius asked, intrigued. That seemed unlikely. How could this cat possibly recognize him? Had he somehow overheard Cassius's scathing remarks from 2 nights ago? Naturally, I know you. I'm fully aware of your battle with your elder brother Sun Wukong. Frankly, you're now the strongest being on Earth, second only to him. As the cat hermit spoke, he leisurely licked his pristine white fur. Upon hearing these words, Mutu Feng's heart lurched with profound shock. He'd never imagined the man who might soon become his brother-in-law was, aside from his own brother, the most powerful being on earth. The memory of his earlier insolence sent waves of dread through him. Thankfully, his father had intervened just in time. Otherwise, his rashness might have brought annihilation upon his entire tribe. "Oh, I hadn't realized I'd become so renowned," Cassius replied, a quiet pride warming his chest. "After all, recognition was always gratifying." "Indeed you are. Yet though your strength is formidable, your knowledge of martial cultivation remained shallow. Hence you apprenticed under Master Roshi, to fill that void in your understanding." The cat hermit glanced at Cassius as he spoke. "Precisely. To walk farther along the path of martial cultivation, I had no choice but to seek his guidance. And frankly, I bear no resentment toward becoming his disciple. On the contrary, I deeply admire him. He is an exceptional master. A true mentor," Cassius affirmed without hesitation, nodding earnestly. "Indeed, Roshi is an exemplary master." The cat hermit clearly concurred. "Well then, having spoken so much, shall we address the matter at hand?" Cassius glanced at Mutu Feng before turning to the cat hermit. At that moment, Mutu Feng's expression shifted, trepidation and yearning flickering across his face. "You wish me to train him, don't you, Cassius?" Before Cassius could speak, the cat hermit looked Mutu Feng up and down and declared it outright. "That's correct. I know the request is bold, but I ask you nonetheless to consider it." Cassius spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, settling himself casually against a nearby wooden beam. "Cassius, I will train him, but I will not take him as my disciple. And Cassius, I require one promise from you." The cat hermit stepped forward, stopping directly before Cassius. "Oh, what is it? Tell me. I'll assess whether I can fulfill it." "Simple. Descend and fetch me some fish. That's all it takes." The cat hermit spoke calmly, his tone serene. "Fish? Just that, eh?" Cassius blinked, certain he'd misheard, and asked again for confirmation. "Just that." The cat hermit gazed at him, utterly serious. Cassius exhaled in palpable relief. He'd feared the hermit would impose some impossible trial, yet it was merely fishing. Truly, a cat remained a cat, even as an immortal. Character may shift with circumstance, but nature endures. Buying fish. This was an exceedingly simple task for Cassius. Given his speed, it would take hardly more than an hour, in fact even less. After spending 10,000, a certain black-haired individual successfully delivered a load of fish to the cat sage Muchifeng. "I said I've done as you instructed. Now you should fulfill your promise and guide this fellow," Cassius remarked, leaning against a beam. At this moment, a certain cat was thoroughly enjoying the fish, leaving the prairie youth Muchifeng utterly dumbfounded. He could never have imagined that the sage he so revered would behave in such a manner. It was truly beyond his expectations. "Cassius, that's no problem," the cat sage replied. "By the way, I heard you have a magical bean that can keep one from needing food for several days and can heal wounds." At this moment, Cassius voiced a thought he had harbored for a long time. "Oh, the magical beans. Indeed, we do have them. They're in jars in the storage room over there. Feel free to take some yourself." The cat sage had evidently been conquered by the fish and had no time to pay attention to Cassius casually pointing out a direction for him to go. Cassius paid it no mind and proceeded to walk in the direction indicated by the cat sage. It was clear he considered this place his home. As for Muchifeng, ever since arriving here, he had been jumpy and silent, merely sitting foolishly on a stool, utterly unrecognizable from the defiant prairie youth he once was. Now he resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, likely terrified to the point of stupidity. Upon entering the basement where the magical beans were stored, Cassius saw several large jars. It was evident that these jars contained the magical beans. As he approached and opened the lid, an indescribable fragrance wafted into Cassius' nostrils. Upon careful observation, he estimated that the jars contained at least several 100,000 magical beans in total. It was hard to fathom that these once scarce beans, so rare in the later Dragon Ball series, were now in such abundance. Cassius felt a surge of joy, grabbing a nearby sack to fill it. Without further ado, he got to work. After filling 2 jars, he paused. As long as there was enough, having too many could be troublesome. And coincidentally, the one thing Cassius dreaded most was trouble. Carrying the sack, he pondered, do these things have an expiration date? What if they go bad and lose their effectiveness? "You certainly are not shy, Cassius," a voice from a certain cat interrupted his thoughts. Cassius glanced at the cat sage, his tone calm as he replied, "Since this thing is of no use to you, taking a bit more won't matter. I trust you won't mind, right?" The cat sage's demeanor changed, his expression turning sly as he looked at Cassius. "Well, of course. Those magical beans from earlier. I certainly don't mind. After all, they are of no use to me. If you ever want more, just come and take them." The cat sage seemed indifferent, replying casually. Cassius pondered the sage's response and understood. Indeed, for a cat that spent all day in a tower, the magical beans were practically useless. Here they were merely food to fill the stomach. By the way, Cat Sage, do these magical beans spoil or expire? Cassius asked with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, you needn't worry about that. They can sit for decades without any issue, the sage replied. That's good, Cassius sighed in relief upon hearing the sage's answer. If they could spoil or expire, taking so many magical beans would be pointless, only adding unnecessary burdens and troubles. Hey Muchifeng, at least say something, don't just sit there all alone. Can't you see the cat is here? A little courtesy would be nice. At this moment Cassius suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Muchifeng, who was not foolish, immediately understood Cassius' intent. He hurriedly ran to the cat sage, kneeling down and bowing his head, repeatedly calling out, Master. After a few moments the prairie youth continued, Master, I know dozens of ways to cook fish, each with a different flavor. Thus I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple and guide me in my cultivation. Nice, not too foolish, still knows how to behave. But young man, do you really know dozens of ways to cook fish? I can't shake the feeling that this lie is riddled with holes. Cassius silently praised Muchifeng in his heart, then began considering whether he should visit the deity, since he was already here. To see this Piccolo. After some thought, Cassius decided to pay a visit to the deity, seeking guidance on martial knowledge, and afterward to meet the dark-skinned Bobo. After all, when watching Dragon Ball, Cassius had always been curious about the oddly dressed dark-skinned character. Now that he had arrived in Dragon Ball and reached Korin Tower, he felt he simply had to meet this peculiar fellow. It was hard to imagine that after Muchifeng claimed to know dozens of cooking methods, the cat immediately shamelessly agreed to accept him as a disciple and guide his cultivation. At this moment, Cassius suddenly remembered the ultra-divine water. He was contemplating whether to take a sip, but after a moment of thought he decided to first enhance his martial knowledge. After all, the ultra-divine water wouldn't run away, what was there to fear? Cat Sage, since I'm already here, I would like to visit the deity of our earth. After all, I have yet to meet him, Cassius stated. What? Didn't you say you were created by the deity? How come you still say you haven't met him? At this moment, Muchifeng, standing next to the cat sage, interjected. Oh, I understand now. You must have been lying to my little sister to get her to help you out. In truth, you are a human. Right. Muchifeng paused, realization dawning upon him. That's right, after all, you can't go back now. What can you do? Cassius shot a few fierce glares at Muchifeng before turning back to the cat sage, awaiting his response. I understand. I will let you know to pay a visit, the cat sage nodded and said. Thank you for that. I shall take my leave now. After receiving the cat sage's reply, Cassius, with the sack on his back, took off swiftly into the sky. Damn. Looks like I'll need to borrow a few universal capsules from Bulma. This sack is way too troublesome. It's such a hassle and affects my image truly. Looking back at the sack filled with magical beans, Cassius felt a vein pop on his forehead. With his formidable strength, Cassius managed to catch a glimpse of the outline of the Temple of the Gods in less than half an hour. Immediately afterward, he unleashed a burst of energy and vanished in an instant. A few seconds later, a figure with black hair appeared at the temple. Strolling through the temple, Cassius observed his surroundings. The environment was exactly as depicted in the anime. Trees lined both sides of the path, though Cassius couldn't quite identify what kind of trees they were. Walking along the path led to the Temple of the Gods where the deity resided. However, at this moment on the steps beside the temple stood a plump, dark-skinned man dressed in Arab attire. If he wasn't mistaken, this person must be the divine attendant Bobo. Upon seeing Bobo, Cassius' eyes sparkled with excitement. Like a child discovering something fascinating, he was filled with curiosity and interest. Wow. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the divine attendant Bobo, right? You see, when I used to watch the anime, I was really curious about you, especially the move where you swallowed Goku's Kamehameha with your mouth. How cool was that? A certain black-haired individual was practically starstruck, reaching out with both hands to touch Bobo's body, causing Bobo to retreat several steps in fright, looking at him with alarm. Bobo regarded Cassius with a strange expression, as if to say, young man, I'm not into that, you might want to find someone else for your interests. Despite not fully understanding the odd words from the black-haired individual, Bobo maintained a polite tone. You must be Cassius. The deity is already aware of your arrival. However, he's a bit busy, so he asked me to come out and welcome you. If I fail to attend to you properly, please bear with me. His demeanor was gentle and his tone calm, truly a polite and powerful divine attendant. It's fine really. Actually, I'm more interested in you than in meeting the deity. That's just a side note. Cassius nodded repeatedly in response to Bobo's humble words. However, the last sentence from the black-haired individual clearly startled Bobo. Upon hearing it, fear gripped Bobo's heart. Could this young man really not intend to let him go? Even if he couldn't defeat him, he absolutely could not endure such humiliation. If it came to it, he might as well take matters into his own hands. At this moment, Cassius was completely unaware of Bobo's thoughts, still examining Bobo with a curious expression. Hey Bobo, do you have a move where you can swallow energy blasts with your mouth? Cassius inquired. Though Bobo didn't understand what this young man planned or how he knew about his ability, he maintained a friendly demeanor. Yes, I indeed have a technique that allows me to consume an opponent's energy blast with my mouth, but the prerequisite is that I must be stronger than my opponent to do so. Otherwise, if I recklessly absorb an energy blast that is stronger than me, I would either die or be seriously injured. Wow. So that's how it is, but still that move is so cool. Teach me. Please, you must teach me. I'd be eternally grateful. Upon hearing that Bobo could perform such a feat, the black-haired individual was instantly starry-eyed, eagerly pleading with Bobo. Teaching you isn't out of the question. But what? Just name your price. As long as you can teach me this technique, it'll even get you dozens of girls to be your wives. Upon hearing the glimmer of hope, the black-haired individual immediately patted his chest in agreement. As long as Bobo taught him to swallow energy blasts, he would go below to gather dozens of girls for Bobo. I only have one request. That is, yes, go ahead. The black-haired individual nodded eagerly. You need to get off me, and then I'll teach you. Bobo looked at Cassius, who was hanging on to him with a face full of black lines, and said helplessly, Due to Bobo's dark skin, it was hard to tell if he was truly covered in black lines. Caw. A flock of crows flew by, creating an awkward atmosphere. Upon realizing it, Cassius discovered that in his excitement, he had ended up hanging on to Bobo. His image was quite inappropriate. Okay. After getting off Bobo, Cassius awkwardly looked at him. Sorry about that. Ha. A silly grin spread across the black-haired individual's face as he apologized to Bobo. Seeing the somewhat meaningful look in Bobo's eyes, Cassius clearly understood that the other party must have misunderstood something. Concerned about his reputation, Cassius hurriedly explained, Don't worry, I like girls, trust me. Then scratching his head with a silly smile, he pretended to act naturally. However, Cassius could see from Bobo's eyes that he was filled with doubt. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward. Damn, this dark-skinned fellow must have misunderstood something. My reputation is at stake. Should I just eliminate him to settle this once and for all? As Bobo observed the increasingly strange gaze Cassius directed at him, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Though he had served several deities in the past, he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. After all, this innocent-looking young man before him might very well have an inclination towards men. Thus, he had to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, any misstep could ruin his reputation. In that moment, Bobo couldn't help but retreat several steps. Just as he was about to take a few more steps back, Cassius' voice reached him. Bobo, if you keep backing up, you'll hit a pillar. At that moment, a somewhat aged voice echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Cassius' eyes darted around, plotting who knows what. Meanwhile, Bobo visibly sighed in relief upon hearing that voice. Cassius, you really are amusing. It was clear that the deity had arrived. A certain Namekian elder, clad in a robe adorned with the word God, and holding a cane, slowly walked out from the temple of the gods. It was your divine attendant's wild imagination. You can't blame me for scaring him a bit. Rather than being intimidated, Cassius appeared to be blaming everything on Bobo. This is truly amusing. The deity replied, not at all angered. All right, Cassius, can you tell me what brings you here? Don't say it was to scare Bobo. I wouldn't believe that. The deity bore no airs, resembling a kind grandpa radiating warmth and harmony. Actually, I came here to ask for your help in enhancing my knowledge in martial arts. Right now, I feel like a nouveau riche. If I don't supplement my knowledge, I believe I won't get far in the realm of martial arts. Therefore, I hope you can guide me in martial arts knowledge. Please, deity. With that, Cassius' expression became serious as he slightly bowed to the deity and earnestly requested. Minutes passed like this, and the deity lifted his head, scanning Cassius. All right, I agree to your request. But I have one requirement: that you promise to protect this planet well in the future. Of course. Even if you didn't ask, I would protect this planet. Cassius was not joking, as someone who had lived 2 lives on Earth, being capable of protecting his home planet was undoubtedly the greatest honor of his life. As for the celestial god, after Cassius promised to protect Earth, he gradually began to guide Cassius in his martial arts deficiencies. As the saying goes, the former plants the trees, and the latter enjoys the shade. Under the guidance of the celestial god and Bobo, although Cassius' combat power did not significantly increase, his knowledge in martial arts gradually expanded, laying a foundation for him to grow stronger in the future. Unknowingly, Cassius had been in the temple for nearly 3 months. One day, he suddenly remembered that he had promised Bulma to check on the gravity chamber she was working on. And now not only had he forgotten, but he had also broken his promise for over a month. This was truly quite rude. Although a certain black-haired individual did not care much about such matters, the consequences of disappointing a girl, especially a beautiful one, were nothing short of apocalyptic. Gravity chamber. Yes, celestial god, I asked a friend to help me build a gravity chamber, and I originally planned to ask her for it after 3 months. But due to my own reasons, I have already broken my promise for over a month. so I want to go find her. Cassius looked at the celestial god with embarrassment. Training under extreme gravity is indeed a good method. Since that's the case, you may go. The celestial god nodded, indicating that Cassius had no problems. Good, since that's the case, I'll be back soon. After saying goodbye, Cassius jumped directly down from the celestial god's temple. Then with a burst of energy, he instantly vanished into the sea of clouds. On the way, Cassius kept reflecting on his training over the past 3 months. The celestial god and Bobo not only resolved many of his training confusions, but also provided numerous examples from various perspectives. This greatly benefited Cassius, and after multiple sparring sessions with Bobo, his already strong combat instincts received an even greater enhancement. Most importantly, that certain black-haired individuals successfully learned Bobo's technique, the spirit bomb. Just thinking about the scene of devouring the enemy's spirit bomb in front of them made him feel delighted. Of course, to achieve this, his combat power had to surpass that of his opponent. Oh, by the way, during his time in the temple, Cassius had erupted with all his strength. At that moment, the winds and clouds changed dramatically. The white clouds rolled, and the space trembled. Bobo and the celestial god were so frightened that they thought the apocalypse had come, but upon seeing that certain black-haired individual acting up, they promptly reprimanded him harshly, giving him a solid knock on the head. Only then did they feel relieved and let that certain culprit go. Estimating Cassius' combat power was now nearly 3,000. Although his progress was somewhat slow, Cassius believed that as long as his martial arts foundation was solid, in the future his combat power would absolutely soar without any side effects, a pure and natural high-quality product. However, thinking about this, Cassius couldn't help but recall the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. This guy, after being resurrected, had only trained for 3 months. He evolved into Golden Frieza and fought to a standstill against Super Saiyan Blue, although it was largely due to Goku holding back. Nevertheless, being able to achieve that level in just 3 months is undeniably impressive. One cannot deny Frieza's talent. Just thinking about having to fight Frieza with a combat power of 1 million made Cassius feel the wave of dread. One must know that fierce battles would likely arrive within the next 10 years. Considering that his combat power had yet to reach 5,000, Cassius felt a sense of uncertainty. Could he reach a level of combat power capable of defeating Frieza in 10 years? Otherwise, he would likely end up being reduced to a mere bystander. Regardless, the most important thing for him now was to solidify his foundation and then train diligently in the gravity chamber. He aimed to transform into a Super Saiyan as soon as possible once he succeeded in transforming. In the Frieza saga, self-preservation would definitely not be a problem. The issue was that transforming into a Super Saiyan required extreme anger. On this point, Cassius was not satisfied with this condition. Usually carefree, he, aside from Goku, really did not care much about anyone else. Was he supposed to find someone to eliminate Goku and then transform in extreme anger? This was plainly impossible. Goku's transformation was triggered by Frieza killing Krillin, who grew up alongside him. However, being well aware of the plot, Cassius' triggers for anger were undoubtedly far greater than Goku's. Perhaps fate is just that equitable. After giving himself the golden finger of knowing the plot, he also increased the difficulty of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Truly frustrating. It must be noted that Vegeta's son Trunks and Goku's son Goten were able to transform into Super Saiyans at merely 7 years of age. Why was it so difficult for him? Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Just so frustrating. Just so frustrating. However, since we are talking about Goku's son, shouldn't I also choose a beautiful mother for my future son? Let me think carefully about which girl in the Dragon Ball world I should pursue. Bulma. Forget it, although she is very beautiful and possesses genius-level intelligence. But to avoid disrupting the future plot, I suppose I should dismiss this idea. In fact, that certain black-haired individual did not realize that he had already disrupted the plot. For example, Goku and Krillin, whose powers had greatly increased. Also, he had found a disciple for Master Roshi. And then his very existence had already significantly altered the storyline. Although the direction of the plot remained correct, these butterfly effects would undoubtedly have a considerable impact in the future Dragon Ball Z storyline. Let me think again. Yes, I have it. Someone cute without disrupting the plot. That grassland girl I encountered earlier, Natasha. Although she is 2 years older than me, considering how beautiful she is, of course I can forgive her. However, just thinking about how she cries when things don't go her way gives Cassius a headache. Enduring the pain, he had no choice but to eliminate that certain girl. Damn. The Dragon Ball world is so vast, I refuse to believe I can't find a girl who is virtuous, gentle, beautiful, and won't disrupt the plot. If all else fails, I'll just go and steal Bulma. Who cares about the Prince of the Saiyans? I'll just take your wife. It doesn't matter what the plot is, anyone who stands in the way of my marriage will die. Besides, Bulma is a rich beauty. Marrying her would mean I wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Isn't that a win-win situation? Right now, the most important thing is to find a way to make Bulma fall in love with me. Then everything will fall into place. Author young man, your thoughts are quite terrifying. Disrupting the plot, be careful not to end up with nowhere to bury you. Cassius, get lost. No one can stop me from marrying. God blocks kill God, Buddha blocks kill Buddha. Author, don't worry, you will definitely have a great life in the future, I guarantee it. Cassius, that smile of yours is quite terrifying. Originally, with Cassius' speed, he could reach Bulma's house in less than a day. However, a certain black-haired individual completely forgot to ask where Bulma's home was when they parted ways. Fortunately, Bulma's Universal Capsule Company is quite famous, and after Cassius casually inquired with some residents in the nearby city, he learned the general direction. After several more hours of travel, Cassius arrived at the large city where Bulma was located. Without attracting attention, Cassius casually landed in an inconspicuous spot in a corner of the city. Seriously, I have to be so cautious while flying, afraid of being discovered and treated like an exhibit. But thankfully, it took me less than 2 days to get here from the heavens without knowing the address. A certain black-haired individual thought again, realizing that this wasn't something to boast about. The most important thing now was to figure out how to endure the wrath of a certain genius girl. It's one thing to break a promise, but it's another to have completely blown off someone for over a month. Most importantly, he had asked her for help. That was rather excessive. Oh well, I might as well play the fool in front of Bulma. A little patience goes a long way. For the sake of my glorious future, Cassius will endure. After making up his mind, Cassius asked a nearby resident and got the address of Bulma's home. The largest corporation in the city center was it. To avoid causing a commotion, Cassius didn't fly directly there, but decided to drive. His sports car was also in need of refueling, and he was running low on gas. Otherwise, he would just end up sighing in frustration whenever he wanted to race outside. After spending an hour refueling and replenishing his gas supply, Cassius appeared outside Bulma's house. I must say, Bulma's house is indeed quite large. The massive building is circular, surrounded by flowers and plants, and features a gigantic outdoor swimming pool. What was even more surprising was that at that moment Bulma's house was well. From the viewpoint of the main gate, Cassius estimated that the sound of a huge explosion was coming from the backyard, followed by plumes of black smoke rising into the air. At that moment, Cassius couldn't care less about knocking on the door. Driven by curiosity, he immediately performed the sky dance technique, his body vanishing from the spot. Excuse me, who are you? Cassius stood amidst the chaos in the grass, inquiring of the person before him, who was covered in soot. Judging by his shape, he appeared to be a young man not much older than Cassius. You are Cassius? Yes, that's correct. Do you know me? Cassius was slightly taken aback. How did this man know him? In the Dragon Ball storyline, aside from Bulma's dad, it seemed there weren't many men who appeared in her house. Well, of course Vegeta only appears later, so that doesn't count. What Cassius, am Yamcha. We met at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I even fought with you. It's only been a few months and you don't recognize me. The soot-covered man looked at Cassius with a frustrated expression. Oh, so you are Yamcha. At that moment, Cassius suddenly remembered that there was indeed someone by that name. In the early part of Dragon Ball, Yamcha was indeed with Bulma, so it wasn't surprising to see him at Bulma's house. Regarding this oversight, Cassius could only shake his head in helplessness. There was no helping it. This guy appeared so infrequently in the later parts that it caused a certain black-haired individual to subconsciously forget him. Yes, I am Yamcha. Upon realizing that Cassius recognized him, Yamcha said emotionally, Sorry, I didn't recognize you at first. After a slight apology, Cassius looked at Yamcha's disheveled appearance and continued, By the way, what happened to you? At that moment, Yamcha's face was dirty and his hair was sticking up in all directions, resembling, how should I put it, like a peacock displaying its feathers. Furthermore, this guy's clothes were in tatters, looking as messy as could be. His pants, aside from a few holes, were otherwise intact. So I don't mention it. Today, Bulma said she wanted to test the stability of the spaceship, and she asked me to demonstrate by operating it inside. Then perhaps I accidentally triggered something, causing the self-destruct sequence to activate, and well, it turned out like this. So, as Yamcha spoke, he sighed, his expression increasingly helpless. So where is Bulma? Cassius couldn't help but ask. After all, he had come to find Bulma, so her whereabouts were the priority. I'm right behind you. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice from a young girl came from behind Cassius. Although the voice was charming, Cassius still sensed a hint of murderous intent within it. Cassius certainly knew it was Bulma arriving. As a boy who had been late for over a month, he immediately turned around with a smile to look at the girl. However, deep down, Cassius thought to himself, as the saying goes, one shouldn't hit someone who is smiling. He hoped he was safe. But who was Bulma? She was someone who even dared to challenge the god of destruction, Beerus. What was Cassius? Did he think he would be fine just because he smiled? Don't dream, young man, that won't happen. The result was, of course, Bulma, regardless of whether Cassius was smiling, directly through a punch. Then a certain black-haired individual was struck on the head and fell to the ground, clutching his forehead where a bump had appeared out of nowhere. What the heck? This isn't scientific. I maintain a combat power of 300 on a regular basis. How could I be so easily taken down by a girl? It really hurts. Seeing the pained expression on the black-haired individual, Yamcha couldn't help but gasp in shock. This guy is a monster. I didn't expect him to be taken out by Bulma so easily. Bulma is so dangerous. The more Yamcha thought about it, the more fear he felt looking at Bulma. There was no helping it. As Bulma's boyfriend facing a girlfriend who could easily take down Cassius, it was hard to say he wasn't afraid. I told you. Do you know how rude it is to stand someone up? Because of you, I couldn't even go swimming at the beach or sunbathe on the sand. Do you even realize that? Bulma's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at the black-haired individual, and even Yamcha, beside her, could feel the intense resentment she exuded. At this moment, the black-haired individual decisively, firmly, and shamelessly employed a certain thick-haired individual's ultimate move, a silly grin. Acting pitiful, feigning innocence. Cassius looked at Bulma with teary eyes, speaking in a pitiful tone. Well, I'm sorry, actually, I got lost. Faced with the shameless response of Cassius, who could not be more pathetic in tone, Bulma let out a deep sigh, then tugged at a certain black-haired individual's ear and shouted, "Do you take me for a fool? The starting point on the Dragon radar is my home. I specifically set it up there so you wouldn't misunderstand where I live. Why do you have to pick such a flimsy excuse?" Cassius was momentarily stunned, completely caught off guard. He never expected that Bulma would even consider his problem of getting lost. At this moment, Cassius couldn't help but admire her in his heart, thinking, truly worthy of being called a genius girl, her intelligence knows no bounds. So do you have any explanation for this? Just spill it out, so you won't say I didn't give you a chance. Bulma glanced at Cassius indifferently, lifting her head with pride. With an expression that seemed to say, "You dare to deceive me. Not in this lifetime." Cassius found himself at a loss for how to respond to this scene. Since pretending to be pitiful was futile, he decided to take a hard approach. "I have no explanation for this. Whatever you want to do to me, I'm ready to accept it all." After saying this, the black-haired individual subtly raised his combat power, hoping to withstand Bulma's possible attack. Bulma, he's a monster, don't act rashly." At this moment, Yamcha hurriedly approached Bulma's side, whispering a reminder in her ear. However, as someone who would dare to tease Vegeta and punch a god of destruction, what did Cassius mean to Bulma? Moreover, at this stage, Bulma was in the fearless phase of youth. How could she be intimidated by Cassius? Bulma ignored Yamcha's reminder and gracefully approached Cassius, locking her gaze onto his. "If you want me to let you go, that's fine." "Really?" the black-haired one replied happily. Seeing Cassius' excited expression, Bulma rolled her eyes and said, "However, I have one request." "What request?" "As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you." Cassius eagerly agreed. Wasn't it just a request? How hard could that be? Right now the priority was to figure out how to get the gravity chamber. It can only be done. No, you must do it. Upon hearing Cassius' words, Bulma immediately frowned, her tone firm. Must it be done? This is a bit excessive. Cassius was slightly taken aback. He truly couldn't fathom what significant task Bulma had in mind for him. Could it be gathering the Dragon Balls? Or perhaps teaching someone a lesson? That couldn't be. These tasks were trivial and did not require a musto status. What on earth could it be? Damn, why was Bulma so difficult to deal with in reality? Why was he so unlucky? Fake, all fake. Author, fairy tales are deceptive. Ooh, I cannot be your angel. Cassius. Author, sorry, I got it wrong. Let me try again. Anime is deceptive. Ooh, I cannot fully believe. What's wrong? Not agreeing. Then your precious gravity chamber is off the table. After waiting for a long time, Bulma raised her eyebrows, slightly showing her discontent. Yamcha was taken aback by Bulma's words. This was a monster. Bulma, stay calm. He tugged at Bulma's sleeve again, desperately signaling her with his eyes as a reminder. Yamcha's actions were clearly unnecessary. How could the black-haired one be the type to resort to violence over a disagreement? Even if he were to fight, it would be against a brute, not a girl. Honestly, how could they perceive me, a model citizen, in this way? Hearing that Bulma would not give him the gravity chamber, Cassius felt utterly crushed. Anything else would be fine, but please don't use this as leverage. Do you realize this is a vital artifact concerning whether I can survive safely in the future? Don't deny me with just one sentence. Do you know how many lives could be lost due to your actions? Of course, Cassius would never say this to Bulma. Even if he did, Bulma wouldn't believe him and would consider it an excuse, only increasing her dislike for him. Thus, the black-haired individual looked at Bulma with a serious expression and earnestly said, "Even if it's not just one request, but 2 or 3, I will help you fulfill them all." At this point, Cassius clearly saw Bulma's expression soften and her eyes glimmered with some delight. "However, I have just one request. I ask that you continually help me improve the gravity chamber in the future. Of course, as compensation, I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests, even at the risk of my life." Cassius' expression was serious, his tone firm, locking eyes with Bulma. Alright, I agree to help you continuously improve the gravity chamber in the future. Bulma's expression remained calm, but her eyes sparkled with a hint of joy indicating her inner happiness. If only you had said that earlier. Honestly, after stepping back a few paces, Bulma lowered her head and mumbled a few words. Yamcha, standing nearby, clearly noticed Bulma's demeanor, but he thought she was just relaxing now that she had resolved matters with Cassius, so he didn't pay much attention. Now please state your request. Whatever it is, I will do my best to fulfill it. After silently sighing in his heart, Cassius straightened his expression and looked earnestly into Bulma's eyes. There was no choice. Out of politeness, one should look into the eyes of the person they are speaking to. Cassius did not want to be outsmarted by this genius girl who could easily pinpoint his shortcomings to make things difficult for him. However, regarding this point, Cassius was clearly overthinking. He only saw Bulma's face slightly flush as she awkwardly turned her head away. Then a playful and melodious voice came over. I haven't thought of it yet. Once I do, I'll tell you. Next, another beautiful and clear voice chimed in, though this one clearly had a hint of dissatisfaction. For now, let's go check out your gravity chamber and inspect the results so you don't backtrack later and refuse to take responsibility. In response, Cassius let out a helpless sigh and reluctantly followed her. Along the way, he glanced curiously at Yamcha and quietly asked, Bro, is your girlfriend related to someone? Why is she making it so hard for me today? In the face of Cassius' inquiry, Yamcha was somewhat confused, but felt very happy about Cassius referring to him as bro. Speaking of which, who wouldn't want a powerful brother? However, he also had no idea if Bulma had relatives visiting. Thus, he shook his head at Cassius, indicating he didn't know. That's strange. If that's the case, this girl has no reason to make things difficult for me. Could it be that she found me too handsome and wanted to find a way to mess with me? That must be it. Otherwise, why would she want me to do something for her and insist that it must be done? Just as Cassius was pondering what Bulma's request might entail, he realized they had unknowingly arrived in front of a semicircular building. And there stood Bulma at the entrance of the building, looking helplessly at the lagging Yamcha and Cassius. I say, what are you two dawdling for? Seriously, two grown men can't keep up with a girl like me? How useless. Standing at the entrance of the gravity room, Bulma looked displeased at the slow-moving Cassius and Yamcha, expressing her dissatisfaction. Here they come, here they come. Hearing Bulma's urging, Cassius couldn't help but quicken his pace. After all, how could he let a girl, especially a beautiful one, mock him? This was no trivial matter. It had escalated to a question of dignity. However, faced with the crazed Bulma, even if Cassius had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare entertain any bad thoughts or do anything wrong. At this moment, he was actually thinking, for this absolutely crazy woman who must be on her period, it's best to just play dumb and obediently listen to her to avoid trouble. Once Cassius and Yamcha stood before Bulma, she pressed the button on the door and the previously sealed gate opened instantly. Bulma glanced at the two and entered first. Cassius followed closely, taking in the surroundings as he went. The walls were made of a mixture of steel and metal, and in the center of the room was a control console. It was densely arranged with buttons, and there were small labels next to them explaining the functions of each. This is your gravity room. Sitting in the chair at the control console, Bulma glanced at Cassius and said, could you give me a brief introduction? Cassius inquired, somewhat confused. This was understandable. He wasn't like Bulma, who had an exceptionally high IQ. Therefore, to avoid breaking anything in the future, seeking her guidance ahead of time was wise. Yes, I can. Bulma glanced at Cassius and continued. The largest red button in the center is the start button. The small yellow button next to it increases the gravity multiplier, while the purple button on the other side decreases it. As for the other buttons, the small black button on the far right is the air conditioning switch, and the small blue button on the far left is for the refrigerator. Just press it, and the refrigerator hidden in the wall will come out, and then you can have some ice cream or drinks. Bulma seemed to realize there were too many functions and couldn't explain them all. After a brief pause, she continued. There are quite a few functions. I'll help you make a manual tonight. Here Bulma paused slightly and looked seriously at Cassius, saying, Also, you absolutely cannot press the green button at the bottom. Why? Cassius asked, somewhat puzzled. Bulma found it amusing to hear such a naive question from him. Unable to help herself, she blinked her big eyes and playfully said, You idiot, because that's the self-destruct device. Once activated, unless you have an IQ as strong as mine, you better run. After hearing the words of a certain genius girl, Cassius and Yamcha exchanged glances, utterly speechless. I mean, as a girl, why is she so obsessed with a self-destruct device? Do you know how dangerous that is? At this moment, Cassius had already made a definitive judgment in his mind. This gravity room should never be lent to Goku. Otherwise, Cassius could already envision a scene where a certain spiky-haired guy, not knowing what was going on, pressed the self-destruct button and blew the entire gravity room to smithereens. At this moment, Bulma suddenly pulled out a small remote control from her pocket. After handing it to Cassius, she said, With this remote, just press the button on top, and the whole gravity room will be stored in the universal capsule. Take your time to figure it out. I'm going to put on a face mask now. After receiving the remote control, Cassius nodded, somewhat understanding. After giving Cassius the remote, Bulma walked out of the gravity room with a light step. As she reached the door, she seemed to remember something and turned back to Cassius saying, "Oh, by the way, the maximum gravity multiplier in this gravity room is 50 times. Although I wanted to set it to 100 times upon careful consideration, how could an ordinary person move freely under 100 times gravity? Moreover, the 100 times gravity has many requirements. Although I know you're a monster, you'll have to make do with this." At this point, Bulma suddenly smiled mysteriously and playfully said, "When I'm in a good mood one day, I'll naturally help you improve it. Well, goodbye then." With that, the blue-haired girl walked away without looking back. After a few minutes of silence, Cassius poked Yamcha beside him and said, "Hey buddy, your girlfriend's personality is really something else." This made Yamcha feel awkward and he laughed sheepishly, trying to explain. "Actually, Bulma is really nice, we get along quite well." Hey, what's with that blissful expression on your face? Is it really that exaggerated?" Cassius looked at Yamcha next to him, who suddenly had a silly grin and felt utterly incredulous. Speaking of which, these two really are quite the odd couple. Buddy, once Bulma dumps you, you'll know what happiness really is. For this reason, Cassius silently prayed for Yamcha in his heart. Then he pressed the largest red button on the control console behind him. "Hey, don't press that, wait for me to get out first." Noticing Cassius' action, Yamcha said nothing and sprinted toward the door. That speed was astonishing enough to leave Cassius speechless. Seems like Yamcha has tried this gravity before. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the sound of the gravity room starting up echoed. Immediately after, Cassius suddenly felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Moreover, his body instantly felt incredibly heavy, making it difficult for him to breathe and lacking oxygen, causing him to almost be knocked to the ground. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed all his strength. After a surge of energy, Cassius clearly felt his body become lighter. Although he still found it difficult to move, and it was laborious, it was much better than being flat on the ground. Since the gravity room was now in his grasp, he would leave here tomorrow. He would head to the Heavenly Temple to continue his training and then wait for the next World Martial Arts Tournament to participate in the competition. The mere thought of training in the gravity room while studying martial arts knowledge made Cassius unable to contain his excitement. This way, while he contemplated the martial arts experiences of the deities, his body could continuously endure the pressure of gravity, achieving rapid growth and strength. Not only would he not waste any time, but he would also make the most of it. Cassius seemed to envision himself 3 years later. No, it should be 2.5 years later, witnessing a surge in his power. All his energy erupted, the heavens and earth changed color, the air trembled, the wind howled, and the waves rolled. The thrilling future was exhilarating and made him eager. "Goku, at the next World Martial Arts Tournament, you will not surpass me. I am determined to personally claim the 10 million prize 2.5 years from now. Or I mean the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament in 2.5 years. Cassius will take it." "Author, come on, you just want that 10 million. Cassius, don't ruin my moment." "Author, I will." Cassius. Since Cassius had to wait for Bulma to write the manual for the gravity chamber later that night, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he had a very interesting dinner with Bulma's family. Cassius also saw the couple Dr. Briefs and his wife, who had given birth to the genius girl Bulma. Much like in the anime of his past life, Dr. Briefs and his wife were very warm and welcoming, especially Bulma's mother, who occasionally teased Cassius during dinner. Despite having lived for over 20 years, Cassius had in both his past and present lives never been in a romantic relationship. How could he bear the latter's teasing? By the time dinner was over, Cassius' face was flushed, and he immediately entered the gravity chamber to train. Although Bulma was somewhat displeased with a certain black-haired individual's actions, she did not show it much. After angrily kicking the sofa, she returned to her room. However, she did not forget to help Cassius write a manual for the gravity chamber. As for Yamcha, he vaguely sensed something after observing Bulma's behavior. Frowning, he returned to his room, feeling downcast. Meanwhile, his pet Poir continued eating silently. Upon seeing Bulma's strange behavior, the Briefs couple exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with the aura of conspiracy. In Yamcha's room, he was sulking while gazing out the window, where Bulma was diligently helping Cassius write the manual for the gravity chamber. Their room was specially arranged by Mrs. Briefs said to promote the development of their relationship. And as they were leaving, she cast a meaningful glance at Yamcha, seemingly hinting at something, but Yamcha's attention was entirely on Bulma, so he didn't notice. What's going on? Could it be that Bulma has developed feelings for that guy Cassius? Yamcha pondered silently as he watched Bulma work. Bulma's strange behavior today made Yamcha's imagination run wild. It's no wonder, though, that guy Cassius, despite his young age, is tall, handsome, and incredibly powerful. He defeated me using just one finger. It's no surprise Bulma would have feelings for him. With this thought, Yamcha couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. However, judging by Cassius' demeanor, he doesn't seem to have much interest in Bulma. This means that as long as I become outstanding enough, Bulma will still be within my grasp. Thinking this, Yamcha felt a surge of determination. Although I don't know if I can become stronger than that guy, let me put in a serious effort and train hard this time, aiming for a place, or even the championship in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. With this thought, Yamcha resolutely made up his mind, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes. Meanwhile, over at Bulma, she was writing the manual for the gravity chamber while comparing Cassius to Yamcha. Being a genius since childhood, she had high expectations for her boyfriend. However, once she truly fell in love with someone, her fiery and passionate personality would lead her to pursue that love without fear, just like in the story where she fearlessly fell for the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta. And she even bore him a son. It's worth noting that at that time, our genius girl Bulma hadn't publicly announced her marriage to Vegeta yet. It was completely just her, Vegeta, and her parents, perhaps with Yamcha as well. A girl so brave and love whoever could win her heart would be incredibly fortunate. Sigh. If only Yamcha would stop wasting his attention on other girls. After glancing at Yamcha's room across the way and noticing him lost in thought on his bed, she frowned slightly and sighed. She then lowered her head and continued writing the manual for Cassius. On the other hand, it was quite lively with Cassius, as the briefs couple who were originally eating were now curiously engaging in conversation with him. According to Cassius' original plan, he intended to train in the gravity chamber all night. However, due to the arrival of the briefs couple, he had to cancel his prior plans. Strangely enough, after chatting with Cassius for over 10 minutes, Dr. Briefs hurriedly left with Mrs. Briefs after a bell rang. The pace of this plot twist was so rapid that Cassius was momentarily taken aback. Afterward, he resumed his original plan and trained in the gravity chamber for the entire night. Little did he know that while he was training, a figure was silently lurking in the shadows, watching him closely. Soon it was the next day, and after having breakfast, he put the gravity chamber into the universal capsule and sat on the sofa in the living room waiting for Bulma to arrive. Strangely, it wasn't until noon that Bulma finally appeared. This made Cassius suspicious that the blue-haired girl was deliberately getting back at him for being late. "Here's your manual." As she walked up to Cassius, Bulma handed him a thick stack of papers at least dozens of pages long and yawned right in front of him. Cassius looked at the thick manual in surprise, filled with questions in his mind. "Hey, isn't this just a manual for some functions? Does it really need to be this thick?" Perhaps seeing the confusion in Cassius' eyes, Bulma, after yawning a few times, explained, "I included some simple repair methods in case you mess things up. As long as you can read, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Don't tell me you can't read like Goku." Cassius, a bit embarrassed, laughed awkwardly and replied, "No way. Of course I can read." "That's good. In that case, I'll go to sleep now. Writing this took me quite a bit of time." After a slight complaint, Bulma turned and walked away. At that moment, she suddenly looked back and playfully said, "Oh, by the way, you don't need to notify me when you leave. After all, you shouldn't just knock on the door when a girl is sleeping. Otherwise." Hearing this, Cassius couldn't help but feel a bit moved. He hadn't expected that Bulma had stayed up all night for his manual, and he felt a bit guilty. After watching Bulma leave, Cassius initially intended to greet Yamcha before leaving. However, for some reason, he hadn't seen Yamcha at all from this morning until now. He hadn't even seen his pet Poir. Perhaps he went off to do something. Cassius thought to himself before dismissing it. After bidding farewell to the briefs couple, Cassius took off into the sky. After leaving the Bulma family, Cassius no longer wasted time. He directly elevated his aura to the maximum and flew towards the Divine Temple at the fastest speed. However, it was quite a coincidence. What Cassius never expected was that after advancing for about an hour, a familiar city appeared before him. Indeed, this city was the very one where Cassius had battled the Demon Lord. It was also the city where the blonde little girl Mana resided. No, now that she has grown up, it should be said that she is the blonde girl. Hovering above the city, Cassius pondered whether he should go back and take a look. After all, he had lived here for 5 years. It could barely be considered his second home, and there was also someone here who had said that as long as Cassius could win the championship at the world's first martial arts tournament, she would marry him. After a brief contemplation, Cassius decided to return and see the blonde girl. After all, he was right at the doorstep, and logically speaking, he should go back and take a look. He wasn't like Diyu, who was so great that he passed by his home 3 times without entering. He could at most be considered, well, a patriot. Having made up his mind, Cassius no longer hesitated and dashed into the city, racing towards the familiar place. In just about 5 minutes, he arrived at the familiar storefront. At this time, as expected, other than the shopkeeper watching the store, the other 2 were probably taking a nap. "Hey there, do you want to buy something?" "Wait, you are Cassius?" As soon as he stepped into the store, Cassius heard the surprised voice of the shopkeeper. "Yes, shopkeeper, I'm back." Nodding towards the shopkeeper, Cassius casually grabbed a loaf of bread from the shelf. Then, without any courtesy, he began eating it in front of the shopkeeper. Seeing this, the shopkeeper said nothing, instead looking at Cassius with a loving expression, asking with concern, "Cassius, is the outside world still fun? Did you encounter any dangers?" After 5 years of living together, the shopkeeper had long regarded Cassius as his own child. "It's fine, I've been doing quite well," Cassius replied after quickly swallowing the bread. The shopkeeper smiled and reached for a cake from the shelf, handing it to Cassius. Speaking of which, when he first met this child, he was also eating the bread made by himself and Manna. However, at that time, Cassius appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a starving ghost. How could he compare to now sitting calmly in front of him eating bread? "So have you made any friends, Cassius?" the shopkeeper inquired, like a parent, or rather, just like a parent asking about his son returning home. "Yes, I have. One little bald guy and an old pervert. In short, I've made a lot of friends." After a brief thought, Cassius replied. "That's good," the shopkeeper said as he went into the back room. Soon he came out holding a glass of juice. Then he handed it to Cassius, signaling him to drink some juice before continuing with the bread. At that moment, a proud yet youthful voice came from somewhere. "Oh, so it's Cassius who has returned." Cassius looked up and saw a little boy in a short shirt and jeans looking displeased as he stared at him. "Hey, it's Nazca. Long time no see, how have you been?" As a polite child, Cassius greeted the aloof little boy friendly. The proud little boy, after glancing at Cassius a few times, did not greet him or say anything, but turned around and walked into the back room. Seeing this, Cassius could only awkwardly smile and then lowered his head to eat the bread. That Nazca not even saying hello is really rude. The shopkeeper looked at the departing Nazca with some complaints. Regarding Nazca's behavior, the shopkeeper didn't want to say much. After all, the child had grown up and was in a rebellious phase. Saying too much could create a gap between them. "It's fine, after living for so long I've gotten used to it." Cassius smiled nonchalantly and said, "Are you planning to leave again this time?" At this moment, the shopkeeper asked with some anticipation. He knew that a child with such strong abilities as Cassius could not possibly stay in one place for long. Even so, as a parent, he naturally hoped the child could stay at home a little longer. "Yes, I still need to leave. After all, I promised someone that I would go to their place to cultivate." Cassius glanced at the shopkeeper's somewhat expectant eyes and answered with slight regret. "When are you leaving?" "They'll rest for a night and leave tomorrow." At this moment, a clear and melodious voice echoed into Cassius' ears, full of a proud tone. "Oh, is that so? Then why are you back?" Cassius naturally knew who had come, twisting his stiff neck and turning his head with difficulty. Then with a somewhat stiff smile, he said, "Yo man, a long time no see." However, it was clear that the latter was not buying it. He saw the golden-haired beauty in a princess dress approach him with lively steps. Then with a bang, the sound was crisp and echoed. Clearly, a certain dark-haired boy was soundly slapped by the golden-haired beauty in front of the shopkeeper. "Manna, what are you doing?" The shopkeeper intended to scold Manna, but upon seeing her big watery eyes filling with tears, the words that were once on his lips could no longer be spoken. The dark-haired boy stared blankly at the lightly sobbing Manna, unsure of what to do. At that moment, his face bore the mark of a bright red slap. It was quite conspicuous, swollen and red. Meanwhile, Nazca, leaning against the door, smirked at the scene. After scrutinizing the two, the shopkeeper unconsciously pulled Nazca, who had wanted to watch the commotion, and quietly slipped away. At this moment, only Cassius stood before the sobbing Manna, along with a certain boy who was at a loss. "Manna, please don't cry." Watching the golden-haired girl in front of him shed tears, Cassius felt utterly helpless. What was going on? Just a moment ago, she was so fierce slapping him, and now she suddenly started crying. Don't cry, okay? I won't hold it against you for hitting me. If you want to hit me again, I will just stand here and let you do it. Absolutely no retaliation, okay?" Cassius originally intended to comfort Manna with this. However, unexpectedly, what was once just sniffles turned into a flood of tears, and she began to cry loudly. Whoa. Hey. Why are you crying even harder? Shopkeeper. Nazca. Where are you? Come help me. In utter despair, Cassius could only start seeking help. However, no matter how much he called, those two did not respond, as if they had never existed. Damn those two bastards. Although Cassius felt very angry inside, he was also powerless. Was he supposed to abandon the crying Manna to go settle scores with them? That was clearly impossible. It was truly infuriating. This was even more troublesome than fighting with Wukong. Why did every girl love to cry so much? Nataxi was like this, and so was Manna. Were they not going to let anyone live? Whoa. Looking at Manna's gradually swollen eyes, for some reason Cassius suddenly felt a pang of heartache. It felt as if something was gnawing at his body, devouring his soul. Manna. Looking at the tearful Manna in front of him, Cassius softly murmured. Then, unable to control himself, he reached out both hands and tightly embraced her. After doing all this, Cassius realized that he had acted unconsciously. Manna was caught off guard by Cassius' sudden action. Her little face instantly turned a bright red, and her cries gradually softened into gentle sobs. At this moment, Manna's heart was racing like a startled deer. However, her delicate fair hand naturally wrapped around Cassius' waist. Moreover, the action was executed with remarkable skill, as if she had performed it countless times before. Cassius felt the unique fragrance of the girl and the softness of her body, causing his heart to race. Especially when he realized she effortlessly embraced him from behind, his feelings became even more complicated. According to Cassius' speculation, at this moment the blonde girl should have slapped him without hesitation, right? In fact, when Cassius realized he had wrapped his arms around Mana, he had already braced himself for a potential slap. But unexpectedly, not only was he not slapped, but she also hugged him back. Could it be that this blonde girl has always had feelings for him? Oh my, such a cliché plot. Does it really have to happen to me? No. I must try again to see if this is real or if I'm dreaming. Then a certain dark-haired boy slowly placed his hand on the blonde girl's hair, gently stroking it. There is actually an explanation for Cassius' action. The blonde girl in his arms was very protective of her hair. Generally speaking, anyone who touched it would be in trouble. Cassius had once touched it, and he was promptly stomped on by the blonde girl. Not just Cassius, even Mana's brother Nazca faced the same fate. But unexpectedly, Mana not only refrained from slapping Cassius or stepping on him. Instead, she simply hugged Cassius' waist tightly, as if afraid he would disappear from her sight. As Cassius stroked Mana's golden hair, her body began to tremble slightly. What could it be that this beautiful blonde girl has fallen for me? The dark-haired boy's mind instantly short-circuited as he foolishly held Mana, saying nothing and not letting go. At the doorway of the inner room, two pairs of eyes were fixed intensely on Cassius and Mana. No need to say these two were naturally the shopkeeper and Nazca. Did you see that, Nazca? Cassius and Mana are already hugging. At this moment, the shopkeeper excitedly said to his son, I see them, those two idiots. Such a hassle. The little boy grumbled, but his gaze remained fixed on Cassius and Mana. Looks like I should get ready for your sister's dowry. Once they turn 18, I'll let them get married. The shopkeeper thought for a moment and said seriously, Dowry? Oh. Nazca didn't say much about it, just gave Cassius a brief glance. For him, having his sister marry Cassius would naturally be the best outcome. After all, these two were the closest people to him. Mana. At this moment, Cassius gently spoke as he released Mana. However, even though Cassius let go, it didn't mean the blonde girl was willing to do the same. The blonde girl continued to cling to Cassius' waist, looking up at him with a gentle expression, as if a tender wife was waiting for her husband to speak. The blonde girl blinked her big watery eyes, responding sweetly and shyly. A hint of ambiguous atmosphere instantly enveloped the scene. What? At this moment, Cassius' shock was no less than if the world were ending. Oh my, does she have to look at me so gently? Does she have to be so obedient? No wonder Cassius was so shocked. In his memory, Mana had always been proud and aloof. How could she look at him so tenderly and shyly now? This undoubtedly overturned the worldview of a certain dark-haired boy. I say, have you two had enough of watching? At that moment, Cassius suddenly turned his head and shouted angrily at the inner room. For Cassius, whose combat power had greatly increased, how could he not notice the presence of these two idiots? If it weren't for the blonde girl crying sadly, Cassius would have rushed over to have a heart-to-heart talk with them. The two hiding behind the door upon hearing this did not hide, but walked out. However, after stepping out, the shopkeeper casually remarked, We ran out of flour, I'm going to buy some, and quickly bolted out of the store. As for Nazca, that bastard went too far. Without saying a word, he disdainfully glanced at Cassius and then walked out of the store. Oh my, these two bastards are being too much. At this moment, the dark-haired boy felt an extreme anger. Hey Cassius, at this moment Mana in Cassius' arms suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Did you win the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Mana asked somewhat shyly, but quickly added, Even if you didn't win, it's okay. After saying this, her originally red face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She looked as if anyone would want to kiss her. In fact, a certain dark-haired boy did just that. He lifted the delicate face of the blonde girl, and under her astonished gaze pressed his lips against her rosy mouth. At that moment, the blonde girl's eyes widened in disbelief. However, soon her delicate little hands wrapped around his neck, her eyes closed, and two streams of tears fell. On the street, two figures were staring blankly at this scene. However, one small figure quickly reacted. Instantly pulling out a phone from his pocket, he snapped a few pictures with a click, and captured the perfect moment. At that moment, the larger figure also reacted, smiling as he gave the little figure a thumbs up after witnessing his actions. Then these two characters, one big and one small, began an all-around no-angle covert filming operation. After dinner, a certain dark-haired boy sat dazedly on the sofa upstairs, silent. Beside him, a certain blonde girl was happily peeling fruit. As for the shopkeeper and Nazca, after dinner they left. However, just before leaving, the shopkeeper gave Cassius and Mana a meaningful look. This left Cassius feeling helpless, while Mana's little face instantly turned bright red as she shyly lowered her head. Mana. At this moment, Cassius gently called out. Hmm. Her gaze still soft, her tone still gentle. I have to leave tomorrow. After thinking for a moment, Cassius said, can't you stay longer? The last time you left, you didn't even say goodbye to me. At this moment, Mana's tone was no longer gentle. There was a hint of complaint. Cassius could only awkwardly smile. During dinner, Cassius had learned from the shopkeeper why Mana slapped him. The reason was simple: the dark-haired boy had left without saying goodbye to her. Moreover, she wasn't preventing him from leaving. After Cassius returned, such a situation arose. Then, could you stay a few more days? At this moment, Mana's tone unexpectedly had a hint of pleading. However, just as Cassius was about to say, the girl began to sob again, instantly putting on a face that demanded attention, ready to burst into tears. Upon seeing this scene, the dark-haired boy decisively surrendered. All right, whatever you say. Hearing this, the blonde girl immediately stopped crying and flashed a smile. Faced with this scene, Cassius could only silently marvel at how quickly a girl's mood could change. You better not guess, for it is beyond your imagination. Under the coercion of a golden-haired beauty, Cassius, who originally planned to leave the next day, was dragged along for several more days. Moreover, whether he could leave was still a question. Whenever Cassius expressed his desire to leave while being with Mana, her eyes would immediately turn red. This was truly a sight too miserable to behold. This made Cassius deeply understand the helplessness that Wukong felt in front of Chi-Chi. It seems that the strongest in the universe fears their own wife, and there is no reason for that. Here he was facing this very challenge. Alright. During these days, the shopkeeper, watching Cassius and Mana being all lovey-dovey, not only did not stop his daughter from early romance, but even appeared to relish the chaos. Thinking about how to add fuel to the fire, Cassius couldn't help but wonder if parents here were all this open-minded. Natalia's father was like this, and so was the shopkeeper. What the hell? In contrast, when Cassius thought back to his past life where he was scolded for merely holding a girl's hand, and here they not only did not do that, but were trying to stir things up. Upon this realization, Cassius felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Eventually, after a sudden remark from a little boy, Cassius was finally labeled. Since you're always together, why not just get engaged? It will save us from the time when my sister looks like someone has died when you run away. After NASCAR said this, Cassius suddenly saw a spark of excitement in the shopkeeper's eyes. Moreover, as one of the parties involved, Mana's delicate face instantly flushed red, appearing quite adorable. Then the golden-haired girl covered her bright red face with her hands, tossed her golden hair, and dashed into her room. She hid away, not daring to face anyone. Subsequently, the shopkeeper, using the excuse that Cassius had taken advantage of his daughter, disregarded the opinions of both parties and directly arranged their engagement. From that moment on, Cassius had a fiancée. Although he was angry at the shopkeeper's forceful matchmaking, without considering their opinions, he was nonetheless pleased to have such a beautiful fiancée. Although sometimes this fiancée could be quite difficult, in most cases, she was at least very sensible. Hey, Cassius, take me to fly in the sky. I really miss the feeling of soaring through the air. That day, a certain golden-haired girl suddenly said to a certain dazed boy sitting on the sofa. To this, Cassius did not refuse, directly picking her up and leaping through the window into the sky. Looking at the azure sky, Cassius fell into deep thought. He had been here for almost a month, and his original plans had long been shattered. Although he constantly sought opportunities to clarify things with the golden-haired girl, the moment he tried to speak, Mana always skillfully dodged and used other excuses to deflect. This left him with no choice but to remain silent. What's wrong? Cassius, why have you been so gloomy these days? Mana asked with concern, looking at her expressionless fiancé. Looking down at Mana in his arms, Cassius smiled and gently stroked her smooth long hair. Hey Mana, this world is vast and filled with many dangers. Looking at the white clouds ahead, Cassius spoke with a hint of melancholy. Cassius. The clever Mana naturally understood what Cassius meant, but she was unwilling to listen. She was afraid that if she did, she would inevitably make Cassius leave. She was not an unreasonable person, she was just a little girl trapped in the depths of love. What she wanted was not much, just the simple wish for her beloved to stay by her side. Hey Cassius. Do you know? From the first day you took me flying in the sky, I began to like you a bit. Mana. Cassius was somewhat shocked, finding it hard to believe. He never expected such cliched plot lines from movies would appear in his own life. Then we lived together for 5 years. During these 5 years, when I cried, you were there with me, and when I laughed, you were also there with me. Sometimes I could be a bit unreasonable and a bit headstrong, but you always indulged me and never held it against me. As Mana spoke, tears slowly flowed from her eyes. When I was little, no matter how unreasonable my demands were, you would always smile and agree. Do you know? At that time, I felt like a princess, and you were my knight. Mana. At that moment, Cassius was at a loss for words, only gently stroking her smooth hair. So this time I beg you, could you not leave? Even if you do, could you take me with you? I know you can't stay in one place forever, so wherever you go in the future, I will follow you. Saying this, Mana tightly hugged Cassius' waist, pressing her whole body against him, pleading, please. I beg you. I don't want to be apart from you. Cassius. Mana. Cassius softly called her name and fell silent. With a faint sigh, Cassius brought Mana down to a nearby small hill. This was once the place where he watched the sunrise and sunset to please a certain golden-haired girl. Cassius. I beg you, take me with you, okay? Seeing Cassius silent, Mana felt a bit anxious and couldn't help but hug Cassius tightly again, pleading. Yes, Mana, I will take you with me. No matter where I go in the future, I will take you with me. With a smile towards her, Cassius assured her. Mana gently nodded, snuggling in Cassius' arms. Look, the sun is setting. Yes, this red sunset is truly beautiful. Nestled in Cassius' embrace, Mana's face was filled with happiness. Yes, it is beautiful. Mana. Cassius looked at his fiancée in his arms, his gaze increasingly gentle. Only he knew that he absolutely could not take Mana with him. Since he had become Wukong's brother, he had to accompany Wukong and walk step by step down this path. For him, with only 3,000 battle power, if he didn't strive to cultivate harder, encountering those powerful figures would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Although Cassius could choose to hide away, leaving everything to Wukong, allowing him to defeat and crush every strong enemy. If he did that, what would be the point of his crossing over? What would be the point of cultivating? Cassius was unwilling to become a mere bystander and onlooker in the end. The Saiyan blood within him was telling him that he was not content with mediocrity. He craved battle, longed to grow stronger, and yearned to fight. Who doesn't have a heroic dream? Who doesn't want to be the savior to save the world? At night, Cassius hovered by the window, gazing at the already sleeping Mana, filled with deep self-reproach. He never expected to leave in this manner. Forgive me for my abrupt departure. I'm sorry, I can't let Wukong face the future strong enemies alone. I'm sorry. When I return, I will definitely marry you. In the next moment, Cassius vanished into the night. Little did he know a pair of eyes was watching him from another window. Cassius hovered in the air, gazing silently at the city where Mana resided. Eventually, he shook his head and transformed into a streak of light, dashing away into the distance, disappearing completely into the night sky. After traveling for just 2 hours, Cassius spotted Kalinta. Without pausing, he unleashed his full aura and rushed towards the Hall of the Gods at breakneck speed. In a swift dash, it took Cassius only about 10 minutes to reach the Hall of the Gods. As it was still night and the dawn had not yet arrived, he did not see Bobo and the god. Walking to a nearby open space, Cassius took out the gravity chamber, preparing to begin his training. When dawn broke, upon opening the door of the gravity chamber, he saw Bobo and the god curiously observing the gravity chamber. At that moment, Bobo and the god were equally surprised, as they had seen an unfamiliar structure appear in the open area of the Hall of the Gods after getting up. Out of curiosity, they decided to investigate what this object was. However, just as they approached the door of the chamber, Cassius stepped out. This startled both of them. "Oh, Bobo god, good morning." Cassius greeted them with a smile upon seeing them. "I thought it was someone else, turns out it's you, Cassius." "Good morning." Bobo responded. "Cassius, is this your room?" "It just appeared out of nowhere. It must be a universal capsule, right?" The god, though he rarely ventured to the ground, still had some knowledge of earthly affairs. "Yes, it is indeed a universal capsule, but God, don't underestimate this big guy. This is a gravity chamber, and I use it for training." Upon exiting the chamber, Cassius laughed and said, "Gravity chamber." The god and Bobo clearly had some questions. "Yes, this can rapidly enhance one's strength. It's a miraculous artifact." "Rapidly enhance strength?" "Yes, Bobo god, think about it. If we train in a place with super strong gravity, our bodies and minds will endure tremendous pressure, and over time our power will significantly improve." Cassius explained patiently. "Gravity training. I see. I must say, Cassius, your method has indeed opened my eyes." The god reflected for a moment and understood. "Right," Cassius agreed. "By the way, Cassius, does this thing require electricity to operate?" "You have to know we don't have electricity here." At this moment, Bobo suddenly inquired. "Wow, are you kidding me?" Cassius instantly looked troubled. The higher the gravity, the more electricity the gravity chamber consumed. It's like a sports car. The faster you drive, the more gasoline you consume. What to do then? This really needs electricity. Cassius said somewhat gloomily. "Damn, how did I forget that there's no electricity in the Hall of the Gods? This is just too backward. Can we still enjoy ourselves like this?" "Yes. How about this, Cassius? I'll go to the surface and get some generators." Bobo thought for a moment and came up with an idea. "Bobo, bring back some wires too. Let's install some wiring here. After all, we need to keep up with the times." At this moment, the god suddenly added, "Since that's the case, I'll head to the surface now to gather everything. Goodbye, God Cassius." After Bobo made up his mind, he bid farewell to Cassius and the god and left. "Ahaha, I'm really causing you trouble, god." Cassius smiled awkwardly. He really hadn't expected that the presence of electricity in the Hall of the Gods was due to him. "It's no problem. We would need to install it sooner or later. As a deity on Earth, being too backward is not good." The god waved his hand, signaling it was no big deal. To this, Cassius just smiled. At the same time, he silently felt relieved. Thankfully, the energy supply that Bulma prepared was enough for him to use for several months. Otherwise, waiting for Bobo to bring back the generator and install the wiring would slow down his training progress. Then let's continue our training, god. Cassius didn't want to waste any more time. He was very much looking forward to the world's #1 martial arts tournament in 2 years. By then, he didn't want to lose to some foolish character. Once he won the championship, he would immediately return with the 10 million prize money to apologize to Mana. If the other party was still angry then, I would kneel on the washboard. I just couldn't believe it. If I kneel on the washboard, how could Mana still not forgive me? No hurry, Cassius. Before that, I hope you can answer me a question. At this moment, the god suddenly spoke. What question? Cassius was also somewhat puzzled. Oh, what question could the god possibly have? Cassius, I sense a very sinister force from the tail wrapped around your waist. Can you tell me if this tail has ever caused you to lose your rationality and do things you didn't want to do? The god walked in front of Cassius, pointing his staff at the tail wrapped around Cassius' waist, his expression very serious. Upon hearing the god's question, Cassius understood. It turned out it was because of my tail, just like in the original work. The god had once questioned Sun Wukong about his tail, and Wukong had also mentioned a series of bad things he did because of it. In the end, with Wukong's consent, the god sealed Wukong's tail, preventing it from growing back. However, Cassius would not be foolish enough to let the god seal his tail. He had just mastered the method to transform freely into a gorilla and control this powerful force. How could he possibly let the god seal it? Cassius remembered that in Dragon Ball GT, when transforming into Super Saiyan 4, one needed a tail. If that were the case, Cassius could not let anything happen to his tail. Thus, a certain black-haired individual said, God, I have indeed lost control because of my tail once. That time I lost my grandfather, who loved me and my brother the most. I used to regret why such a thing as a tail existed. If it weren't for it, perhaps my grandfather would not have died. Thinking of my grandfather Gohan's kind face, Cassius felt a pang in his heart. It was known that it was the night of the full moon, and he should have cut off his tail and quickly left with his grandfather when Wukong transformed. Recalling this, Cassius inadvertently began to feel downcast. Since that's the case, let me help you seal it. At this moment, the god noticed Cassius' change and kindly reminded him. Hearing this, Cassius also recovered from his gloomy mood. He looked seriously at the god and said, Thank you for your kindness, god. However, after years of training, I have already learned to control this power and will no longer lose my rationality. In that case, I can rest assured. Hearing Cassius' words, the god did not press further. If you don't believe it, I can show you. As he spoke, Cassius' body began to transform rapidly into a giant ape. Soon a massive gorilla with crimson eyes, sturdy limbs, dense fur, and immense height appeared. Witnessing this scene, the god couldn't help but feel a bit fearful, causing him to step back repeatedly. God, it's okay. Oh, I can control it. Cassius, now in his giant ape form, reminded him upon seeing the god's reaction. Yes, good, as long as you can control it. The god wiped the sweat from his forehead, trembling slightly. There was no way. Cassius' power in giant ape form was impossible to conceal, and his battle strength had increased tenfold. This meant that Cassius' current strength was 30,000. A battle power of 30,000 was a vast difference for the god. It was like an ocean separating them. Moreover, in giant ape form, Cassius could not freely alter his power. Although Cassius worked hard to suppress his aura to create pressure on the god. However, the aura that inadvertently leaked out was still too much for the god to bear. Seeing the sweat on the god's forehead, Cassius reverted to his human form. God, are you alright? Cassius approached the god, showing concern. It's okay, just a bit shocked, the god replied. It's nothing, it's nothing. The god waved his hand slightly, indicating he was fine. However, internally the god was immensely shocked. He never expected Cassius to be this strong. It seemed that even if Piccolo were to break free from his seal in the future, there would still be someone capable of subduing him. Indeed, this is wonderful. Time hurriedly passed, and in the blink of an eye 2 years had become a thing of the past. 2 years is neither too long nor too short, but for Cassius it was undoubtedly an opportunity to prove himself. Because after a 3-year hiatus, the world's #1 martial arts tournament was about to commence. Today he intended to bid farewell to the heavenly god and Bobo before heading to the tournament venue to compete. Have you made up your mind, Cassius? Yes, I have made my decision. This time will test the fruits of my 2 years of cultivation. Looking at the heavenly god, Cassius's face was filled with seriousness. This world's #1 martial arts tournament was not only an important channel for Cassius to earn rewards, but also a promise made with Wukong. It has been 3 years, let us see who is stronger. Thinking back to 3 years ago at that martial arts venue, he had given his all and victory was within his grasp. Unexpectedly, in the end, he was completely defeated by Wukong's explosive power. Is this the effect of a natural protagonist's halo? Cassius did not believe that. After all, he was also a person who had traversed worlds. It was one thing not to be arrogant, But how could he be defeated by a Wukong who was still in his childhood? If it were Wukong after he grew up, Cassius would have no complaints. However, since he is still young, then all the glory and rewards during this time will be mine. If my battle prowess cannot surpass you, then I will crush you with double or triple your strength. This time, I must win the championship at the World's No. 1 martial arts tournament and claim the rewards. Despite Cassius having such thoughts, he still felt a bit of fear in his heart. Thus, a certain black-haired individual devoid of shame began to pray, "Oh God, please bless me to win the championship this time, especially for that Wukong. You'd better send a sandstorm or a tornado so he can't participate. You must help me. This is related to my happiness. You didn't give me the golden finger for traversing, but you can't let me have no happiness after marriage." The heavenly god looked at Cassius, who was suddenly talking to himself with a face full of black lines, especially since it seemed that the boy's words were related to himself. Thus, the heavenly god gently cleared his throat as a reminder. "Cassius, over these 2 years, you have successfully mastered all the martial arts knowledge that Bobo and I understand. I believe that now you are the strongest on Earth. I think that this World's No. 1 martial arts tournament is no longer a threat to you. Why worry so much? You should prepare and head to the competition venue. You don't understand it. You know that when a certain idiot goes all out, even I have to stay far away. Not a threat. Wake up, it doesn't exist." Though Cassius thought this in his heart, he still maintained a confident demeanor. According to him, this is about not losing face. In any case, regardless of the situation, he had to maintain his facade. Heavenly god, why don't you join me in the competition? With your current strength, you would definitely place in the top 3. Cassius looked at the heavenly god with a somewhat sly expression, full of mischief. Indeed, the heavenly god's current strength was far beyond that in the original work. Usually, while teaching Cassius martial arts, the heavenly god and Bobo would do so under the conditions of the gravity chamber. Over time, the heavenly god and Bobo gradually adapted to the 20-fold gravity of the gravity chamber. Thus, their strength naturally continued to rise. Conservatively speaking, the heavenly god's current fighting power was estimated to be around 1,000. As for Bobo, Cassius was unsure. Bobo rarely fought with Cassius except for teaching him combat skills and martial arts experience, and even when they did, he never used his full strength, always holding back. Cassius had pleaded several times for a certain black-haired individual to go all out against him, but that individual simply refused. Each time it was either half-hearted, or he would just walk away ignoring him. This made Cassius furious, wanting nothing more than to bite that certain black-haired individual. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. This method seems to be a certain girl's specialty. It should be like this. Cassius wished he could unleash a Kamehameha wave to send that certain black-haired individual off to the netherworld. However, as a respectful student, Cassius naturally could not do that. He could only complain in his heart or randomly launch a few Kamehameha waves at the clouds to vent his frustrations. Cassius looked at the still indifferent expression and felt quite displeased. However, after noticing the latter's somewhat chubby black face, a trace of wicked interest suddenly emerged in Cassius' mind. Then, under the astonished gaze of the heavenly god and the pitiful expression of Bobo, he rushed over, extended his hands, and fiercely squeezed that certain black-haired face. "Author kid, your wicked interest is a bit ruthless." "Cassius, what's wrong? Not happy? Do you believe that I can blow you up with a Kamehameha wave?" "Author." Originally, Bobo had planned to struggle, but upon seeing that certain black-haired individual's energy growing stronger, he immediately abandoned that thought. At the same time, he was cursing in his heart, "This bastard squeezing my face and increasing his battle power. Once I grow stronger, I will make you unable to take care of yourself in no time." But ideals are beautiful while reality is bitter. That certain black-haired individual ultimately could not escape the grasp of those small hands. Finally, the heavenly god could no longer bear to watch and spoke out to him. "Cassius, before heading to the World's No. 1 martial arts tournament, the cat sage wants to see you." "Oh, that white cat is looking for me." At this moment, Cassius also stopped squeezing Bobo's chubby face. At this moment, the heavenly god had a face full of black lines, thinking to himself, "This kid is really too impolite to the sage." But upon thinking of that certain black-haired individual's character, he could only sigh. "Yes, it seems there's something she needs to entrust to you." Nodding, the heavenly god said, All right, given that white cat has given me so many sins of beans, I will go visit her. Let's see what she wants to entrust to me." After thinking for a moment, Cassius agreed. After all, he had received so many sins of beans from her, although it was in exchange for fish. However, how could fish compare to sins of beans? Sins of beans are divine treasures, the miraculous medicine in Dragon Ball. Keeping a few on hand can heal wounds and fill one's stomach when hungry. This is the essential medicine for home and travel. "Then Cassius, I wish you a smooth journey." "Yes, thank you, heavenly god. Since that's the case, I will take my leave." As he spoke, Cassius soared into the air, rushing downwards. Seeing this, Bobo's eyes welled with tears, secretly thinking that the heavens had finally shown mercy and sent away this scourge. In response, the heavenly god could only smile awkwardly. However, just then Cassius' voice suddenly came from below, startling Bobo into foaming at the mouth and fainting on the spot. In less than 10 minutes, Cassius arrived at the residence of the cat sage. Upon entering, he found no sign of the cat sage, nor did he see Mewtwo foam. Feeling a bit puzzled, he thought to himself, something is off. This big, white cat shouldn't be absent. Given its laziness, it should be lazier than even me, a chronic slacker. How could it possibly not be home? Despite his doubts, Cassius began to search through the cat sage's residence. He occasionally opened some jars, hoping to find the white cat inside. In the storyline, the cat sage used these jars to check on Wukong's training progress. Thus, Cassius couldn't help but wonder if the cat sage had taken Mewtwo Foam to train. He felt nothing but resignation regarding Mewtwo Foam. He hadn't anticipated that his arrival would give the cat sage, who originally had no disciples, someone to guide. Furthermore, he realized that he was the root cause of it all. Cassius had initially intended to avoid disrupting the storyline, but whenever he thought of Han and Nataxi, he just couldn't hold back. Especially Nataxi, the beautiful prairie girl, seemed to have quite the fondness for him. He remembered how she had even kissed him, thankfully not on the lips. Otherwise, his first kiss would have been lost. It seems like it is already lost. At that moment, Cassius recalled that he had already given his first kiss to a certain blonde girl. However, it was unavoidable. In a moment of desperation, coupled with Mana's cuteness at that time, anyone would lose control. Moreover, it wasn't such a bad thing. Giving his first kiss to his fiancée was indeed a happy outcome. At that moment, one of the jars in the room Cassius was in suddenly opened. Then a certain white cat holding a cane jumped out first. Behind it, the prairie boy Mewtwo Foam followed, grasping the cane. "Oh, it's Cassius. Long time no see," the cat sage greeted upon noticing Cassius. "Long time no see, cat sage. It seems you've been doing well." Cassius smiled and teased the cat sage. "It's been a while, Cassius." Mewtwo Foam also greeted Cassius with a smile. At this moment, Cassius took a moment to examine Mewtwo Foam. The once immature prairie boy had genuinely grown up. Though still in short sleeves and shorts, Cassius had noticed the latter's not overly strong aura. With strong muscles and a height nearing 2 meters along with a rugged face, the subtle aura emanating from Mewtwo Foam compelled Cassius to look at him with new eyes. If the previous Mewtwo Foam was akin to a kitten, then now he was like a tiger waiting to pounce. Judging by his aura, the boy must have around 50 in combat power. Though still weak, he wasn't like Cassius, possessing a formidable Saiyan physique. He wasn't even a supporting character in the storyline, just a complete bystander. To have reached this point after 2 years of training was indeed impressive. While Cassius was assessing Mewtwo Foam, the latter was also sizing up Cassius. He looked at Cassius, this enigmatic man he had known for 2 years. At this moment, Cassius stood at about 1.8 meters tall, having grown considerably since 2 years ago. His looks had become even more handsome compared to 2 years ago, with his hair still styled with long bangs. His outfit consisted of a black t-shirt and black jeans, and his shoes were still some unknown brand of sneakers. Especially his imposing presence, Mewtwo Foam could feel that just by standing in front of him, there was an invisible pressure. It forced him to submit. If Cassius released his aura, Mewtwo Foam believed he would be instantly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground and losing all strength to resist. "Hey, you called me here for what?" "I'm quite busy." Cassius suddenly turned to the cat sage, asking irritably. "Actually, it's nothing major," the cat sage began. "So it's a small matter." Before the cat sage could finish, Cassius interrupted. The cat sage appeared somewhat awkward, lightly coughing a few times to mask it. "Actually, Mewtwo Foam has been training here for 2 years. I think it's time for him to return home and see his family." "So you want me to take him home?" Cassius questioned. "Master, you don't want me anymore." Mewtwo Foam, overhearing, panicked, thinking the cat sage was expelling him. "You've been here long enough. It's time to give you some tests." Ignoring Mewtwo Foam's expression, the cat sage continued. "You will return to your tribe to see your parents and siblings. After staying for a while, you will start to travel the world, during which you must continue your training." "Master?" Mewtwo Foam appeared confused, questioning. Cassius, meanwhile, watched the scene with curiosity. At this point, the cat sage didn't pause or care about Cassius' audience demeanor, continuing, "You must travel and train for 3 years, and by then you must climb the Kakarot on your own. Remember, you must climb it yourself." The cat sage emphasized this seriously, looking intently at Mewtwo Foam. Cassius was indeed taken aback by the cat sage's serious demeanor. He never expected that this cat could be so stern. It's no wonder Cassius thought this way. After all, in the anime, the cat sage typically presented a laid-back demeanor, appearing unperturbed by worldly affairs. "After you climb up, I will guide you through the next phase of training. Do you understand, Mewtwo Foam?" Here the cat sage didn't affectionately call him a foam, but instead seriously addressed him by his full name, Mewtwo Foam. It was easy to imagine the significance of this matter. Upon hearing this, Mewtwo Foam understood it was his master's test and stopped saying anything further. Instead, he solemnly knelt before the cat sage, stating, "I will certainly follow the master's orders." Good. The cat sage smiled and helped him up. Wow, this scene is quite something. Cassius, realizing there was no more entertainment to be had, decided to leave the room for some fresh air. Just as he was about to step out, the cat sage's voice came through. Cassius, my request is simple. Take a phone back to his tribe. Then in the tribe have a spar with a phone. What? A spar? Cassius responded, feeling somewhat bewildered. Are you kidding? You want your disciple to face death? Perhaps sensing Cassius' thoughts, the cat sage continued, him not asking you to defeat him, just to show him the gap between you. Now I understand the cat sage's intention. He just wants to motivate his disciple, but isn't he afraid that under my overwhelming power his disciple will lose all will to fight? Cassius, promise me you must go all out. The cat sage stared intensely at Cassius, his eyes filled with determination. Alright, I agree. Since you aren't afraid, then what do I have to fear? If that's the case, big white cat, let me see if your disciple will be spirited or utterly defeated from now on. High above the ground at an altitude of about 2,000 meters, Cassius grasped Mutu Peak with his hand, propelling forward at great speed. After agreeing to the cat immortal's request, Cassius did not pause for a moment and directly soared into the sky with Mutu Peak in tow. He did not want to waste so much time. Although there was still a month until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament for Cassius, that was still rather ample. But as a foodie, Cassius was eager to reach his destination as soon as possible so he could indulge in a feast. This would not betray the benefits of being a transmigrator. This was the original plan. Hey Cassius, you must have become much stronger over the years, right? At this moment, Mutu Peak suddenly spoke up. Just become a little stronger. Young man, you are gravely mistaken. How could I possibly have only become a tad stronger? With a gravity chamber and a wealth of martial arts knowledge, if I had only become a little stronger, I might as well find a piece of tofu and end my life. That's alright. Oh, I could easily take down tens of thousands with just one finger like you. Cassius squinted his eyes and teased. Take down tens of thousands with just one finger. Mutu Peak clearly found Cassius' exaggeration hard to believe. Just one finger to casually eliminate tens of thousands of myself. How could that be possible? My master said I could at least be considered a small expert on Earth, and here you are claiming you could casually take down tens of thousands. Who would believe that? Hey, you really are impressive. Mutu Peak chuckled awkwardly, his eyes filled with disbelief. What? You don't believe me? Noticing this, Cassius raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Feeling that gaze, Mutu Peak clearly had some doubts. Could it be that this guy is angry and wants to drop me? Oh, that won't do. We are several kilometers above the ground. If I fall, I'm done for. Calm down, big shot. Thinking of this, Mutu Peak immediately put on a smile that looked worse than crying and said, well, I believe you, I believe you. Then with a sudden gesture, a massive energy cannon was launched towards a nearby mountain peak. With a loud bang, a deafening explosion echoed and a torrent of energy surged forth. The once mighty mountain peak was completely reduced to rubble in that instant. Seeing this, Mutu Peak was filled with shock. He was so astonished that he was left speechless for a long time. A single finger, with just one finger, a mountain over 1,000 meters high was utterly annihilated. Is it really just one finger? At this moment, Mutu Peak had no choice but to believe that Cassius' earlier words were indeed true. Such a powerful shockwave. Forget about tens of thousands of myself, even tens of hundreds of thousands would be entirely obliterated. Ignoring Mutu Peak's gaze, Cassius sped forward. What a joke. Now I, the Great One, am unbelievably strong. What are tens of thousands to me? Even if there were hundreds of millions of you, I could turn you all to dust. After all, we Saiyans dare to conquer planets with just 5 of us. Young man, you are still too young. This world is vast, and your journey is long. Keep striving. Cassius, what was that shockwave just now? How could it be so powerful? At this moment, Mutu Peak clearly had not yet recovered from the shocking scene, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Oh, you mean the energy cannon? How about it? Isn't it impressive? Don't you admire me? At this moment, Cassius spoke with a teasing tone. I've seen narcissism, but never this level of narcissism. Although Mutu Peak did not admit it in his heart, the evidence was right behind him. The mountain that had disappeared in an instant was the best proof. He knew that the man before him indeed possessed unparalleled strength. He might spend a lifetime trying to catch up, and he might not even see his shadow. He was no longer the frog at the bottom of the well. Having followed the cat immortal for nearly 2 years, he had begun to grasp the vastness of this world, a world teeming with powerful beings. Energy cannon. What is that? Despite training with the cat immortal for 2 years, he had never heard a whisper about an energy cannon from him. Filled with curiosity about this new term, Mutu Peak sensed that a door filled with power awaited him to open. As long as he could step through that door, he believed he would have a different life. His achievements, his path, could be even higher and longer. How should I put this? At this moment, Cassius hesitated, unsure how to explain this to Mutu Peak. After all, this was still too far away for the latter. Not everyone could comprehend or enter this world. Cassius, however, was uncertain if Mutu Peak had the qualifications to enter this realm of power. Is it difficult to explain? Hearing Cassius' hesitant tone, Mutu Peak couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. After all, how could he possibly reveal something this powerful to me? After all, if it were me, I wouldn't casually share it either. However, this grassland boy was mistaken. Cassius was never afraid to share this knowledge. Even if I told you, what would it matter? In Cassius' eyes, you could at most be considered a slightly powerful grasshopper, weaker than an ant. To kill you, just one finger would suffice. It's not really difficult to explain, but compared to your current self, it's still too far away. Looking at the increasingly dejected Mutu Peak, Cassius felt a pang of compassion. All right, let me give you a glimmer of hope. I can tell you about it. Hearing this, Mutu Peak's eyes instantly filled with gratitude, and a smile blossomed on his face. Really? Faced with this sudden joy, it seemed that the grassland boy was still somewhat incredulous. Once you return to Kalinta, I will invite the gods to teach you about Chi. Looking at the increasingly confused Mutu Peak, Cassius knew the latter was surely more puzzled now. He still hadn't grasped the energy cannon, and now there was this Chi concept. Chi is the energy that allows you to unleash the energy cannon and become stronger. Become stronger. Mutu Peak clearly looked confused, mumbling in disbelief. It was no wonder. He was just an ordinary grassland boy, not particularly special. He had merely happened upon Cassius gaining a chance to glimpse the world. Yes, it can make you stronger, even allowing you to obliterate a mountain, just like I did in an instant. Although Cassius was unsure if the latter could comprehend, he thought it wouldn't hurt to give him a beautiful fantasy. A blunt approach to killing is never the best strategy. Cassius, I get it. I will become stronger. I want to stand above everyone to reach the pinnacle. Mutu Peak changed his demeanor, looking at Cassius with serious determination in his eyes. The fire of youthful ambition was blazing brightly at this moment. In that case, pursue my footsteps. When the day comes that you can defeat the gods, I will bring you into a higher sky. At this moment, Cassius felt somewhat affected and couldn't help but voice out. All right, it's a promise. Mutu Peak responded firmly. Oh, young man, do you know that there are two divine beings, one of whom will only grow stronger? Your journey is still long. Cassius did not expect that Mutu Peak still had such fighting spirit. He couldn't help but think a bit more highly of the latter. Muttering to himself, Cassius also thought about his own situation. He had already been in this world for nearly 15 years, and despite being considered the strongest on Earth now, it was still not enough. His goal should not be merely this. He should aim for further heights to reach an even broader sky. This is a world full of passion, a world that once brought tears of joy to Cassius. He still remembers the first time when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan due to Krillin's death, and how excited he felt at that moment. He also recalls the battle against Cell, where Sun Wukong ultimately sacrificed himself to prevent Cell's self-destruction, how moving that moment was, and the regrets it carried. Back then, he naively thought, how can there be such pure and kind-hearted people in this world? How can there be such selfless individuals? He also vividly remembers the shocking battle between Wukong and the mage and how worrying and exhilarating it was. It was so exhilarating, one could say that battle was spectacular, executed beautifully, without any regrets. Since he came to this passionate world, what reason did he have not to make a grand spectacle? Creating his own glory, who wouldn't want to punch Frieza and kick Cell? Just a slight surge of momentum was enough to scare the Magen. Perhaps for Cassius at this moment, it was still too far-fetched. Just like how far Mutu Peak is from him, but Cassius believes that as long as he works hard and strives, this will no longer be a dream. Sooner or later, this will become a reality, becoming his pride and glory. When he grows old, he can tell his son and grandson about his past deeds and boast about them. Cassius remembers when Frieza first appeared, having a battle power of over 600,000, and after unleashing his full strength, it was nearly 1 billion. To defeat him, he must possess strength greater than Frieza before that day arrives. At the very least, he must become a Super Saiyan. Only then will he have the capital to stir up a storm in this world. Although this is the case, transforming into a Super Saiyan is incredibly difficult. During the 2 years of training in the Heavenly God Temple, Cassius has explored this many times, but each time he returned disappointed. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Trunks and Goten. How did they manage to transform successfully at such a young age? Could it really be due to genetic inheritance? He remembers Goten transforming successfully during a battle with Shishi when he got angry. But this seems too simple. What kind of anger is that? Just a casual scolding, and they transform. It must be fake too fake. During his time in the Heavenly God Temple, he once fantasized about his entire family being wiped out, being humiliated severely, and even beaten to the point of being unable to take care of himself. Yet he never transformed successfully. It was clear that the older guys were giving those two little brats a buff. If it weren't for the buff, it wouldn't be so easy to transform. Cassius wouldn't believe it. However, if the older guys didn't do that, those two little brats would probably have no screen time and would become mere extras. After thinking so much, Cassius realized that he seemed to have lost track of the topic. What was supposed to be about his dreams has turned into a discussion about those two strong second-generation fighters. This deviation is quite significant. It seems this is a problem that needs addressing. Speaking of which, if he brought Muthu Peak back, wouldn't he run into some beautiful prairie girl again? Damn, I knew this wouldn't be a good job. Just thinking about that enthusiastic prairie girl makes Cassius unable to stop feeling scared. Especially their common skill, crying. Whenever he sees a girl cry, Cassius can't help but soften his heart, unable to be ruthless. Nataxi was like this, and Mana was too. However, compared to Mana, Cassius did not feel particularly heartbroken when Nataxi cried. He just felt a bit guilty. But Mana's crying felt like the entire sky was collapsing, causing a heart-wrenching pain. Cassius stated that after trying once, he never wanted to try again. This also indirectly conveyed that whoever dared to make his future wife cry would face his wrath. Damn, don't think I'm easy to mess with. I am. How should I put it? Yes, that's right, I am a wife-protecting madman. Whoever messes around with me, he'll deal with them, damn. Author: wife-protecting madman. Young man, you are capable. I have high hopes for you. Cassius: what? Unconvinced. Do you believe that one? Author: a Kamehameha will blast me to death. Cassius: you are perceptive. However, it seems he's still left without a word, sneaking away at midnight. This is going to be a disaster. To think that last time he left without a word, and that golden-haired girl slapped him. And that was without any engagement. Now he is engaged and sneaks away without saying a word. He will probably not just be kneeling on a washboard this time. He might have to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month, otherwise it will be hard to quell the golden-haired girl's resentment. Thinking of this, Cassius couldn't help but wonder what if he returned covered in scars. Surely he wouldn't be beaten. Perhaps he might even receive unexpected benefits. Perhaps Mana, seeing him badly injured, would not only refrain from hitting him, but also take care of him, meticulously complying with all his wishes. What is this guy doing? Has he gone crazy? Oh no, what will happen to my sister? In fact, it was the Cat Immortal's idea to have Cassius take Muthu Peak back, all for his own sister. Out of his own selfishness, his father had told him, no matter what method, he must bring Cassius back to the tribe. Then he would invite that black-haired guy to dinner and secretly drug him, and then he. Initially, Muthu Peak did not agree with this method, but under the imposing gaze of the strong man, along with nearly 3 hours of persuasion, that prairie youth had no choice but to submit. Later, he mentioned to the Cat Immortal that he wanted to go home and take a look. He thought that getting his master to agree would certainly require a lot of argument. But who knew the Cat Immortal not only agreed, but also let him experience the world, saying he could return only after climbing the Karen Tower in 3 years. This is truly self-inflicted and beyond redemption. However, as long as he builds a good relationship with Cassius, becoming stronger will no longer be a dream, but a reality. However, it seems he has put his own sister in a difficult position. No. Wait, it doesn't seem to be that bad. It seems his sister is actually looking forward to it. Thinking of his sister's infatuated look, Muthu Peak couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What the heck? Is this guy crazy? Is he having a seizure? Wow, if it's that bad, what will happen to my sister? Author: seizure, my foot. Lack of culture is truly frightening. Cassius. As Cassius lost himself in his thoughts, he unconsciously arrived at the gate of the Tattoo tribe. He casually tossed a young boy from the grasslands in front of the tribe's entrance and suddenly looked around with heightened vigilance. Upon noticing the absence of a certain enthusiastic young lady, he let out a deep sigh of relief, signaling a sense of safety. At this moment, Muthu Peak, who had risen from the ground, stared at Cassius with a puzzled expression, seemingly unsure of what the other was doing. Cassius. What's wrong? Are you looking for something? Muthu Peak asked. No. How could I possibly be looking for something? What could I possibly be looking for? Perhaps feeling guilty, Cassius' responses were all over the place, barely coherent. The more Muthu Peak saw the other's attempt to conceal the truth, the more he felt something was off. In reality, he knew exactly what Cassius was looking for. He was just afraid of encountering my sister Natasha. Honestly, with such an obvious matter, why bother hiding it? Everyone in the Tattoo tribe knows about it. Since that's the case, Cassius, let's go inside. Speaking of which, I haven't returned in 2 years. This time, let's host a grand banquet and celebrate thoroughly tonight. What do you think, Cassius? Muthu Peak said while walking into the tribe. I'm sure, let's have a banquet. Cassius appeared somewhat distracted, still maintaining a vigilant demeanor, as if ready to bolt at the slightest hint of trouble. As Muthu Peak and Cassius entered the tribe, some busy tribe members noticed their presence. Soon some members recognized Muthu Peak and even Cassius. Of course, given the earlier ruckus, nearly everyone in the tribe had been flattened on the ground, or it was hard for them not to recognize him. Everyone come quick. The young patriarch has returned, and so has Cassius. Quick, go report to the patriarch the young patriarch has returned. Soon the originally quiet tribe members began buzzing with excitement. All of this was because their young master had come back. In less than 10 minutes, a sturdy man guided by the tribe members hurried over. Dad. Upon seeing the man, Mufu Peak excitedly rushed over to hug him. He was incredibly thrilled. Yes, it's good that you're back. My Peak has grown up and become strong. It seems my son's strength has definitely increased. The man's eyes were filled with satisfaction as he nodded repeatedly at Mufu Peak, expressing his inner joy. Of course, under the guidance of the cat immortal, I didn't slack off. I practiced diligently. Now I can easily take down more than a dozen saber-toothed tigers. Even a few big grizzly bears, I can knock them down. Mufu Peak looked at the man proudly, his face brimming with confidence. Great, great. My son is indeed impressive. It seems I wasn't wrong to entrust you to Cassius for training under the cat immortal. The man looked at his son, unable to hide his satisfaction. Meanwhile, Cassius watched the two happily chatting, feeling increasingly cautious. However, upon noticing that a certain young lady was nowhere in sight, he immediately felt relieved. He then casually found a chair and sat down confidently. After all, those two would likely reminisce for a long time before noticing him, so there was no need to disturb them right now. Cassius walked over to a tribe member. He gently tapped the shoulder of the tribe member and asked, "Excuse me, brother, where can I find something to eat? I'm a bit hungry." The tribe member was momentarily stunned, but once he saw Cassius, he became excited and enthusiastic. "Oh, it's Cassius. Hello, hello. I'm your fan. I still remember that day when your imposing presence deeply impressed me." The tribe member wouldn't stop talking about Cassius. This made Cassius with his dark hair want to punch him and knock him out. Seriously, it was so annoying. All I wanted was to ask where the food was. Did it need to be this verbose? Damn. Brother, I just wanted to ask if you have any food. I'm really hungry. Can you take me to where you keep the food? Although he felt very displeased, Cassius still maintained his politeness. Food? Oh. Yes. Please wait a moment, Lord Cassius. I'll go prepare it right away. Fortunately, this time the guy finally understood. He pretended to carry something and quickly ran off. What? You're just leaving? I meant for you to take me there. Damn. At that moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through Cassius' mind. At that moment, the sturdy man and Mufu Peak also approached Cassius. Especially the sturdy man, who immediately grabbed Cassius' hand and said, "Oh, thank you so much, young brother Cassius. Thank you for taking my Peak to train under the cat immortal. I'm really grateful." To this, Cassius could only awkwardly smile. It's nothing, just a small matter, nothing to mention. Damn, why does this feel like returning triumphantly, like an ancient official? What's with that? How could this be a small matter? This is crucial for our tribe's rapid development. We must not take it lightly. The sturdy man spoke more seriously, and the way he looked at Cassius grew warmer. Damn, why are you looking at me like that? I prefer men. Noticing the intense gaze of the sturdy man, Cassius felt a chill run down his spine. Alright, if you say it's a big deal, then it's a big deal. Cassius helplessly agreed, while looking at the sturdy man. In that case, to thank you, Cassius, let's host a banquet now. Anyway, it's nearly evening, so let's have a good drink this time. The sturdy man patted Cassius on the shoulder and laughed heartily. That's more like it. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been waiting for this very sentence. Then Cassius placed his hand on the sturdy man's shoulder and shouted, "Great. Let's have a banquet. Eat and drink heartily. Alright, let's have a banquet. Peak, hurry and tell the tribe members to prepare food and drinks. We're having a banquet tonight." The sturdy man instructed Mufu Peak, and just as Cassius thought the sturdy man had finished speaking, he saw the man suddenly lean in close to Mufu Peak and whisper something in his ear. Although it was very quiet, Cassius still heard it. Suddenly, an urge to flee arose within him. The sturdy man whispered to Mufu Peak, "Peak, your sister is still sleeping. Go wake her up and have her dressed nicely. But doesn't she have a mourning temper? What if she blows up? It's fine, or just say that Cassius is here." Alright, no problem. Mufu Peak, after giving the sturdy man a knowing look, left with a mischievous grin. Cassius. Damn it. I knew this wouldn't be a good task. That damned kitten, one day I'll stew you. As the tattoo tribe became increasingly bustling, food and drinks were being cooked and brought out. Sitting at the side, Cassius was shamelessly devouring a pig's trotter with his left hand and a duck leg with his right. His eating style was as if he had been starving for hundreds of years, indulging without restraint. However, no one dared to mock Cassius' manner of eating. After all, the pressure he had once exerted was still fresh in their minds. At that moment, they were enjoying fine wine and roasted whole lambs while chatting about mundane matters. Suddenly, Cassius sensed a faint fragrance of jasmine, followed by a voice that sent shivers down his spine. In that instant, Cassius knew who the owner of the voice was, the first flower of the grassland, Natasha. His smile froze, and he mechanically turned his head. With a smile that was more painful than tears, he looked at the grassland's first flower. "Hello, Miss Natasha." At this moment, Natasha was dressed in a Song tribe outfit adorned with headgear. Her delicate face was rosy and looked incredibly cute, especially the faint jasmine scent emanating from her, which, like a drug, was eroding Cassius' resolve. Hello, little brother Cassius. After greeting, Natasha tightly embraced Cassius from behind. Feeling this, Cassius trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Do you know? I've been thinking about you for the past 2 years, little brother Cassius. Her alluring and sexy voice deeply shook Cassius' heart. Sister, this isn't good for you. This isn't good, boo. Who at this moment, no matter how unhappy or wronged Cassius felt. Now he had to do one thing: act dumb, act dazed, and finally remain silent. As the saying goes, silence is the best weapon. What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking, little brother Cassius? Natasha gently pressed her face against Cassius' neck, completely oblivious to the public setting. I must say Cassius did feel a bit moved when he sensed the softness from behind. However, as a good child, he absolutely could not accept early romance. Author, then what's the deal with your engagement to Mana? Cassius, can you blame me? This was your arrangement. Let me tell you, I will not take the blame for this. Author, even if soft fragrance is in my arms, I absolutely cannot betray my beloved Mana. Absolutely not. Sister, this isn't good. Please stop, I'm afraid. Cassius noticed that Natasha was becoming increasingly bold. Her hands were restlessly roaming over him. There was none of the shyness that a girl should possess, only boldness and openness remained. This made Cassius question everything. Could this girl possibly have Western genes? Otherwise, how could she be so bold and open? At this moment, Natasha was also feeling uneasy, her heart racing with anxiety and shyness. How can this be? Is there something wrong with Cassius? I've put in so much effort, yet you're still unmoved. Seriously, what do I have to do to get your heart racing? Cassius, do you even know how much I like you? This couldn't be blamed on Cassius. After all, his fiancée Mana was far more beautiful than this particular sister. After spending an entire month with a golden-haired beauty, he would surely have some immunity when going out and saying anything. Besides, what's the big deal about just casually touching? Cassius had already been affectionate with his fiancée, touching and kissing her. With a girl like this, what could it even count as? Child's play, hardly worth mentioning. However, there was one thing that Mana could not compare to Natasha. That is maturity. To put it simply, Mana was like an unripe persimmon still developing, while Natasha was already a ripe persimmon, ready to be picked at any time, but that depended on whether Cassius dared to do so. Returning to reality, Cassius suddenly released the food in his hands. Then he wiped the grease off his hands with a napkin and directly grasped the mischief-making hand, saying, "Please don't do this, all right? This isn't good for you or for me." To quickly resolve this trouble, Cassius slightly released his aura as he spoke. This made Natasha feel a wave of suffocation, even a bit dizzy. She instantly felt wronged. What is this? I just like you. Is it wrong to like someone? Is it wrong? Although Natasha was extremely unsettled at this moment as a well-bred tribal princess, she knew that the more she acted this way, the more she shouldn't lose her temper. It would be beneficial for her, for Cassius, and for her tribe. After all, this little boy in front of her possessed a power that inspired awe. A slight misstep could lead to an abyss. I'm sorry, I know that what I'm doing is wrong, but I truly like you. And you, I feel like you have no feelings for me at all. I really don't know how to make you like me. If I've caused you any trouble, I apologize. To be honest, I already have a fiancé, so it's impossible for me to like you, let alone marry you. I know this may be a huge hurt for you, but for my fiancé, I have to do this. Cassius looked at Natasha, his expression extremely serious. At this moment, he was not pretending. He truly valued the time he spent with Mana and deeply cared for his fiancée. Hearing Mana's melodious laughter, Cassius always felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. It felt as if he was enveloped in warm sunshine, comforting and secure. What? You have a fiancé? Cassius' words were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Natasha. Cassius actually has a fiancé. This. Natasha's mood was incredibly complex, filled with despair. She never expected that the Prince Charming she had been yearning for day and night, the one she had waited for 2 years, already had a fiancé. And most importantly, his fiancé was not her. Oh heavens, at this moment Natasha felt completely crumpled. Fortunately, Cassius noticed this in time and helped her up, preventing her from collapsing onto the ground. Cassius, tell me this. This isn't true, right? Natasha seemed a bit in disbelief, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope as she looked at Cassius, hoping to receive some comfort from him. At this moment, Cassius knew that indecision could lead to greater harm. Although Natasha's appearance made one feel a surge of pity, he absolutely could not allow a moment of weakness to lead to entanglement. In the end, it would bring no good to either of them. So with a serious expression and determined eyes, Cassius looked at Natasha and said, "Thank you for your affection, but I already have someone I like. If we must blame someone, let's blame the timing of our meeting. Let this all come to an end." After pausing for a moment, Cassius reluctantly placed Natasha down onto a nearby blanket and said again, "I'm sorry." After receiving this sudden news, Natasha felt as if the world had plunged into darkness, devoid of hope. He already had a fiancé. What should I do? I've waited so long, what should I do? At this moment, Natasha's heart was filled with complexity. Oh, as a girl from the grasslands who dared to love and hate, she had no idea whether to let go or continue to cling. Moreover, she felt a twinge of sadness realizing that as the renowned first beauty of the grasslands, she was unable to capture the heart of even one boy. Could it be that Cassius' fiancé was even more perfect and beautiful than her? Otherwise, how could she possibly lose? After all, in the grasslands, there was a long line of boys pursuing her, and it seemed there was no end in sight. Perhaps she should never have liked him in the first place, or perhaps this was a mistake. Since she couldn't have him, she should let go. At this moment, Natasha was lost in thought, feeling a deep sense of frustration and contradiction. With a slight sigh, Cassius gently patted her shoulder and smiled, saying, "It's all right, I believe you will meet someone even better than me." After a brief pause, Cassius continued, "Moreover, we can still be friends." This line was something others usually said to Cassius in his past life. It was surprising to hear it spoken so openly now. Traveling through time is truly wonderful. At this moment, a certain girl with black hair felt immensely grateful for this turn of fate, thanking the heavens. Natasha looked at Cassius with tear-filled eyes, almost wanting to speak. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she suddenly held back, unable to say anything. In response, big tears rolled down her delicate face. Cassius could only silently sigh at this sight. On the other side, Mufu Peak and the others clearly noticed Cassius' situation. They even began to focus their attention on Cassius' seat. However, how could Cassius allow them to have their way? He shot them a fierce glare. The warning was clear: if they dared to meddle, he would take action. Originally, they wanted to come over and check what was happening. Seeing Natasha crying like a rain-soaked pear flower, they immediately wilted under Cassius' unfriendly gaze. They hurriedly averted their eyes, sitting down awkwardly while sipping their drinks. Natasha suddenly spoke. "Speak, what is it?" Cassius' tone was noticeably stiff. He really didn't want any trouble at the moment. Natasha, who wanted to continue speaking, felt even more wronged upon hearing Cassius' stiff tone. However, as a girl from the grasslands who dared to love and hate, how could she simply retreat? She looked directly into Cassius' eyes and earnestly said, "Since that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. I know I have caused you a lot of trouble and worries. I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Cassius was a bit taken aback. He looked at the suddenly understanding girl from the grasslands in disbelief. "What did you say?" Still in disbelief, Cassius couldn't help but ask again. Seeing Cassius' surprised expression, Natasha's sense of grievance surged even more. It seemed he truly never liked me at all. Forget it, rather than entangle him endlessly, it would be better to let go completely. This way both would feel better, and even if they met again in the future, they could still chat and laugh together. Thus, after a slight sigh, Natasha slowly relaxed her tightly knitted brows, blinking her big eyes as she looked at Cassius and said, "I promise I won't add to your troubles anymore. I apologize for the inconveniences I caused you before. I'm sorry, Cassius. I'm sorry." Upon hearing this clear response, Cassius suddenly felt as if the whole world had brightened. The sun shone brightly. His gaze towards the girl from the grasslands softened slightly. Sister, you finally understand my good intentions." At this moment, it seemed that Natasha had made a significant resolution, her eyes firmly fixed on Cassius as she sincerely said, "Lastly, I have a small request that I hope you can agree to." "What? A request? What could it be? I hope it's not an outrageous demand." Cassius felt a bit troubled and conflicted. Should I agree, fearing the request might be too outrageous? But if I don't agree, my heart won't allow it. After all, this might be the last time Cassius and this girl meet, and they may never cross paths again. Caius did not refuse Natasha's request. However, adhering to his decisive nature, he brought a certain prairie girl to the riverbank that very night. At this moment, the bright moon hung quietly in the night sky. The stars twinkled beside it, adorning the darkness. "Thank you for coming with me," Natasha said, looking at Caius with deep gratitude. "It's nothing really. It's just a small effort on my part," he replied. Neither gentle nor distant, Caius spoke in his usual flat tone. "Do you know?" On the prairie, two lovers would sit by the river watching fireflies together, making wishes under the starry night sky, and praying together. Natasha sat on the grass beside him, gazing at the flowing river, speaking to herself. At this moment, Caius could only remain silent, serving as a listener. Listening quietly to the heartfelt words of a lovesick girl, he waited patiently for it all to come to an end. Looking at the scenery before him, Caius felt a tinge of surprise. It must be said the scenery at this moment was indeed breathtaking. The bright moon reflected in the crystal-clear river, while swarms of fireflies danced beside the reeds growing along the riverbank. The flickering lights danced in the night, weaving through the air, appearing so close, yet so far away. It felt as if he could reach out and grasp the starlight tightly in his palm, watching it shimmer with the brilliance of emerald. "Caius, I hate you. Why don't you like me? I hate you." At that moment, Natasha pressed her hands to her mouth and shouted loudly towards the riverbank. Her voice was clear, tinged with a hint of complaint. In response, Caius remained silent, staring expressionlessly at the girl before him. He knew she was venting once she released her bitterness, anger, and frustrations into the air, everything would be all right. Caius was not worried about being overheard by Muchufeng and the others, for they were at least 10 kilometers away from the tattoo tribe. No matter how much Natasha vented, Muchufeng and the others would never hear her. Moreover, they were currently engaged in a banquet, their noise louder than here. With that, he had nothing to worry about. Shout it out loud. Once you've shouted, you'll feel much better. Once you've vented enough, gotten tired, and had a good sleep, tomorrow you'll forget about me, and you can start a new life. Shout, Natasha. Shout. Watching Natasha still shouting loudly, Caius silently prayed for her. Caius, you idiot. You jerk. So many people are pursuing me. I'm so excellent. Why did I have to fall for such a big fool like you? Jerk. Bastard. Hearing this increasingly outrageous outburst, Caius couldn't help but frown. He never expected that a girl who looked so cute and beautiful on the outside could unleash such fierce and venomous words. Could it be that beautiful girls come with a sharp-tongued skill? Fortunately, his mana was still relatively good. At most, she would just slap herself a couple of times before crying a bit. In the end, she would be quietly resolved in his warm embrace. As Natasha's voice grew louder, the fireflies that had been resting among the reeds by the river were startled. Countless fireflies flew and spiraled in the night sky, completely covering the area in green light. Especially when they twinkled, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Natasha, who had been venting, also paused at this moment, staring blankly at the scene before her. At this time, Caius slowly took out his phone from his pocket and activated the recording function, capturing this moment. Thus, one was recording while the other was mesmerized. After a long silence, an abrupt and discordant voice suddenly rang out. This view is truly beautiful, isn't it? I didn't expect we would encounter this scene while on the road. What great luck we have. At this moment, Natasha, immersed in the scenery, and Caius, who was recording, instantly snapped back to reality. They quickly turned their heads towards the source of the voice. There they saw 3 individuals. One was dressed like an old woman, wearing a wizard's hat with her hands clasped over her abdomen. Moreover, her body was quite small. All her limbs were incredibly short, and her face was covered in wrinkles. What surprised Caius the most was that this old woman was sitting on a gigantic crystal ball. Furthermore, the crystal ball was floating in midair. Seeing her attire, Caius immediately recognized who she was. The fortune teller from the Dragon Ball world, possessing strange powers. Beside the fortune teller stood 2 figures wearing masks. From their contrasting sizes, one could tell. One was likely a brawny man with a sturdy physique, while the other was presumably an ordinary human with a normal stature. However, they were probably both martial artists, considering the fortune teller wouldn't casually roam with ordinary people. Who are you? At this moment, Natasha looked at the 3 sudden arrivals with a wary expression. Don't worry, little girl, I'm not a bad person. We just happened to pass by here on our journey. We mean no harm, the fortune teller said with a warm smile, her voice calm and approachable. Besides, we heard you calling for Caius and came over. Speaking of which, I have someone here who is quite familiar with him. Isn't that right, Caius? The fortune teller said, casting a knowing glance at Caius. What? At this moment, Caius felt a bit surprised. Familiar with him? Could it be familiar? Do you know him, Caius? Natasha looked at Caius with a puzzled expression, hoping to get an answer from him. However, Caius did not pay attention to Natasha at this moment. He felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Familiar with me. And next to the fortune teller, if I'm not mistaken, it must be him. Grandpa, is it you? Grandpa, is it really you? Caius stared at the small figure in a mask, seemingly still unsure and disbelieving, a slight tremor in his voice. Though uncertain, Caius could feel that the figure indeed carried a familiar aura. If he wasn't mistaken, that person must be Son Gohan, the grandfather who cherished him dearly, the one who cared for his well-being even at the cost of his own life. Caius, it's been a long time you've grown up, my dear grandson. In anticipation, Caius watched as the masked figure slowly removed his mask, revealing a familiar and aged, kind face. Seeing that familiar face and kind expression, Caius could no longer contain himself, no longer hold back. In an instant, he rushed forward to Son Gohan, opening his arms and diving into the latter's embrace. In that moment, tears streamed down Caius' handsome face. He could no longer hold back, wanting to cry out loud. Years of longing, years of grievances erupted completely at this moment. Natasha looked at Cassius, who was crying like a child in front of Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat shocked. She never expected that someone as powerful as Cassius would show such a side. This was truly beyond her expectations. However, why do I feel that they don't seem like good people? Especially that which sitting atop a giant crystal ball. Not only is she ugly and short, but her wizard's hat is also quite unattractive. It is simply indescribable. And the big idiot behind her wearing a mask looks dazed and obviously isn't very intelligent, a typical character meant to be cannon fodder. How could Cassius' grandfather possibly be involved with them? This is truly unbelievable. And what's more, they are traveling at night without resting. Not only that, but they don't even have any lighting tools. Do they have such good eyesight that they can clearly see things at night? Anyway, I don't believe these people. They are far too suspicious. Moi. At that moment, as Natasi was observing the fortune-telling old woman, she suddenly noticed the latter making a series of strange gestures with her hands. Moreover, a faint light flickered from her hands. Despite being weak, Natasi could still clearly see that the burly man behind the old lady was slightly trembling. It seemed he was afraid of something. Grandpa, how have you been in hell all these years? Has anyone bullied you there? If they have, let me know, and I'll go to hell to have a nice chat with them over tea. Cassius looked at the elderly Sun Wukong, perhaps worried that his grandfather was being bullied in hell, and couldn't help but speak up. What nonsense is this child saying? Grandpa is doing well in hell. How could anyone bully him? And you saying you would go to hell for tea and to talk about life? What a ridiculous thing to say. Is hell a place one can casually visit? You should know that it's the realm of the dead. You, my child, speak without thinking. You at your age, you should be more considerate. Alas, really? Sun Wukong felt somewhat irritated by Cassius' nonsensical words, especially when he heard about going to hell to find someone who bullied him for tea. But he was also pleased that Cassius was so filial. As for what Cassius just said, he wasn't joking. If he wanted to go to hell, he could do so. Without dying, he could simply ask the gods to take him there. Even if he was discovered by the messengers of hell, he could take the opportunity to seek out the king of the otherworld. After all, Cassius was very interested in the king of the otherworld's techniques. With a multiplied increase in combat power, such a powerful buff, if learned, wouldn't he be able to punch Frieza and kick Cell in the future? This is a blessing, a true blessing that absolutely cannot be missed. Cassius, who is that girl? Could she be my granddaughter-in-law? Ah, I didn't expect the old man to see his granddaughter-in-law. This is truly delightful. At this moment, upon noticing Natasi's Sun Wukong's aged face suddenly broke into a smile, and his gaze toward Cassius became increasingly fervent. Grandpa, what are you talking about? She is not your granddaughter-in-law. We are just friends, just friends. As soon as Cassius heard this, his heart erupted with panic. He had only just managed to rid himself of a certain grassland girl. Grandpa, please don't create trouble for your precious grandson the moment you appear. Your grandson is timid and cannot handle this. Hearing Cassius' explanation, Sun Wukong remained indifferent and instead began to scrutinize Natasi from a distance. Cassius, witnessing this scene, knew that something unpleasant was about to happen and that he was still completely in a passive state. Little girl over there, come, let Grandpa take a look at you. Sun Wukong looked at Natasi with a kind expression, his tone warm and friendly. Natasi, who was originally observing the fortune-telling old woman, immediately tensed up upon hearing Sun Wukong's call. She hurriedly adjusted her outfit, checking for any flaws. Then she cautiously walked towards Sun Wukong. Natasi knew that her opportunity had come. As long as she could satisfy the old man over there once he spoke, marrying Cassius would be assured. Thinking of this, Natasi became even more mindful of her words and actions, fearing she might make a mistake. Hello, Grandpa, my name is Natasi. My home is not far away, and if you don't mind, you can come and sit at my place. It would also give me the chance to be a good host and entertain you properly. Her tone was sincere, accompanied by a smile and gentle eyes. At that moment, Natasi felt like a gentle ray of sunshine, warm, yet not overwhelming. Cassius glanced at Natasi without saying anything. At least he currently felt that there was nothing inappropriate in Natasi's words. Good, very thoughtful. However, Grandpa is rather busy, so I might not be able to visit your home, but I will definitely come when I have the time. The more Sun Wukong looked at Natasi, the more satisfied he became, his face brimming with smiles. Is that so? What a pity then. I really wanted to properly host you, Grandpa. As she said this, Natasi suddenly displayed an expression of regret. However, no matter when Grandpa comes, Natasi will definitely welcome you. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly said something that left Cassius momentarily stunned. Don't worry, that day won't be too far away. Oh, I'll be back to drink your wedding wine. Grandpa, what are you doing? She is not your granddaughter-in-law. Your granddaughter-in-law is not here. At this moment, Cassius felt utterly helpless and speechless. Grandpa, you really got it wrong. She is definitely not your future granddaughter-in-law. Please stop saying nonsense. Cassius was truly at a loss for words with Sun Wukong. Why hadn't he noticed this attribute of Sun Wukong before? Could it be hidden? Does it require certain conditions to activate? And at the same time, Natasi's delicate face turned bright red upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. Despite feeling shy, Natasi felt even more sweetness and joy in her heart. However, upon hearing Cassius' explanation, she instantly deflated like a balloon. It seems he really doesn't like me. With a dejected sigh, Natasi did not give up, as she knew that as long as she could please the old man in front of her, Cassius wouldn't be able to escape. From Cassius' previous behavior towards the old man, it was clear that he respected and was very filial to this elder. Hence, he wouldn't let the old man feel unhappy or uncomfortable. All right, enough said, enough said. Sun Wukong looked at his increasingly anxious grandson, unable to stop smiling. Alas, this is truly terrible. Cassius looked at Sun Wukong helplessly, feeling like a dead dog drained of all vitality. Just then the urgent voice of the fortune-telling old woman suddenly came from behind Cassius. Mirror inner demon. At that moment Cassius, confused about what the mirror inner demon was, suddenly felt a cold power enveloping him, and then his limbs were instantly bound, unable to move at all. At this moment Sun Wukong suddenly punched Natasha away while he himself took a few steps back, creating a distance of about 5 meters between himself and Cassius. What the hell is going on? Grandpa. Cassius looked at Sun Wukong with disbelief, his face filled with shock. But this was not the end, it was merely the beginning. Suddenly a magical circle-like thing rose beneath Cassius' feet, and black light vines instantly ensnared his limbs, rendering him immobile. What is going on? Grandfather. Cassius' face was etched with bewilderment as he stared incredulously at Son Gohan. Cassius, how refreshingly naive you are, still unable to grasp the truth. At that moment the masked man who had stood silently behind the fortune-teller stepped forward, slowly halting directly before Cassius. He felt no fear of Cassius suddenly lashing out. He knew this ritual held immense binding power, as well as the terrifying ability to siphon another's strength. At this moment Cassius was utterly helpless, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. What do you mean? Do you think I want to kill you? Still haven't recognized my voice, little brother Cassius. The masked man's veiled words ignited Cassius's fury in an instant. Enough idle talk. Proceed with the ritual immediately, Son Gohan interjected sharply. Who are you? Why dare you impersonate my grandfather? Damned wretch. Ignoring the masked man, Cassius locked murderous eyes onto the impostor, his gaze seething with lethal intent. Daring to defy me even as death looms. Brat, let me enlighten you. I am Jingshin Mo, one of the demon realm's sovereign demon kings. With a look of faint disdain toward Cassius, Son Gohan's form was suddenly enveloped by swirling black mist. When it dissipated, a demon stood before Cassius, crowned with horns and bearing 3 piercing eyes. Demon. Cassius recoiled in shock. Jingshin Mo, the demon realm's sovereign demon king. When had he ever crossed paths with him? He couldn't recall ever laying eyes on this being. What in the world was happening? Staring at Jingshin Mo's strikingly handsome visage, Cassius's confusion deepened. I believe I've never provoked you, sovereign demon king Jingshin Mo. Never provoked us. Cassius, you truly suffer from royal forgetfulness. Look closely. Do you recognize me now? Faced with Cassius's bewildered silence, the masked man's temper flared. Slowly he removed his mask and gazed at Cassius with a sinister, knowing smile. Surprised, aren't you, little brother Cassius? In that instant Cassius finally understood how deeply entangled he had become with them. The figure standing before him was none other than Pika, the demonic lieutenant who had served the demon queen 8 years ago. So it's you. How could you possibly be here? Didn't you return to the demon realm alongside the demon queen? Cassius stared stunned. Wait, wasn't the demon realm gate destroyed? How did you escape? Haha. Cassius, do you truly believe there is only one gateway to the demon realm? If you think so, then you're vastly overestimating your own insight. As Pika spoke, his icy glare pierced Cassius, a savage, murderous stare that promised dismemberment. The humiliation we endured that day, I, Pika, shall repay it all, not just for myself, but for Her Majesty the Demon Queen as well. Cassius, that day's humiliation. No, that can't be right. I have no memory of it. Did I even harm you? Could you be mistaken? Cassius recalled absolutely nothing of that encounter. He had been fully transformed into a great Saiyan, acting purely on primal instinct. At that time he possessed no conscious will whatsoever. Yet still, he was a proud Saiyan. How dare these vermin think they could defeat him? This time, whether Demon King or Jingshin Mo, this young master would send them straight to the underworld. Thinking of attacking? Dream on. To subdue you, I spent years perfecting this ritual formation. Its cost and resources defies your imagination. Jingshin Mo remarked coolly, sensing the subtle shift in Cassius's aura. Against me? Years. You must be joking. What did I do? Kill your mother? Your father? Is this grudge really that deep? Cassius scoffed inwardly, but though Jingshin Mo spoke with such confidence, Cassius was a man of action. He'd never know unless he tried. Though his limbs were bound, Cassius sensed his inner power remained unshackled, still surging, still untamed. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted skyward. Violent torrents of raw energy burst forth from Cassius's body in relentless waves. At that moment, Cassius unleashed his full might without restraint. Sand and stone scattered violently, space itself trembled, suffocating pressure rippled outward in every direction. His objective was simple: crush them utterly beneath absolute, overwhelming power. Over the past 2 years, not only had his martial knowledge advanced exponentially, but under the brutal conditions of the gravity chamber, his physical combat prowess had soared beyond measure. Cassius's current battle power stood at nearly 10,000, yet when unleashing his full potential it surged by at least 4 to 5,000 more. Without question, he was now Earth's undisputed strongest. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Absolutely perfect. Pika Pika. You did not deceive me after all. Jingshin Imo watched Cassius's aura swell, and felt not a trace of fear. On the contrary, the stronger Cassius grew, the more elated he became. Cassius, indeed worthy of my long journey across the demon realm. Worth every year, every effort I invested. This power, this magnificent power. Do you know how many schemes I devised to capture you? Fortunately, all of it was worth it. Once I absorb your strength, I shall grant you a swift, painless end. Ah, what intoxicating power. Ha ha ha. Pika observed Jingshin Mo's near ecstatic frenzy with quiet resignation. His sovereign was peerless in every way, except his obsession with power, which bordered on madness. Whenever he glimpsed extraordinary strength, in person or in tale, he burned with insatiable hunger to possess it, by any means necessary. Pika remembered vividly. Upon returning to the demon realm, when recounting their defeat, Jingshin Mo's eyes had gleamed with feverish light upon hearing how Cassius, transformed into a great Saiyan, had defeated the demon queen in a single blow. That ravenous, covetous expression had sent chills down Pika's spine. What's wrong with him? After witnessing Cassius's full power, why is he delighted? Is he insane? Yet Cassius sensed something amiss. This wasn't the recklessness of a fool. Their conversation revealed meticulous planning spanning years. They wouldn't have moved so boldly without decisive advantage. Moreover, his Saiyan instincts whispered faint but unmistakable danger. This was far more complex than it appeared. This so-called Jingshin Imo undoubtedly harbored a deeper, darker scheme. Now let's settle the score. Pika Mirror Inner Demon. At this moment, Cassius, whose power had reached its peak, looked at the mirror inner demon and Pika with fierce eyes. Don't joke around, Cassius. Do you think you can escape the array that binds you? Pika looked at Cassius' arrogant words with disdain. What? Upon hearing this, Cassius felt a hint of danger in his heart. His entire aura erupted in an instant as he stomped hard on the ground, attempting to break free from the magic array beneath him. However, what surprised him was that despite his nearly 10,000 combat power, he was unable to leave this magic array. Just as his body jumped, an invisible barrier instantly rebounded him back. No matter how much he struggled, it was futile. It felt as if he was hitting a sponge, completely helpless. Although the black light vines that bound his limbs could no longer restrain him, he could not escape this small magic array, no matter how he struggled. At this moment, Cassius involuntarily felt a twinge of anxiety. In his eyes, the Dragon Ball world was merely a place where strength ruled. As long as one had great combat power, nothing was worth fearing. It was only at this moment that he realized he had been entirely wrong. The Dragon Ball world was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. It concealed many unknown powers, just like now. Isn't the magic array that traps him the best example? How does it feel? Is it desperate, Cassius? Seeing Cassius at a loss, Pika couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure. Oh, Cassius, look where you are now. Do you remember how we returned to the demon world in such disgrace, suffering scorn and mockery from so many? Now you should repay all of that with your life. Stop struggling, it's useless. This magic array can absorb your power to strengthen the barrier. The stronger your power, the sturdier the barrier. At this moment, the mirror inner demon suddenly walked over to the unconscious Natasha, examining her closely. What are you trying to do? She is innocent. Seeing this scene, Cassius thought the mirror inner demon intended to do harm to Natasha, feeling a bit anxious. After all, this disaster was caused by him, and he could not let the innocent be implicated. Don't worry, I won't harm her. Speaking of which, I'm in need of a queen. This little girl looks just fine as she has beauty and figure. Once I turn her into a demon, she will become even more enchanting. Ah. Seeing the mirror inner demon laughing so hard, Cassius felt a surge of anger, but he was helpless to do anything. At this moment, he felt once again his own powerlessness. The mirror inner demon gently reinforced Natasha and then placed her on a clean patch of grass. After finishing all this, the mirror inner demon turned and walked towards Cassius, instructing the old lady, who still resembled the fortune teller. Which, hurry up and prepare the separation magic array. Transfer this brat's power to me. As you command, Lord Mirror Inner Demon. After responding to the mirror inner demon, her body began to grow rapidly and transform. The originally short body had now completely grown. However, even though her body had grown, she still looked like an old lady, still as ugly as ever. The witch stretched out her hands, and a magic wand instantly appeared in her grasp. Then Cassius saw the witch begin to chant incantations and wave the magic wand. Soon another magic array appeared beneath his feet, overlapping with the previous one. Moreover, the magic array began to emit dazzling purple light. However, this time, it wasn't just the magic array beneath Cassius that appeared. A magic array also appeared beneath the mirror inner demon. Pika, keep watch around this ritual, must not be disrupted, it cannot fail. Otherwise, the backlash alone could turn us to ashes. The witch instructed Pika with a serious expression, her demeanor very solemn. Naturally, Pika understood the importance of the situation, gripping his hands tightly as a massive wolf fawn club appeared. He then began to patrol the surroundings, standing guard. Cassius felt the situation becoming increasingly dire and no longer hesitated. He brought his hands together and blue light began to emanate. Cassius was going to use the Kamehameha to blast open this barrier. Don't dream, no matter how you struggle, it's useless. Just obediently hand over your power to me. Noticing Cassius' actions, the mirror inner demon remained calm, as if everything was within expectations. Cassius naturally did not believe it, and with a loud shout, a massive energy beam erupted from his hand. Then it slammed hard against the barrier. To Cassius' astonishment, his Kamehameha was actually absorbed by the barrier. Not only could he not break the barrier, but he couldn't even damage it. Damn, am I really going to fall here this time? So surprised. But there's something even more surprising. Saying this, the mirror inner demon's expression shifted, and his eyes bulged as he shouted, "Mirror, reflect." What? At that moment, a massive energy beam suddenly shot out from the barrier behind Cassius. Naturally, Cassius did not notice this. By the time he reacted, his own Kamehameha had already slammed heavily into him. Oh, the immense pain from the energy collision tormented Cassius deeply, and when the light dissipated, Cassius lay sprawled on the ground in a sorry state, looking as miserable as he could at that moment. Having taken the full force of his own Kamehameha without dying on the spot was already a stroke of luck. You despicable. Oh, Cassius, covered in wounds, sat on the ground, glaring angrily at the mirror inner demon and the witch who kept waving her magic wand. At this moment, he knew that if he wanted to survive, he could only rely on cunning, not brute force. Watching the busy witch, Cassius realized that the separation magic ritual would definitely take a lot of time to prepare. He still had time. Therefore, Cassius looked at the mirror inner demon and weakly said, "I accept my fate here. However, I am quite curious. How do you know what my grandfather looks like, and why do I sense a familiar aura from you?" In response to Cassius' question, the mirror inner demon regarded it as fulfilling a dying man's small wish. That's quite simple. I am the mirror inner demon. I possess a magic mirror that knows the stars and the earth. As long as I ask the magic mirror, I naturally know everything about you. Magic mirror? Seriously, am I Snow White or something? Hearing this, Cassius couldn't help but scoff internally. As for the familiar aura you feel from me, that's because of replication. Using the mirror's reflection, I can completely transform into that person. Since it's a complete transformation, his aura and personality, I naturally replicated them all. Now for the last question, why did you appear with the fortune teller? This question is no problem. With the magic mirror, I naturally know your grandfather's whereabouts. To speak frankly, your grandfather is indeed with the fortune teller, and he has already met your brother Sun Wukong. What? Wukong has met grandfather? Upon receiving this information, Cassius was a bit surprised, but then he thought it over and understood, and after all, it was necessary for the plot. Furthermore, the fortune teller has the power to hire the dead to do her bidding, so with her identity accompanying your grandfather, you naturally are easily hooked. As he said this, the mirror inner demon wore a look of great satisfaction. Watching the increasingly smug smile spread across mirror heart demon's face, Cassius felt an uncontrollable surge of fury rise from deep within. Accursed demon. At that moment, the wizard beside him lowered his magic staff, bowing with profound reverence before Mirror Heart Demon. My lord Mirror Heart Demon, the ritual is fully prepared. Commencement may begin at your command. Excellent. Splendid. I have waited for this moment far too long. Hearing the wizard's report, Mirror Heart Demon's grin widened further, his gaze upon Cassius growing ever more feverish and ever more cruel. Do not waste another second. Begin the ritual now. I can no longer bear the weight to wield overwhelming power. My lord, I must respectfully remind you, though the separation array will transfer Cassius's strength into your body, it may also carry over fragments of his personality and even shards of his consciousness. Should that occur, your own consciousness may become irrevocably fractured. With due humility, I beg one final question. Are you certain, truly certain, you wish to proceed? My lord Mirror Heart Demon. The wizard stood solemnly before him, awaiting his answer. Naturally. What harm could a fragment of his consciousness possibly inflict? Great men never achieve greatness without sacrifice. Wizard, do not delay. Initiate the separation ritual, now. At this, Mirror Heart Demon urged once more, his impatience palpable. In that instant, Cassius pieced together their intent from their exchange. So, they sought not only to seize his power but to cleave his very self in two. Damn it all. Cassius bore no grudge against Mirror Heart Demon's hunger for power, but why tear apart his psyche? Why shatter his soul? Here he was, a man whole and sound, yet doomed not merely to death, but to psychic fragmentation. Such a fate was beyond tragic, it was grotesque. Yes, my lord Mirror Heart Demon. At the wizard's reply, Cassius watched as the arcane array beneath his feet erupted in blinding radiance. Then tendrils of black mist coiled upward, piercing his flesh like venomous serpents. And still it was not enough. His body flared with searing heat as though roasted alive upon an infernal pyre. Worst of all was his mind. A violent, rending agony tore through his consciousness, as if his soul itself were being wrenched apart, split cleanly into two halves. Arg! As the ritual intensified, the excruciating pain sharpened into unbearable clarity, so harrowing, so absolute that he could no longer suppress his cry. His skin flushed crimson, faint sizzling whispers escaped his pores while shimmering waves of white heat rose from his scorched flesh. Even his garments ignited, consuming him whole, until he burned like a living torch, enduring torment, both physical and spiritual. Curse it! Unbelievable! I've fallen, not to a rival, not to fate, but to myself. I refuse to accept this. I haven't even married yet. I haven't scaled the summit. This is unforgivable. Though rage and regret raged within, Cassius could no longer deny the truth. He had lost. Lost to his own arrogance. Lost to his own overconfidence. Utterly, irrevocably defeated. Aorg! At that moment, a cataclysmic surge of tearing force slammed into his mind, nearly plunging him into oblivion. Suspended midair, enveloped in swirling black mist, Cassius floated within a vile-thud magical barrier, the pulsating perimeter of the ritual array. It is ready, my lord Mirror Heart Demon. I shall now channel Cassius's power into your body. Please prepare yourself. The wizard raised his staff once more, directing his words toward Mirror Heart Demon, who stood within a separate array. I am prepared, wizard. Proceed. Mirror Heart Demon nodded firmly. Without hesitation, the wizard swept his staff forward again. Fresh waves of black mist surged into Cassius's body, different this time. They did not merely wound, they devoured, siphoning his innate power, draining him from within. The unbearable agony had long since numbed Cassius. His eyes glazed over, vacant and lifeless, like those of a corpse. Now the black mist flowed ceaselessly between the two arrays, passing effortlessly through the violet barrier that once imprisoned Cassius, as though it were mere illusion. Mirror Heart Demon felt raw titanic power flood his veins, and ecstasy surged through him, fierce and intoxicating. Soon, very soon, he would rule the entire demon realm with this might. I'm Mirror Heart Demon and the sovereign of the demon realm. I am supreme. You shall all kneel before me. The wizard shook his head, faintly thinking inwardly. It seems my lord Mirror Heart Demon has already begun to change. He was never so arrogant before. Yet he understood. Any being granted such overwhelming power would inevitably speak words unforeseen. He prayed only that Mirror Heart Demon's transformation would unfold without catastrophe, for should disaster strike, his entire demonic lineage would face annihilation. Truth be told, this was the wizard's first time performing so advanced a ritual, and he possessed no certainty regarding its unforeseen consequences. What he could confirm was that Cassius's power was indeed being extracted, but whether other unintended essences would be torn loose remained unknown. All he could do was fulfill his duty and await the outcome. May no calamity arise, he whispered inwardly, glancing uneasily at Mirror Heart Demon's darkening expression. Awaf! Rora! A fresh wave of scorching agony jolted Cassius awake, shattering his numbness, dragging him back from the brink of unconsciousness. He screamed, a raw guttural wail of utter desolation echoing with despair. Yet that fleeting moment of lucidity vanished, instantly swallowed once more by the endless void of his own mind. They say that as death approaches, the soul retreats into its innermost sanctum, to wander the silent corridors of consciousness, awaiting the final breath. Am I truly dying? Humph! How absurd! Not felled in celestial combat, but consumed by a ritual. Irony incarnate. For a Saiyan, such an end is nothing short of disgrace. Perhaps when I reach the underworld, the fallen Saiyans will laugh until their ribs crack. Perhaps this ending is not so terrible after all. With that thought, the last ember of Cassius's awareness flickered and faded into absolute slumber. Perhaps he would sleep forever. His fiancée, his elder brother Son Goku, his entire world would slip away irretrievably. Cassius, wake up, wake up. Who calls me? Who? From the depths of oblivion, Cassius heard a voice, frantic, grief-stricken, suffused with unbearable despair. Is someone calling me? Who is it? Who really is it? Adrift in the fathomless darkness of his own mind, Cassius gazed blankly into the void, his voice weak, hollow, trembling with unanswered questions. Cassius, wake up, Cassius. Who calls me? Who is calling me? In the boundless darkness, Cassius wandered on without aim, step after step. He had no sense of direction, no destination, only one certainty remained: he must not stop. He dared not halt. He knew that if he ceased moving, he would truly die. Outside by the river, Nappa, she who had been left aside by the Jing XNMO, was slowly coming to consciousness, roused by Cassius' anguished wails. She rose with effort, rubbing the place where the mirror demon had struck her, and began to take in her surroundings. When she lifted her head, she saw Cassius trapped within a magic array lifted into the air by a pillar of light. His body was flushed a raw, painful red as if steamed alive in an oven. His face was ghastly, and his tightly closed eyes trembled. A thin rivulet of bright red blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. His limbs were bound by luminous vines, yet his clenched hands showed he still struggled, still clung to the hope of life. In the adjacent magic circle, Lord Jing XINMO also kept his eyes closed, but his condition was incomparably better than Cassius'. There was not a mark upon him. His complexion was rosy and lustrous. Between the two of them stood the old witch, waving her wand. With each sweep of her wand, black vapors billowed from Cassius and flowed into Lord Jing XINMO's body. Each time a tendril of black mist seeped from Cassius, his color grew a shade worse. Whenever one entered the other, his cheeks flushed, and he looked healthier still. Seeing this, even the slow-witted Nappa understood: if she could slay the old witch or free Cassius from the array, he would be saved. But when she noticed the violet barrier surrounding Cassius, she hesitated. She could not smash that barrier herself, who otherwise, given Cassius' character, it likely would already have been broken. For a moment she was at a loss, then a thought took hold: if she could not break the barrier, she would simply take out the old witch. Resolved Nappa, she seized a nearby stone and crept toward the witch's position. As a hunter, she had the cunning to approach prey without alerting it to deliver a single fatal blow. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. She advanced with painstaking care, even slipping off her shoes to avoid noise. Sharp grass blades pressed into her bare soles. Though the pain was keen, she dared not utter a sound. She knew that discovery would doom both Cassius and herself, so no matter how much it hurt, she would endure. The witch was wholly absorbed in the ritual. Such advanced magic admitted no negligence. Especially during a transfer of power, no error could be permitted lest both caster and target risk their lives. She could die if things went wrong, but she absolutely must not allow Lord Jing XINMO to suffer a mishap. No mistakes could be suffered. Fortunately, Pika was patrolling nearby, which eased her mind. Though that fellow was not powerful, he was more than enough to deal with ordinary humans. The ritual was sound if lengthy, and perilous. They were at the final step. Once the remaining power in Cassius was siphoned into Lord Jing XINMO, the rite would be complete. Then she could return to the demon realm and see her granddaughter. In a few days it would be the child's birthday, and she meant to give a fine gift. Human pastries and toys were delightful. After this was over, she would buy some to bring back to make the little thing happy. Getting closer now, the witch thought, almost giddy with anticipation. Nappa's eyes' attention snapped razor sharp. In her eyes there was nothing but the witch, no grass, no stone. Everything else faded from her sight. Her only thought: kill her. With one last step she stole behind the witch. She raised the stone high with both hands and brought it down upon the witch's forehead with all her might. With a dull thud, the witch's eyes went white. She stared at Nappa in stunned disbelief, and then collapsed into unconsciousness. Nappa pounded her chest, breathing hard to calm the rapture and terror that swelled within her. She had killed beasts before, but never with such grim finality. Striking a person stone dead was no small thing. Achieving this was clearly no easy feat. With the witch felled, the ritual lost its conductor and began to collapse. The black vapors that had poured from Cassius paused, yet the binding barrier that held him remained intact. Nappa did not rest. She hurried to the magic circle and called to Cassius as she ran. "Wake up! Cassius, wake up! Get up!" At that moment, the black mists within the two circles cried with a shrill sound and lunged toward the fallen witch. In an instant, the black vapors engulfed the witch completely. Then something stranger happened. The devouring mist split into two. One part surged back toward Cassius, the other swept toward Lord Jing XINMO. Lord Jing XINMO had not yet perceived the change, but before he could recover, the black mist swallowed him whole. Gradually, the black vapor took on a human visage. Indistinct at first, it grew clearer, and the face that emerged was unmistakably Cassius. The tendril poised to consume Cassius froze and began to utter a more piteous, trembling cry. "Cassius, wake up! Hurry!" Nappa's heart leapt into her throat as panic and urgency etched her face. With the barrier still in place, she screamed for him to rouse himself, praying he would awaken in time to avoid becoming food for the black mist. After a brief pause, the vapor aimed at Cassius pierced the barrier and lunged at him. Seeing this, Natta's eyes' desperation intensified. At the instant the black mist descended upon him, she felt utterly hopeless. She closed her eyes as she could not bear to witness Cassius drift into ash and silence. A black mist surged forward, accompanied by a piercing wail aiming directly at Cassius. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, this charge would surely lead him to report to the King of Hell. Perhaps out of compassion, just as the black mist was about to engulf Cassius, a pair of deep black eyes suddenly opened wide. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy erupted, forcefully dispersing the black mist. In truth, Cassius had already awakened his consciousness at the call of Natta. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he was unable to open his eyes to assess his surroundings. Yet, even though Cassius had awakened at this critical moment, the previous separation ritual had left him utterly drained. The recent explosion had exhausted all his strength. He had no means left to prevent the attack of the black mist. If it struck again, Cassius would truly meet his end. Cassius. Natta, who had originally closed her eyes, opened them upon sensing something amiss. What met her gaze was the scene of Cassius unleashing his might and blowing the black mist away. Seeing this, Natta couldn't help but express her surprise. Cassius, are you okay? Is there anything wrong? She asked with concern. Of course there's something wrong. How could there not be? Didn't you see how badly I was beaten? I'm on the brink of death. At this moment, although Cassius was reluctant to admit it, his gaze toward Natta softened considerably. Despite being physically unconscious, his awareness remained clear. He had a general understanding of what had just transpired. Had it not been for some prairie girl knocking out the wizard and disrupting the separation ritual, he would have long since gone to meet the King of Hell. And just when he was about to be backlashed by the magical ritual, she had timely awakened him, temporarily safeguarding his life. One must admit Natta was indeed Cassius' great benefactor at this moment. Looking at the worried expression on the girl's face warmed his heart. Thus he gazed at Natta with gentle eyes, comforting her. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. That's good. That's good. After hearing Cassius' response, Natta's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again as she looked at the swirling black mist in the distance. Finally, the black mist swirled briefly before transforming into a streak of light charging toward Cassius. Cassius! It's coming again. Natta looked at the black mist racing toward Cassius with fear, deeply worried. She knew the strength of this black mist. It had consumed the wizard in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, it split into two parts, one headed for the mirror inner demon and the other charged toward Cassius. The part that charged at the mirror inner demon quickly devoured it, catching the latter completely off guard. Had Cassius not awakened in time, he would likely share the same fate. Damn it. I've never believed in fate. I refuse to believe I will meet my end here today. Cassius' expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the black mist hurtling toward him. At this moment, he had yet to conceive any method to stop this entity. How could I possibly be killed here? I am a transcendent being. Human potential is often drawn out in dire circumstances. My life is mine to control. It's not for you, this filthy thing, to decide. My life is determined by me, not by heaven. With Cassius' unwilling roar, a tremor-inducing force erupted from his body. The magical barrier that had bound Cassius shattered inch by inch. However, upon witnessing this scene, the entity did not retreat in fear, but became even more excited. To it, power was the best nourishment. A surge of golden energy erupted from Cassius, quickly forming a golden spherical energy shield around him. The black mist crashed violently against it. Crack! Crack! The two immense forces clashed, rubbing against each other. Deafening roars spread out like waves, while a fierce energy storm stirred up a tremendous whirlwind. At this moment, Natta was swaying precariously under the intense storm, as if she could be blown away at any moment. Perhaps this was what people often referred to when gods fight, mortals suffer. At this moment, the other black mist that had devoured the mirror inner demon also underwent a transformation. Initially, it had merely vaguely manifested a face resembling Cassius, but now it was constantly contracting and expanding. It fluctuated in size, taking on bizarre forms, yet one thing remained unchanged: the face it morphed into increasingly resembled Cassius. Black energy streams continuously surged from the ground toward the transforming black mist. At this moment, the changes in that black mist were nearing completion. Suddenly, the sky lit up with flashes of lightning, and fierce winds began to howl. Cracking thunder echoed with bolts like silver serpents streaking across the sky. At this moment, it was as if the sky had been torn apart. Thick bolts of lightning struck the ground with force, creating massive craters in an instant. Seeing this scene, Natta's heart trembled in fear. She was merely a small prairie girl and had never witnessed such a spectacle. This was a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. At this moment, Natta was completely paralyzed with fear, utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the relentless rain of lightning continued to pour down onto the earth, creating one explosion after another. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Cassius, locked in a standoff with another black mist, also sensed the change. Why had this peaceful night suddenly transformed in an instant, and why was the lightning striking only in the area around him? Just as Cassius was contemplating this, bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky and struck Cassius' protective shield, causing him to stagger and nearly fall from midair. Seeing this, Cassius felt a surge of fear and questions flooded his mind. Could it be because of him? Was it due to his earlier declaration, "My life is mine to control"? And now heaven was displeased with him, sending down thunder to strike him, to make him experience the wrath of heaven. This was truly intolerable. It was outrageous. You brought me here, and I let it slide. You didn't give me any golden finger, and I accepted that too. But now, I have never provoked you, yet you send down lightning to strike me. All I want is to live. Is that a wrong request? Is that too much to ask? Yet you won't even give me a way out. This is truly too much. This is too much. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. Ah! In a fit of rage, Cassius' eyes turned completely white, and from his nearly depleted body burst forth a powerful aura once more. Powerful bursts of golden energy erupted from him. The standoff that had previously existed now tilted in favor of Cassius. What kind of battle is this? What kind of world is this? Faced with a scene akin to the end of days, Natassi gazed upon Cassius, radiant in blinding golden light, towering like a celestial deity. Once again, Natassi questioned whether this world remained the one she had once understood, whether it was still the world she thought she knew. Such devastating destructive power, such terrifying strength capable of reshaping the very landscape. Could it be that what I now witness is reality itself? Cassius, what unfathomable power do you wield? In what realm do you dwell? And do I still possess the right to love you? Do I still have the right to stand beside you? Perhaps this is precisely why you cannot love me. Because I am but an ordinary human, unworthy of standing at your side. Only someone of equal might, someone who commands power as immense as yours, deserves to stand beside you. Cassius. Though bitterness choked her throat, witnessing this apocalyptic spectacle left her no room for denial. Natassi was forced to admit an ordinary person like herself held no right to stand beside Cassius, not as his ally, not as his support. To do so would only burden him, become dead weight, a liability. What in the world has happened? Lord Jinxinmo, Lord Wizard, where are you? A tense, trembling voice broke through from behind Natassi. Turning, she saw Pika, wielding a spiked club, frantically scanning the surroundings, his wide, anxious eyes betraying inner turmoil. The moment Natassi turned, Pika spotted her and strode forward, step by heavy step, gripping his spiked club tightly. As he advanced, he demanded, "Hey, woman, what the hell happened here? Where are Lord Jinxinmo and the wizard? Speak now, or I'll crush you into pulp with this club." Natassi had meant to flee, but paralyzed by the earlier cataclysm, her legs trembled uncontrollably. She could neither rise nor escape. All she could do was watch helpless as Pika drew nearer. Cassius! Help me, Cassius! As Pika loomed ever closer, she cried out desperately, even as she scrambled forward on hands and knees. This woman, she's asking for death. Seeing her refuse to answer cry for help and crawl away like a terrified animal, fury surged within Pika. Raising his spiked club, he lunged toward the fleeing Natassi. Meanwhile, Cassius, still seething in wrath, had nearly suppressed the writhing black mist and prepared to obliterate it utterly. Then, Natassi's desperate cry pierced through his rage, restoring a sliver of clarity to his storm-tossed mind. He turned his gaze toward her, only to see Natassi scrambling desperately across the ground and Pika club raised high, racing after her. His eyes narrowed slightly. With lightning speed, Cassius extended a single finger of his left hand and pointed, hard, at Pika. Instantly, a sapphire beam of energy lanced forth from his fingertip, unerringly aimed at Pika's heart. On this side, Pika had already closed in on Natassi, the spiked club descending in brutal arc toward her skull. Yet at that instant, a chilling dread surged through his mind, and an icy coldness bloomed deep in his chest, as if a winter wind had slipped through his ribs. Then came overwhelming exhaustion, a profound, irresistible longing to close his eyes, to sink into eternal slumber. Aowawa. Natassi clutched her face in horror, staring at Pika's crumpling form, her limbs trembling, her breath ragged. She scrambled backward on hands and knees, then froze, gazing in terror at Pika, now kneeling motionless on the grass. Her glance toward Cassius now carried a new, deeper layer of awestruck fear. Pika knelt on the grass, arms slack at his sides, his spiked club lay abandoned nearby. His eyes rolled white, fixed blankly on the gaping wound that had erupted across his chest, then silence. He became yet another soul bound for the underworld. Having witnessed this, Cassius withdrew his gaze and turned his full attention back to the black mist hovering warily nearby, his expression taut with vigilance. He knew better than to underestimate it. This mist possessed both terrifying veracity and extraordinary penetrative force. Had he not unleashed that final surge of power, reinforcing his golden barrier at the last possible instant, he would already have been consumed. What monstrous entity is this? He cursed inwardly, then sharpened every sense, locking his focus onto the swirling darkness. But fate rarely grants respite. Suddenly, several colossal bolts of lightning, thick as ancient tree trunks, crashed down from the heavens, their target unmistakable Cassius encased within his golden shield. Crack! Crack! Violet lightning struck the barrier with savage force. Against such raw primordial power, even Cassius's current strength proved woefully insufficient. With each thunderous report, his golden shield fractured, splintering like fragile glass. One bolt pierced straight through, striking Cassius himself. It hurled him violently to the earth, then drove him deep into the soil. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion erupted from below. Across the field, the black mist sensed his vulnerability, and seizing the moment like a predator striking a fallen foe, coalesced into a razor-thin black streak surging toward Cassius. Unless fate intervened, Cassius would almost certainly be devoured. Yet intervention arrived, sudden, unforeseen. Directly in the black streak's path, a face formed from roiling shadow suddenly yawned open and swallowed the entire streak whole. Instantly, the hazy visage sharpened, its features snapping into eerie, lifelike clarity. More astonishing still, its eyes opened, deep, fathomless, radiating an unsettling, otherworldly presence as they scanned the ruins around them. With those eyes came transformation. Tendrils of shadow began weaving themselves into the silhouette of a human form, until swiftly a complete figure stood outlined in darkness. Then, a blinding flash of obsidian light engulfed the figure. Thunder cracked, crack, crack, and the light subsided. A man hovered midair, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, dark jeans, and white athletic shoes. His attire mirrored Cassius's exactly, and his face was Cassius's own down to the finest detail. This is Cassius. At that moment, Nadashi stared at the other Cassius hovering in midair, her face etched with utter disbelief. Never would he have imagined so ordinary a man as himself witnessing such a miraculous sight firsthand. What do you intend to do? At that instant, the airborne Cassius gently clenched his fists, and a colossal sphere of energy materialized above him. Then, with a subtle flick of his wrist, the Cassius sent the energy sphere hurtling forward, followed instantly by a deafening explosion. Sand erupted skyward, a dust billowed thick and blinding. Cough, cough, cough. Damn heavens, strike me dead if you dare. Hell! From the massive crater below, Cassius's figure slowly rose. He was utterly disheveled, far worse than before. His hair had been blasted into a wild, frizzy tangle by lightning, and deep gashes crisscrossed his body, oozing blood unceasingly. Crimson stained his upper torso. Even his tattered black jeans had darkened to a deep rust-red hue. Indeed, Cassius now resembled nothing so much as a man dragged fresh from a slaughterhouse, a living statue carved from blood. What in the world? Who are you? Only then did Cassius notice the other Cassius suspended in midair, and confusion surged within him. What on earth is happening? How can there be two of me? Surely this is a joke. Though stunned, Cassius knew his wounds were critical. Untreated, they might well claim his life, or worse, trigger another transmigration. Without hesitation, Cassius plunged his hand into his pocket and withdrew a small cloth pouch, ripped it open, seized a senzu bean, and swallowed it whole. Senzu beans, the ultimate companion for travel, combat, and survival, were always on his person. Without them, how could a certain black-haired warrior possibly stride through danger so fearlessly? Truth be told, he'd consumed nearly half his stock during 2 years of grueling gravity chamber training. In fact, that same black-haired warrior treated senzu beans as daily fare. After the upcoming Tenkaichi Budokai, he'd simply pay Master Krillin another visit for several more jars. The moment the senzu bean touched his tongue, an extraordinary energy stirred within him, warm, vital, and profoundly restorative. In the blink of an eye, his grievous injuries receded, visibly shattered bones reknitted, torn flesh sealed, vitality surged back, leaving him spry, vigorous, and wholly restored. Hey there, Nadashi, how's it going? Recovered and grinning, Cassius cheerfully teased her. Weren't you moments from death? How did you heal so fast? Nadashi's eyes nearly popped from their sockets, but given all she'd witnessed today, she quickly regained her composure. It's a senzu bean. No matter how grave the injury, one single bean restores the body to perfect health. Cassius smiled faintly. That incredible. Could I try a few? Nadashi asked, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Of course. But first, tell me who that fellow up there is. Why does he look exactly like me? Cassius agreed readily. He never ran short of senzu beans, and if he did, Master Krillin was always just a leap away. What truly concerned him was the doppelganger floating above, his mirror image yet unmistakably other. Him. Nadashi replied, startled. Yes, the one up there. Cassius nodded firmly. Well, how should I put it? She paused, thoughtful, uncertain how to begin. No rush. Take your time. That fellow up there isn't paying us any mind anyway. Cassius reassured her gently. Indeed, the airborne Cassius remained motionless, gazing blankly into the distance, affording them precious respite. And even if trouble came, he welcomed it. His battle prowess had surged dramatically, and the Senzu Bean's restoration had further amplified his strength. His current power dwarfed his former self, not by a margin, but by leagues. He adored the Saiyan body's unique resilience. Its sheer incomparable might left no words to describe it. This surge in combat power eclipsed 2 full years of disciplined cultivation. It was pure unadulterated advantage, the ultimate cheat code. Here's what happened after lightning hurled you into the ground. That black mist lunged toward you, to finish you off. Nadashi began. Oh then. Cassius nodded, urging her onward. Then mid-charge the mist was suddenly consumed by another shadowy wisp. Consumed. Cassius blinked, astonished. Was this infighting among shadows? A twisted form of self-destruction? Yes, consumed. Nadashi affirmed. Afterward the mist underwent a transformation. First your face emerged upon its surface. My face? Yes, your face. Then a pair of eerie, unsettling eyes appeared. Eerie eyes. Cassius recoiled inwardly. This plot twist defied belief. Exactly. And once those eyes manifested, the mist coalesced around them, growing a body. Nadashi corrected herself. No, forming a body. Cassius's mind reeled. Damn it. That's Majin Buu's origin. How did this happen to me? Is this real? Will he challenge me next, defeat me, and absorb me to evolve? A chill ran down his spine as he stared at his double, dread coiling cold and sharp in his gut. Finally, after the body fully formed, a flash of black light pierced the air, and he appeared. Nadashi continued, oblivious to Cassius's pallor. This is dire. If it follows that path, his strength will dwarf my original power manyfold. Yet my own combat power has surged, dramatically, exponentially. If battle comes, victory remains uncertain. Cassius steadied his breath. Moreover, observing his double's stiff, uncoordinated posture, it was clear he hadn't yet mastered that new form. His full power remained locked away. Thus Cassius held absolute supremacy. So what? Just another me. If he seeks trouble, I'll erase him in seconds. What's he worth really? He ruffled Nadashi's hair, radiating unwavering confidence, when a voice cut through the air, cold, haughty, utterly devoid of warmth or emotion. You said, erase whom? In seconds? Who do you think you can defeat in a minute? This question, laden with dissatisfaction, carried an undercurrent of anger. I can defeat you in a minute. Turning his head, Cassius stared directly at another version of himself in the air, his expression filled with arrogance. The other Cassius, for the sake of convenience, let's call him Black Cassius. Black Cassius glared back at Cassius with a fierce look, seemingly unfazed. Cassius refused to back down, narrowing his eyes slightly as he gazed dangerously at his counterpart. In the air, a faint crackling sound could be heard. A strong smell of gunpowder suddenly filled the air. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Natasha watched the two men, neither willing to give an inch, feeling increasingly fearful. From previous experiences, she knew that if they fought, the repercussions would be widespread. If she didn't get far away, she would likely be caught in the crossfire. Oomph. With a simultaneous cold grunt from both men, their figures vanished from the spot. Boom. As fists collided, visible shockwaves instantly spread out. Boom. Again, punches were thrown as they clashed with each other. Not bad, your punches have quite some power. Feeling the force transmitted through the punches, Cassius was taken aback. He knew he was using 70% of his strength, yet his opponent was matching him blow for blow. From the calm expression on the other's face, it was clear he was holding back. Thus, Cassius had to put aside any underestimation and treat this opponent with caution. In contrast, Black Cassius appeared far more composed and confident. He maintained a relaxed demeanor, exuding confidence. You're just too weak. After another exchange of punches, Black Cassius slightly distanced himself from Cassius and said nonchalantly, I'm quite curious, since you were born from devouring the mirror inner demon, why do you look like me? After putting some distance between them, Cassius asked with some confusion. Although he hadn't hoped for Black Cassius to explain things to him, Cassius couldn't help but inquire due to his curiosity. After all, this matter was indeed too bizarre. He had devoured someone completely unrelated to him, yet the result was someone who looked exactly like him. Even the clothes were identical to his before they were damaged. This was something Cassius simply could not accept. To Cassius' question, Black Cassius not only didn't refuse to answer, but responded with a hint of mockery. Since you asked sincerely, I will mercifully tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, and for the peace of the universe, I... Stop. Hearing this, Cassius' forehead was covered in black lines. Wait a minute, isn't this Team Rocket's catchphrase? What is this? Wait, this shouldn't be. Does it feel familiar, Cassius? Ha ha. Seeing Cassius' astonished expression, Black Cassius seemed to take great pleasure in it, laughing heartily while holding his stomach. At this moment, Cassius also realized something was off. Since this guy knows this line, does that mean he has my memories too? This is unscientific. This rhythm is all wrong. How could this bastard have my memories? Wait, the separation magic array. It seems that the mirror inner demon was involved in a separation magic array, likely a magical ritual to separate his own power. Could it be that while separating a part of his strength, he also copied his memories? If that's the case, then we're in trouble. If that happens, not only would it destroy the entire Dragon Ball world, but everything he possessed could also be stripped away. Therefore, no matter the cost, he must eliminate Black Cassius here. Otherwise, he couldn't bear the consequences. With that thought, Cassius gazed towards Black Cassius, filled with killing intent, and all the power within him was ready to unleash at any moment. Looks like you figured it out, Cassius. Noticing Cassius' sudden change, Black Cassius didn't care at all, merely glancing at him with disdain before mocking him. Indeed, I possess your memories. Upon hearing this, Cassius' gaze towards Black Cassius became increasingly dangerous, fueling his resolve to kill him. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to kill me? But even if you think so, whether you can do it is another matter. Continuing, Black Cassius disregarded Cassius' increasingly dark expression and said, "But don't worry, even though I am a split from your personality, due to my physical condition, my memories are not complete. Fortunately, the memories I possess do not contain information about this world, so I am almost completely ignorant of it. So what do you think? Surprised? Surprised, my foot. You think I would believe that? Today, no matter what, you must die here." Cassius had absolutely no faith in Black Cassius' words. You claim to lack information about this world. Who would believe you? Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Wait, did he just mention he was a split from my personality? What does that mean? What did you just say? You are a split from my personality. What do you mean? Explain in detail. Cassius' expression was extremely anxious as he hurriedly asked. After a lazy glance at Cassius, Black Cassius replied somewhat helplessly. Well, to put it simply, due to that magic array, a part of your personality was split off and then transferred into the mirror inner demon by that previous wizard. I knew it was because of that magic array, that damned mirror inner demon. Cassius thought angrily. That mirror inner demon wanted to devour your power along with mine, but how could I let him have his way, eh? It was precisely because of my resistance that this magical ritual lasted so long. However, despite that, under the control of the wizard, the magical ritual began to suppress me, diminishing my resistance. Fortunately, thanks to the help of a certain lady below, she managed to knock the wizard out. Once the magic array was no longer controlled, the backlash began, and I used that backlash to devour the wizard. After that, perhaps due to some seal set by the wizard, I was unable to devour the mirror inner demon with the backlash's power. Black Cassius paused slightly, his expression tightening, before continuing. How could I submit? I decisively abandoned the backlash's power, charged towards the mirror inner demon, and devoured him. That backlash power, however, ended up finding you. You were lucky, at that moment you happened to wake up and avoided disaster. Hearing this, Black Cassius looked at Cassius with a somewhat strange expression. But you really are quite unfortunate. During your resistance, you were struck by lightning. How embarrassing. Hearing Black Cassius say this, Cassius couldn't help but feel furious. That damned heavenly force was clearly targeting him, always looking for opportunities to undermine him. Otherwise, he would have resolved that black mist long ago and dealt with this bastard, ensuring he wouldn't have the chance to come into existence. After devouring the mirror inner demon, I discovered that my power was still insufficient to become human, so I planned to devour the black mist that was about to attack you to transform into a human. So is there anything you want to say now? After finishing, Black Cassius provocatively glanced at Cassius. I have nothing to say, only that I want to eliminate you. In his calm words lay an infinite killing intent. For himself, and for the normalcy of the Dragon Ball world, Cassius had to eliminate Black Cassius at all costs. This was without a doubt. Oh, it seems you are quite confident, young man. As the words fell, a figure appeared. Black Cassius swiftly moved, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Cassius. Before Cassius could react, a punch sent him flying. Immediately, Black Cassius' right hand radiated with brilliance, and he forcefully flung a massive blue energy ball towards Cassius. Cassius never expected such a move from Black Cassius, and in his carelessness he fell into the opponent's trap. As he gazed at the energy ball hurtling towards him, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself for the impact. Bang! With the explosion, a figure burst forth from the dust and charged swiftly towards Black Cassius. Despite being surprised that Cassius could still attack as if nothing had happened, he remained unafraid, confident in his own strength. Instead, he clenched his fists and struck back fiercely. In an instant, the sound of continuous collisions echoed through the air. At this moment, the originally pitch-black night was quietly fading away. The gentle light of dawn began to illuminate the earth. Natasha looked at the empty sky, occasionally filled with the sounds of fierce collisions, feeling somewhat frustrated. What the heck? Why can't I see anything? So annoying. After kicking a stone in frustration, Natasha complained. Although Natasha couldn't hear, Kasius and Blackshosi were indeed engaged in a life-and-death duel. The previously evenly matched fight began to tilt in Kasius's favor as his strength gradually erupted. Kasius seized an opportunity during a moment of misalignment, grabbing Blackshosi's body and forcefully slamming him down from the sky. However, Blackshosi had already prepared himself when Kasius seized him. During his descent, he unleashed an energy wave towards the ground, using the recoil to return to the sky. Just as he was gasping for air to regain his balance, a figure silently approached from behind. Kasius naturally knew that this level of damage wouldn't affect his opponent much, so he was already prepared to launch an attack as soon as Blackshosi released the energy wave. As soon as Blackshosi was back in the air, he immediately executed a series of strikes. Turtle-style energy wave. A resounding voice echoed across the sky, followed by a massive blue energy wave crashing forth from Kasius's hands. Upon hearing Kasius's voice, Blackshosi turned back in disbelief. When he saw the dazzling blue energy wave, his face was filled with incredulity. Due to the rapid sequence of actions, he was caught completely off guard. By the time he realized what was happening, Kasius had already unleashed the turtle-style energy wave. Moreover, the two of them were less than 2 meters apart. Damn it! With a roar of unwillingness, Blackshosi was sent flying by the turtle-style energy wave. His figure gradually faded under the power of the turtle-style energy wave. Seeing this, Kasius's eyes showed a clear excitement, but out of caution. He remained focused, scanning the surrounding aura, fearing that Blackshosi was not dead. Although Kasius had complete confidence in the turtle-style energy wave he had unleashed, for some reason, he felt an unsettling chill in his heart. He also sensed an unease feeling that something was amiss. However, after carefully searching the surroundings and not sensing any sign of Blackshosi, Kasius couldn't help but relax a little. Looking at Natasha, who was stunned on the ground, he couldn't help but smile. Then he slowly descended next to her. Hey! Did you eliminate that guy? Natasha glanced at Kasius, then at the empty sky, seeming somewhat incredulous. Didn't you see it? Seeing her naive expression, Kasius couldn't help but chuckle. What do you mean? What did I see? You two were fighting in the sky, moving so fast that I couldn't even see your shadows. Natasha looked at Kasius with a hint of complaint, then firmly said, I only saw a dazzling blue light wave, and after that you were the only one left in the sky. But I believe that guy must have been taken out by you. You really have faith in me. Seeing her confident look, Kasius smiled, reaching out to pat her little head. At this moment, Kasius's eyes were filled with warmth and joy. He truly hadn't expected to resolve the matter with Blackshosi so smoothly. Honestly, if it weren't for his anger-fueled eruption and an additional boost from recovering from heavy injuries, he might not have easily taken down Blackshosi. Now, as long as he doesn't mess things up, no one else can affect this Dragon Ball world. Finally, his own problem was solved. Thinking of this, Kasius felt a bit relieved. As Kasius stroked her head, Natasha's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Especially at this moment, Kasius's gaze was incredibly gentle. Natasha thought to herself that she had never seen such a Kasius before, and for a moment her gaze became infatuated. Feeling the warmth from Kasius's hand on her head, Natasha's heart stirred slightly. She gritted her teeth and reached out her hands to wrap around Kasius's waist. Indeed, I still can't forget you. Oh, I still like you, Kasius. Natasha's sudden action startled Kasius. Kasius initially wanted to push her away, but thinking of how she had saved him earlier, his heart softened, and he allowed Natasha to embrace him. After all, he would eventually leave this grassland. For now, he would let her have a beautiful memory. With this thought, Kasius's arms involuntarily wrapped around her body. Feeling all of this, Natasha's heart felt sweet. Under the gentle sunlight of dawn, a man and a woman embraced each other, creating a moment of warmth. While Natasha was lost in thoughts of wanting this moment to last, she suddenly saw Blackshosi looking at her with a strange expression through Kasius's shoulder. Then he pointed a finger at Kasius, moving his lips slightly, and a blinding red beam shot towards them. The gesture was not difficult to understand, and Natasha knew he was saying die. Feeling an intense sense of danger from the red beam, Natasha wanted to warn Kasius, but the speed of the red beam was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was almost upon them. So Natasha bit her lip, her eyes filled with determination, as if she had made a significant decision. Kasius, run. Natasha hurriedly turned around, placing her body in front of the red beam, and with all her strength, she pushed Kasius away. With a whoosh, the red beam pierced through Natasha. There was a round hole at the location of her heart. Kasius was naturally unprepared for this turn of events. At the moment Natasha pushed him away, he saw a ruthless red beam pierce through her chest. And she at this moment still looked at him with a face full of happiness. Through her body, Kasius saw Black Xiasis' sinister grin. Natasha. Natashi. Kashustin froze on the spot, stunned by the scene before him. It had all happened far too swiftly, too abruptly, for him to brace himself mentally. Kasius stood motionless, gazing at Natashi. Even as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, she smiled gently at him. His heart trembled with sheer, overwhelming awe. Ignoring the wound, piercing his own body, a crimson beam tearing through his flesh, Kasius rushed to cradle Natashi in his arms and hastily retrieved a divine beam, preparing to administer it to her at once. Natashi had been struck directly in the chest. Without immediate ingestion of the divine beam, death was inevitable. Yet just as Kasius withdrew the beam and brought it to her lips, Kasius materialized beside him. Did you truly believe I'd grant you that chance, Kasius? Without granting Kasius even a breath to react, Kasius lunged forward, gripping his throat with ruthless force, and hoisted him into the air. Natashi's body collapsed onto the ground. Even then her eyes remained fixed upon Kasius, wide with unshakable concern. Her face bore no trace of fear or despair, only tender, unwavering worry, utterly unlike the visage of one teetering on the edge of death. Natashi. Seeing her fall, Kasius's eyes flooded with desperate urgency. Frantically, he reached up, clawing at Kasius's hand clenched around his throat. But Kasius would not yield to his will. A cruel, sardonic smile curled at the corner of his lips, and his grip tightened, unrelenting. What? You wish to save her? Haven't you always found her tiresome? Then let her die. It would be simpler, wouldn't it, Kasius? Ha ha ha. Watching Kasius's face darken with suffocation, Kasius felt a surge of perverse delight. Natashi. As waves of debilitating weakness washed over Kasius, his fingers dug deeper into Kasius's forearm, desperate, trembling, refusing to relent. He knew, if he failed to break free, now Natashi's fate was sealed. And as her gaze began to blur and fade upon the ground, Kasius's anxiety deepened into raw, visceral torment. Though he strained with every fiber of his being, Kasius's grasp held fast, like iron vices locking unyieldingly around his throat. With each increment of pressure, Kasius's discomfort intensified, until even breathing became a ragged, agonizing struggle. Dizziness swirled through his mind, his strength ebbed, his limbs grew leaden. Cough, cough. A soft, fragile cough escaped Natashi's lips. Her eyes, gentle, luminous, remained locked on Kasius as she whispered, "Nah. Kasius, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, my heart chose you. Though time and again you made plain your indifference." Yet Kasius cough, cough. More blood spilled from her lips, but her gaze never wavered, never strayed, never dimmed. Even if you despise me utterly, I still love you. I cannot explain why. Perhaps it is what Father called love at first sight. So loving you as I do, is it any wonder I embrace every flaw you bear? Natashi. Kasius's expression twisted in anguish, until at last his arms went slack, falling lifelessly to his sides. Kasius had intended to kill Kasius outright, yet upon hearing Natashi's quiet confession, something stirred within him, a flicker perhaps of conscience. Subtly, almost imperceptibly, his grip loosened. Curiosity gleamed in his eyes as he watched Natashi, not as an executioner, but as a detached, intrigued spectator. Kasius. At those words, Natashi's face paled instantly, her voice dwindling to a faint, breathless whisper. I have never seen you lose. So this time, please, do not lose. Those final words burst forth with every ounce of her fading strength. Death came quietly, carrying her away not in sorrow, but in serene, radiant peace. Oh ho ho, what a profoundly moving confession. Kasius, you concealed such a devoted soul beneath your stoic exterior. Even I feel a pang of envy. His voice dropped low, cold, venomous, laced with palpable dread. Kasius hung suspended, arms limp, long bangs swept across half his face by the wind, concealing the storm raging behind his eyes. Since she loves you so fiercely, then descend into hell and keep her company, Kasius. Seeing Kasius remain utterly inert in his grasp, Kasius's amusement curdled into impatience. I shall seize everything you hold dear, your family, your master, your betrothed. Their fates are mine to command. That final declaration erupted from Kasius in a guttural roar. His features contorted, his gaze murderous, his aura thick with lethal intent. And you, go straight to hell right now. With a thunderous bellow, Kasius's free hand blazed with searing light. Slowly, deliberately, he raised Kasius high into the air by the throat, while his other hand, blazing with incandescent energy, locked onto Kasius's torso. If his intent held true, he meant to obliterate Kasius utterly with a single, devastating energy blast. What did you just say? A voice, calm, dispassionate, utterly devoid of inflection, drifted from Kasius's lips. I said I'd kill you. Without hesitation, Kasius drove his luminous palm toward Kasius's chest. A direct hit would have ended Kasius's life without question. Yet, within the sliver of a heartbeat, A massive iron-hard hand clamped down like a vice upon Haishus's wrist, halting the strike midair. Yue. Haishus recoiled in shock, his grip on Cassius's throat tightening convulsively. If energy blast won't end you, I'll snap your neck instead. But Cassius would not permit it. In that instant, a colossal surge of power erupted from his frame, raw, primordial, unstoppable. An aura of terrifying magnitude rippled outward. Winds howled, thunder cracked across the sky, and the very air shrieked with tension. You should never have interfered. She was nothing more than an ordinary girl. There was no need to drag her into this. No need at all. With that cry, fueled by boundless, incandescent fury, a maelstrom of golden energy exploded from Cassius's body. The hand that had gripped Cassius was instantly vaporized by the cataclysmic force. Clutching his seared, bleeding stump, Haishus recoiled, retreating at blinding speed. Cassius paid no heed to the wound. He simply stared at Haishus, his gaze cold and absolute, like a celestial judge pronouncing final sentence. With a subtle shift of his expression, another wave of force hurled Haishus backward like a leaf in a gale. Flung hundreds of meters away, Haishus stared back, pale, wide-eyed, his heart seized by a creeping, icy dread. Sensing the ever-mounting pressure bearing down upon him, Haishus realized, beyond doubt, that he stood no chance against Cassius now. To linger was to perish. Without further hesitation, he slammed his foot into the earth and vanished into the distance as a streak of light. Yet as he fled, something tumbled from his person into the grass. Cassius glanced at it, dispassionate, indifferent, then dissolved from sight. In the next breath, he reappeared directly before Haishus. Before Haishus could react, Cassius drove a devastating fist into his abdomen, bending him double, arching his spine like a crescent moon. Without pause, Cassius hurled him skyward, then clasped his hands together and roared Kamehameha. A colossal azure beam tore through the heavens, and slowly, silently, ash began to drift downward. Clearly someone had been reduced to nothing but dust. Upon witnessing this, Cassius did not immediately relax his vigilance, but carefully scanned his surroundings with his chi. He did not wish to be ambushed again, as he had no means left to endure such a surprise attack. The sacrifice of Natassi filled him with profound guilt. If only he had been more alert and attentive at that moment. Then Natassi would not have died, and he would not have had to watch her perish. That feeling of being able to save someone, but failing to do so, was one he never wished to experience again. Especially at the moment of Natas's death, the look in her eyes remained so gentle, filled with love and confidence. Even in death, she still believed he was invincible, that he was the strongest. To be honest, it was the first time Cassius had seen such a foolish girl. Truly, it was his first time. She believed in him against all odds, loved him without reservation. Even in death, she looked at him dying happily. At this moment, Cassius felt an immense pain in his heart. Scenes of past moments spent with Natassi began to replay in his mind, and as he watched, tears silently rolled down his handsome face. Perhaps this was what it meant to love, or perhaps he had already fallen for that naive and romantic girl from the grasslands. But it was already too late, far too late. Only upon losing did he realize that he had already fallen for you, Natassi. Aha! I realized I've already fallen for you. Natassi. As he spoke, Cassius' voice choked slightly, and the salty tears that fell from his eyes flowed into his mouth. At this moment, Cassius could no longer suppress his emotions, the fury at his own incompetence, the anger at being powerless to save Natassi, and the rage at his ignorance erupted completely. With a thunderous roar of rage, a golden energy storm erupted from Cassius' body. The intense air waves carried a sense of destruction rippling outward. Small stones were slowly lifted from the ground by this force, and the sound of air being torn apart echoed as a wild wind whipped up, creating a suffocating scene. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a loud sound of clapping echoed. Upon hearing it, Cassius' murderous gaze instantly turned towards the source of the sound. Immediately, the anger that had somewhat subsided erupted once more. He shouted angrily at the newcomer, "Bastard!" There was no mistake. The newcomer was indeed Cassius. At this moment, Cassius' clothes were not only undamaged, but even the hand that Cassius had destroyed had already regenerated. Moreover, he was looking at Cassius with a broad smile, completely unconcerned by the latter's predatory gaze. Tapping his forehead, Cassius said, "I'll look at that. Looks like you're surprised to see him not dead, Cassius." As he spoke, Cassius suddenly placed a hand on his forehead and laughed heartily. Ha ha. In contrast, Cassius was filled with rage, gritting his teeth, wishing he could pounce on him again and tear him to shreds. He simply could not understand how Cassius had survived after all the Kamehameha wave just now had been his full power. Moreover, he had personally witnessed the other being reduced to ashes. He had not stopped scanning the chi around him for a moment. How had Cassius survived right under his nose? This series of questions left Cassius perplexed. "Cassius, are you wondering how I survived?" After laughing enough, Cassius looked at the furious Cassius and asked teasingly, However, the response he received was still Cassius's predatory gaze. Well, since you don't want to talk to me, then I, the young master, will graciously tell you. Though he was very unwilling to listen, Cassius remained fully focused on Cassius, afraid of missing a single word. I, the young master, am immortal. Originally, Cassius wanted to make a joke, but upon seeing Cassius still in that state, he couldn't help but feel speechless. TCH, so boring. To tell you the truth, your attack just now was indeed powerful, but I have a heart. As long as it remains unharmed, I can resurrect infinitely, and with each resurrection my strength grows even stronger. What do you think? Surprised, huh? A heart. Is it the same as that guy Shilu? This is quite a bizarre setting, but since that's the case this time, I'll shatter his heart. You must be wondering why, despite having turned my body to dust, I can still resurrect. Well, it all comes down to my wisdom. While I was escaping, I unexpectedly took my heart out and hid it in the grass where you couldn't see, then used my body to divert your attention, buying time for my rebirth. As he said this, Cassius waved his hands, slightly adopting a helpless pose. How could you be so foolish, not even noticing this? You focused entirely on my body. Truly, you are incredibly dim-witted. Now are you not afraid I will kill you again? This time I won't let you have another chance to resurrect. Glaring fiercely at Cassius, Cassius spoke in a cold, merciless tone. If that's the case, then I might as well kill him once more. For him now it was no longer a difficult task. However, since it was a heart, how come he did not notice a wound on his chest when he approached? Could it be that he could recover instantly? Cassius did not exaggerate. At this moment his battle power was nearly 100,000. If he erupted in anger again, he would likely become even stronger. I told you you're too arrogant. Since I dare to show up, I will naturally not fear you. Do you think you are strong now? My power far surpasses yours. Watch closely, Cassius. This time I will bring you despair. With a loud shout, Cassius' aura instantly transformed. A force comparable to Cassius erupted around him. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed color, as if a drop of water suddenly fell into a serene surface, causing ripples. The sound of air cracking filled the atmosphere, and an astonishing aura accompanied by a powerful energy field instantly enveloped the surroundings. Feeling this energy comparable to his own, Cassius' expression grew increasingly grave. The power Cassius unleashed compelled him to treat the situation with utmost caution. Come on, Cassius. Today either you die or I die. Prepare to die. Come on. Today I will avenge Natasi. As their roars echoed, they charged towards each other, raising their fists and striking them together fiercely. Boom. The two fists collided fiercely, the sound loud enough to be deafening. A visible shockwave instantly spread from the two of them, and massive winds crazily tore through the area around them. In an instant, sand and stones flew and wild grass was sent flying. The scene was utter chaos. In midair, Cassius glared with fierce intent, rapidly waving his hands to unleash countless energy spheres towards Cassius. Faced with the myriad energy spheres, Cassius remained completely unfazed, letting out a soft sneer as he darted through the barrage like a nimble spirit ape, his speed astonishing. Seeing that his overwhelming attack caused Cassius no trouble at all, Cassius felt a wave of agitation rise within him. He immediately withdrew, raising his momentum to its peak, and charged towards his opponent. Boom! Another clash erupted, shaking the heavens, as both sides showed no intention of backing down, each harboring thoughts of mutual destruction. This time they battled while shifting their battlefield, the once towering peaks reduced to rubble by the aftermath of their fight. Fists and feet flew. The battle was intense and lively. One was a ruler with Saiyan blood, the other a product birthed through ritual. Their strengths were hard to discern. However, it was certain that both possessed an innate prowess for combat that was extraordinarily formidable. Cassius feigned a move to deceive Cassius, then rapidly spun in a 360-degree motion, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye, using the momentum to deliver a powerful kick to Cassius' back. The tremendous force instantly propelled Cassius downward towards the ground. He initially intended to struggle and halt his fall, preparing to counterattack. But he seemed to have underestimated the force of his descent. He found himself unable to stabilize, let alone slow his fall. All he could do was watch helplessly as Cassius charged towards him, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow. This time Cassius was sent flying a good distance, at least several kilometers, crashing from the edge of the grassland into the city. He plummeted like a shooting star right in the center of the city. With a thunderous boom, a violent sandstorm erupted from the ground, engulfing nearby vehicles and buildings. Under the immense power of the storm, everything was reduced to ruins. What is happening? What on earth is going on? A bystander exclaimed in shock. Could it be a meteor falling? Another bystander speculated. No, I think it's an alien invasion, the first bystander denied. Whatever the case, we need to call the police. Finally, a stylishly dressed woman interrupted their conversation, taking the lead. As the dust finally settled, Cassius slowly emerged from the massive crater formed by his fall. At this moment he gazed into the distance, his expression filled with caution. It had to be said Cassius's difficulty exceeded his expectations. Not only was he not inferior in combat experience, but in innate combat instincts, he might even surpass Cassius. Perhaps what had been severed by that damned separation ritual was indeed his combat persona. If that were the case, this would not be a simple trouble. He might even be killed by his opponent. Especially his recovery ability, which was astonishingly strong. During their earlier battle, Cassius had managed to sever one of his opponent's arms. However, that guy not only seemed unfazed but grew fiercer with each strike, and his arm had already recovered during the fight. Cassius had to admit he was a monster, a true monster. What exactly must he do to defeat this guy? It was truly a headache. At this moment, Cassius noticed that he was no longer at the edge of the grassland. Looking at the surrounding buildings, his expression darkened further. It seemed this guy had immense strength. He had brought him all the way into the city. Damn it. This is so frustrating. I guess he must be an alien, right? One bystander said. Wow. He's a man, and he's quite handsome. A girl nearby fell into a trance at the sight of Cassius, her eyes sparkling. You infatuated girl. A burly man beside her looked at Cassius with disdain. It was as if he were saying, what's so great about being handsome? Can you eat it? You silly girl. Cassius was utterly speechless at the surrounding crowd. These people not only showed no fear of him, but approached one after another, pulling out their phones to take pictures. This left Cassius feeling frustrated. Didn't they know this place was extremely dangerous? Was watching the commotion more important than their lives? Seriously, he was fed up with it. Cassius tapped his forehead with his hand, his face full of helplessness. Hey, it seems your body is quite sturdy. Oh, after such a strong impact you remain unscathed. But next you won't have it so easy. In the sky, Cassius, who had appeared out of nowhere, glared at Cassius with murderous intent, his fists cracking ominously, as if he would charge in the next moment to crush him. Wow, there's another person in the sky. A bystander exclaimed, eyes sparkling as if discovering a new world. Yes, and they look exactly alike, someone reminded. Could they be twins? Hearing the surrounding crowd's annoying chatter, Cassius did not possess Cassius' patience. With a fierce swing of his right hand towards the crowd, a dangerously charged purple energy sphere shot out in an instant. Upon seeing this, instead of fleeing, the crowd took out their phones to snap pictures. This was truly courting death. Cassius no longer hesitated. He immediately appeared in the path of the energy sphere, swinging his fist to forcefully knock it away. Boom! The energy sphere collided with a skyscraper, resulting in a deafening explosion. A storm laden with dust spread rapidly. When the dust settled, the area of the explosion was entirely cleared of people and buildings, leaving only a massive crater on the ground. The rescued crowd, upon witnessing this, had some fainting from fear, some screaming non-stop, while others were utterly petrified. However, more people were already fleeing without a second thought, no longer wanting to remain in this perilous place. This is so terrifying. Isn't this comparable to an atomic bomb explosion? Is this not filming a movie? Hearing these remarks, Cassius felt a line of dark energy form on his forehead. Damn it. What are you waiting for? Run already. What are you doing here? While he was quite angry, Cassius felt utterly helpless. With no other option, Cassius took advantage of Cassius' interest in the crowd to forcefully slam into him, sending him flying out of the city. Author Natasha's body is still in the grassland. Cassius Simimasia. The rapidly retreating Cassius suddenly halted his movement, momentarily intrigued, as he gazed at Cassius, saying, how do you decide to save them? You really have a heart, don't you? Cassius retorted, I am not like you, a cold-blooded monster. I am a flesh-and-blood human. With a furious glare at Cassius, Cassius launched an energy ball. Such a simple attack was nothing in Cassius' eyes. He swiftly dodged it with ease. However, the matter did not end so simply. In the instant he evaded the energy ball, Cassius' attack had already arrived before him. Being careless, Cassius was unable to evade this attack, taking the full brunt of it with his body. Cassius' fist struck Cassius powerfully, followed by another punch that came instantly. Oh! With each roar, Cassius' fists became faster, the sound of striking against Cassius' body growing louder. Finally, Cassius wound up his right hand, charging it with energy, a blue light shining brightly from his fist. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck Cassius with his charged fist. The immense force sent Cassius flying, crashing through several mountain peaks, yet his momentum did not wane. Adhering to the principle of mercilessly beating a drowning dog, Cassius unleashed his full aura and pursued like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the rapidly retreating Cassius, his eyes filled with fierce intent as he lifted his foot and delivered a heavy kick to Cassius' body. This time, Cassius coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale and his gaze somewhat vacant. If nothing unexpected happened, Cassius had inflicted a severe injury on him. However, thinking of Cassius' nearly perverse recovery ability, Cassius felt a wave of headache wash over him, and he hesitated no longer. Once again, he transformed into a cannonball, chasing after the battered Cassius. Then a flurry of blows ensued, rendering Cassius dazed and unconscious, sprawled on the ground, his fate unknown. Having learned from previous experiences, Cassius did not neglect to check the position of Cassius' heart. He did not want to allow him to resurrect once more. This time he was determined to crush Cassius' heart, thoroughly ensuring he could never come back to life. Grabbing Cassius by the neck, Cassius lifted him up. Upon hearing the sound of Cassius' heartbeat, Cassius' worried heart finally eased a bit. With his other hand aimed at Cassius' heart, a wave of energy, imbued with a destructive aura, surged forth. Just as the energy wave was about to penetrate Cassius' heart, Cassius distinctly saw Cassius, whom he had grasped by the neck, sporting a devilish smile. In a flash, Cassius' body made a sudden movement, narrowly evading the energy wave launched by Cassius. Then a powerful fist struck Cassius squarely in the chest, forcing him to stagger back several steps. At that moment, the hand that had been grasping Cassius' neck slipped from his control. Half crouching on the ground, clutching his chest, Cassius stared at Cassius in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. He could hardly believe that this guy, after suffering such a severe blow from him, could recover so quickly and seize a fleeting opportunity to inflict harm upon him. It had to be said, this was a truly commendable feat. Feeling the pain radiating from his chest, Cassius could not help but frown. This guy is getting stronger with each passing moment. At this moment, Cassius hovered above the ground, a thick black mist enveloping him, resembling a demon bathed in darkness. Exuding an aura of extreme danger and overwhelming might, the black mist swirled around him like loyal soldiers awaiting orders. No need to hold back any longer, let's settle this once and for all. Cassius, now with a cold and arrogant demeanor, looked at Cassius, his eyes ablaze with a burning desire for battle. Cassius was utterly shocked by Cassius' transformation, particularly the seriousness in his expression and the fiery battle desire in his eyes, all of which amazed him. Simultaneously, a wave of intense heat surged within him, driven by the uncontrollable desire for battle which erupted at this moment. "Then I shall fulfill your wish." A calm yet commanding voice echoed, followed by a golden energy storm erupting from Cassius. This time the ground trembled not, the sky remained unchanged, everything appeared so tranquil. However, neither of them dared to underestimate the other. Just based on their adept control of power, which remained unyielding, was enough to earn mutual respect. Neither acted immediately, both stared at each other, waiting for that split-second opportunity. At this moment, it seemed as if strands of lightning danced through the air, the atmosphere thickening with a tense and suffocating aura. A gentle breeze swept by, and the two figures vanished simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The shadows flickered, fists clashing. White shockwaves visibly spread through the air, and the resounding clash echoed across the skies. In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged blows no less than dozens of times, perhaps even more. Their figures flickered as they battled, appearing first over the mountains, then above the city, and finally over the ocean. With each reappearance came the sound of fierce collisions and an overwhelming aura. The battle had persisted for several hours, and now both sides found themselves on the beach. Neither willing to yield, they stared at each other, both panting heavily. It seemed the intense combat had taken its toll on them over the past few hours. Even Cassius, possessing formidable recovery abilities, was now gasping for breath, like Cassius. Moreover, his injuries no longer healed as swiftly as before. It appeared that while he harnessed the power of the black mist, he had simultaneously lost his extraordinary recovery capacity. His body was now riddled with red marks from punches and kicks, with some areas even starting to darken, making it a distressing sight. Cassius was no better off, similarly covered in injuries, his body marked with bruises. Even one of his eyes had been swollen shut by Cassius' blows, forcing him to glare at Cassius with one eye. Nonetheless, Cassius' heart burned with fervor. He felt his blood boiling and roaring within him. Unlike the anger felt when falling prey to his inner demon, which had only incited frustration, he now felt an exhilarating thrill. Yes, that's correct, it was excitement. The thrill born from the desire for a heated battle. Perhaps this is the Saiyan instinct, yearning for combat and reveling in it. At this moment, Cassius seemed to partially understand Goku's willingness to go to any lengths to enjoy the magic beans. A Saiyan is inherently destined for battle. Only through combat is a Saiyan's fate fulfilled.